Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, True Scary Stories. Where are you watching from tonight, and what time is it in your country? Have you shared my channel with your friends yet, or are you keeping these whispers all to yourself? You know, the best secrets are always the ones you tell. Tonight, we're easing ourselves into a story about a place that just watched. Imagine, if you will, being tucked into your childhood bed, the room washed in the soft, sickly yellow glow of a faraway beacon. You know the one. The house on the hill that was always lit. It sat miles away, perched on the highest point, silent, immovable, and absolutely relentlessly bright. Every window, every pane, shone with a uniform, relentless intensity. No one was ever seen coming or going. No shadows moved across the glass other than your own reflection in your bedroom window, and yet the lights never, ever went out. It was less a structure and more a silent, glaring eye fixed on the whole valley, fixed on your house, fixed on you. Some nights, when you couldn't sleep, you joked to yourself that the only way to escape its gaze would be to move to a country on the other side of the planet. But even then, you'd probably just find a different, even creepier house watching you from a different hill. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you are and the time. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that low, unsettling hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The feeling began subtly, a peripheral irritation that sharpened over years into a genuine fixation. It was always there, this house, a white-hot pinprick in the black velvet of the distant hills. You try to ignore it, concentrating on the familiar, comforting shadows of your own room, the ghost of your discarded backpack, the skeletal silhouette of your desk chair. You pulled the blinds, but the glow was a persistent headache behind your eyes, a phantom light that bled through the thin fabric and stained the darkness of your ceiling, a faint, anxious orange. You learned to live with it, but living with it meant accepting that the house was a constant, uninvited companion to your deepest, quietest hours. You'd watch it, sometimes for an hour, your face pressed against the glass, seeking a flaw in its perfection. Was one light bulb slightly dimmer? Did a curtain twitch? Did there a single second where the house blinked? There never was. It was a flawless, unwavering sentinel. This house wasn't just on, it felt aware. It felt like it was doing a job, a grim, thankless, and endless surveillance. It was such an unnatural display of constant power consumption that it always made you think of one of the earliest known serial killers, H.H. Holmes, who in the 1890s constructed his infamous murder castle in Chicago, a block-long three-story building full of secret passages, trapdoors, and soundproof rooms designed explicitly to facilitate his crimes. The scale was different, of course, but the intent felt similar. A structure built not for comfort or community, but for some dark, solitary purpose, completely out of sync with its neighbors. The house on the hill was built to be seen, but never to be understood. It's strange, the details your mind magnifies when you're tired and alone. The faint, high whine of a poorly grounded electrical outlet in your wall became the sound of the hill's power lines, stretched taut and singing with the immense, wasted energy of the house. You started to imagine the house's owner, or resident, as some sort of electrical vampire, someone who fed off the sheer, naked voltage, unable to exist in natural light or natural darkness. You developed your own little ritual. Every night, you'd turn off your bedside lamp, count to 3, and then open the blinds. The first thing you'd see, framed perfectly by the window, was the glow. A silent, unsettling good evening from a structure that felt less like wood and glass, and more like a massive, glowing block of quartz. You knew it was strange to be so preoccupied. But then again, what do you call people who move into isolated homes in the woods? Optimists, or maybe future true crime subjects. The house became a reference point, a silent collaborator in all your late-night thoughts. If you had a difficult test the next day, the light was a harsh judge. If you were feeling lonely, the light was an indifferent monument to isolation. You realized you never saw it in the daylight unless you looked for it specifically, and even then, it just looked like a grand, empty structure, no more ominous than any other house. It was only the absence of darkness that made it terrifying. And, you know, there's this obscure little piece of ghost lore that talks about shadow people, not the shadowy figures you see in the corner of your eye during sleep paralysis, but a specific type of alleged entity that is intensely attracted to light, or perhaps that generates a visible field of energy. This belief suggests that in places of intense, consistent illumination, the veil is thin and these entities can almost be seen, manifesting as slight distortions or blinks in the light. You never saw a shadow in the house's windows, but the sheer volume of light made you wonder if that's exactly what was happening. The house was lit not to keep things out, but to keep something in, or perhaps to attract them. You wondered if the homeowner was deliberately trying to keep the shadow people at bay, or if they were, in fact, the ones supplying the constant, unblinking power. You had to laugh, a dry little wheeze in the quiet room. Speaking of strange inhabitants, what's a ghost's favorite kind of pie? Blueberry. The more you thought about it, the more the entire mystery seemed to hinge on a single, mundane impossibility: the utility bill. That house must have had an electric bill that could fund a small militia. Researchers disagree on whether the massive financial and logistical overhead of keeping a structure perpetually and brightly illuminated is a sign of extreme wealth, profound mental instability, or simply a structural requirement to contain some non-visual, energy-draining anomaly. For you, it was simply proof that the house operated under a different set of rules than the rest of the world. It scoffed at utility budgets and basic human needs like sleep and darkness. It was a giant, luminous, concrete middle finger to the concept of rest. You often wondered what kind of person lives a life completely devoid of darkness. Do they use blackout masks to sleep? Do they have custom-built, light-absorbing closets? Do they even need to sleep? The mere thought of a life under that constant, high-wattage scrutiny felt exhausting. It felt like a joke designed to punish insomniacs. I mean, why did the Scarecrow get a promotion? Because he was outstanding in his field, and the person living in that house was certainly outstanding in their isolation. You knew, deep down, that you wouldn't be able to rest until you resolved the question of the house. It was a loose thread in the tapestry of your reality, and your brain was a cat that couldn't stop batting at it. The simple act of the lights being on was a cosmic dare, a challenge issued to the sleepy, dark world. And you, nestled in your quiet room, felt the irresistible gravitational pull of its silent, glaring power. You had to go up there. You had to see. You started to collect the stories, didn't you? Not the kind you read in books, but the whispered, fragmented ones that pass between old neighbors and bored teenagers in the dark. Every town has one of those places, a scar in the landscape that people only discuss in low tones, usually after a few too many drinks, or when a child points to it and asks, "Why is that house still awake?" The house on the hill was everyone's shared, unspoken secret, a local legend where the facts had long since melted into folklore. The narratives always clashed, of course. That's the nature of a true mystery. It becomes a blank canvas for collective anxiety. One story claimed the owner was a retired, eccentric tech mogul who had created a self-sustaining light matrix purely out of spite for the local power company after a long-forgotten dispute. The house wasn't occupied by a person. It was an autonomous, glowing automaton running on geothermal energy in sheer stubborn spite. A darkly humorous twist on this. The man who owned the house was a genius, truly. He told his therapist he was obsessed with light. The therapist said, "I think you have a serious problem." He said, "I know, I can't afford the bulbs anymore." Another, far older legend claimed the house was owned by the last surviving member of a family line who was afflicted with a rare, severe form of photosensitivity, a person literally allergic to the sun. The only way they could live a normalish, nocturnal life was by turning the house into an artificial sun, inverting the whole day, and using the brilliant internal light as a constant defensive barrier against the deadly daylight outside. This theory was compelling because it explained the complete lack of external activity. The resident was asleep during the day, and when they were awake, they were trapped behind that blinding glass. But the truly unsettling tales, the ones that gave you that familiar cold knot in your stomach, were about the predecessors. They spoke of a wealthy, reclusive family who had suddenly and entirely vanished one winter night decades ago. They hadn't sold the house, they hadn't packed a single suitcase. They simply weren't there anymore. The dinner table was set, a fire was burning low in the hearth, and every single light in the house was blazing, just as it is now. This disappearance always felt uncomfortably similar to the enduring maritime mystery of the Mary Celeste. The brigantine found abandoned in 1872 with all sails set and cargo intact, but with not a single soul, not the captain, his family, or the crew aboard. Historians still argue whether the crew of the Mary Celeste abandoned their seaworthy ship due to a fear of exploding alcohol fumes from the cargo, a rogue wave, or a more bizarre sudden event. Just like the ship, the house on the hill was a perfectly functional, preserved vessel, but its occupants were simply, inexplicably gone. The most obscure piece of lore you stumbled upon spoke of a very particular kind of spiritual haunting known in some fringe circles as the aura of mute walls. This lore suggests that when a building experiences a sudden catastrophic loss or trauma, and the witnesses, the walls themselves, are kept in a state of unnatural, perpetual silence and isolation, the residual psychic shockwave solidifies into a kind of energetic field. The house doesn't have a ghost. The house is the haunting, manifesting as a physical impossibility. Its constant, blinding light is the manifestation of the walls screaming, an eternally visible panic attack. The light is the sound that can't escape. You found that the local people, when pressed, would become guarded, their eyes flicking to the distant hill even in broad daylight. You'd ask your older neighbor, the one with the perpetually disapproving frown, and he'd just grunt, "That place is a drain, always has been. Nothing good comes from what doesn't respect the darkness." Then he'd quickly change the subject to the weather or the price of gasoline. It was a perfect small-town deflection, a social agreement to collectively ignore the inconvenient terror glowing on the horizon. You tried to inject a bit of that nervous, dark wit into the conversations, testing the waters. You mentioned once to a town council member, completely straight-faced, "It must be a lot cheaper than keeping a porch light on. Think of the savings." They just stared at you blankly. Clearly, they lacked the proper appreciation for a good, unsettling pun. You thought to yourself, why was the ghost sad? Because he didn't have anybody to love. The more you investigated, the more you realized the lights weren't just a physical phenomenon. They were a psychological anchor for the entire community. They were a reminder that somewhere out there, control was being exerted, a rule was being broken, and the natural rhythm of the universe, day, night, on, off, was being utterly disregarded. The house was a quiet demonstration of absolute power, and that was far scarier than any cackling witch or masked maniac. You knew, deep down, that you wouldn't be able to rest until you resolved the question of the house. It was a loose thread in the tapestry of your reality, and your brain was a cat that couldn't stop batting at it. The simple act of the lights being on was a cosmic dare, a challenge issued to the sleepy, dark world. And you, nestled in your quiet room, felt the irresistible gravitational pull of its silent, glaring power. You had to go up there. You had to see. The night you finally decided to go, the light seemed brighter than ever. It pierced the humid summer air, cutting a thick, visible cone through the moisture. It was a beacon that screamed, "Stay away," yet acted as the only fixed point in the rolling darkness. You felt a ridiculous surge of adrenaline, the kind that always precedes a truly bad decision. You told yourself this was for science, for curiosity, for the sake of a story that needed an ending. But as you pulled your car onto the gravel shoulder near the hill's base, far enough away to be subtle, yet close enough to start the climb, you knew you were walking toward the epicenter of your own psychological gravity. The driveway was long, winding, and unnaturally silent. It was less a road and more a scar, cut decades ago through dense, old-growth woods that had since fought back. Underbrush clawed at the edges of the cracked asphalt. Even the gravel seemed mossy, indicating a profound lack of recent traffic. The air up here was different. Down in the valley, it hummed with the noise of distant traffic and the chirping of crickets. Here, the silence was oppressive, a thick sensory deprivation blanket pulled over your ears. It wasn't the silence of peace, but the quiet of waiting. You walked slowly, deliberately, the crunch of your sneakers on the infrequent patches of loose stone sounding like gunshots in the quiet. You kept your eyes fixed on the house, which now loomed as a massive rectangular shape, its windows a solid, unblinking wall of yellow-white. It was like approaching a giant, silent television screen left on full volume. The sheer intensity of the light was disorienting. It wiped out all natural shadows near the house, making the immediate environment look flat and strange, like a poorly rendered video game scene. You stopped about 50 feet from the foundation, hidden slightly behind the gnarled trunk of an ancient oak tree, breathing in the smell of pine, dust, and something else. A faint metallic scent like ozone or burnt wire carried on the completely still air. You knew the house was daring you to come closer, to test the legends against reality. You recalled a disturbing piece of mainstream horror history concerning the use of absolute sensory deprivation followed by sudden, overwhelming sensory assault as a form of torture or psychological manipulation. While the house wasn't physically torturing you, the transition from the enveloping, absolute darkness of the woods to the punishing, uniform glare of the windows felt like a low-level psychological attack. It was overstimulation in the name of emptiness. It reminded you of the fact that homicidal somnambulism, or sleepwalking murder, is a rare but well-documented phenomenon in legal history, where complex, goal-directed violence is committed while the perpetrator is in an unconscious sleep state. The person is often found to have no memory or motive, acting instead on a deeply primitive or stress-induced command. You wondered if the house was being managed by someone in such a state, someone permanently awake, but fundamentally unconscious, acting out a deep, repetitive, inexplicable compulsion to keep the lights blazing. As you got closer, you could hear nothing. No wind chime, no creaking of old wood, no distant television drone, and certainly no human sound. Just the absence of sound, which is far worse. It's like the moment right before a jump scare, but stretched out into an eternal moment of anticipation. The house itself was large, mid-century modern, built of dark stone and unforgiving glass. It didn't look run down, just neglected by time. The exterior paint wasn't peeling, but the entire structure seemed to exist in a state of suspended animation. And those windows, you could see into the ground floor. The light was so fierce that it was difficult to make out details, but it revealed vast, open spaces that appeared almost entirely empty. No furniture, no personal trinkets, no cozy clutter that suggests human habitation. It brought to mind an obscure piece of ghost lore surrounding a concept known as the silent house tax. This old superstition claims that a house, once abandoned by the living, demands a toll for its use by those who are not alive. This toll is the removal of all objects that bear the mark of human use. Beds, tables, chairs, clothes, leaving behind only the bare structural shell and the energy that the former occupants left behind. The constant light, then, wouldn't be for the benefit of the living, but for the convenience of the non-living residents who need no physical comforts. You shivered, not from cold, but from the realization that this place felt less like a home and more like an exhibition hall for nothing. It was a brightly lit mausoleum dedicated to the concept of absence. You had to force a joke, a nervous tick to break the growing tension. Well, I guess if you're going for a minimalist look, you might as well go all the way. It certainly makes cleaning up after guests easy. I hear their decorator was an absolute zero. You edged closer, peering toward a large bay window on the far side. You could see the reflection of the woods in the glass, and for a terrifying second you thought you saw your reflection wave back, but you knew your hands were rooted to your sides. The next joke came out as a whispered dry cough, a way to test if the silence was actually listening. I wonder if they accept walk-in tours. Probably not. I asked a resident, and he just said, "I can't talk right now. I'm waiting for the light to change." Which, you know, is never. Researchers disagree on whether prolonged, intense, and uniform light exposure, the kind this house produced, could induce a form of sensory distortion that affects both sight and perception of distance, leading to phantom images and a general feeling of disorientation, or if these feelings are simply the result of expectation and fear induced by the house's local reputation. You only knew your head was beginning to ache from the sheer white-hot visibility. You took one last deep breath, tasting the dust and the strange ozone. You felt the house pulling at you, drawing you out of the natural darkness and into its sterile, unnaturally bright reality. You decided to move from behind the safety of the oak and approach the main floor windows. You had to see a detail, a smudge, a sign of life, or a sign of what had replaced it. Stepping out from the shadow of the old oak felt like shedding a layer of protective skin. The light from the house was no longer distant. It was immediate and physical, pressing against your eyes like hot gauze. You moved with a cautious, almost balletic slowness toward the nearest bay window. The windows themselves were huge, spanning floor to ceiling, and the glass was inexplicably clean. No cobwebs, no grime, nothing to suggest the place hadn't been recently washed by an invisible, dedicated servant. You cupped your hands around your eyes and pressed your face close to the cool pane. The light inside was a pure, dazzling white now, the kind of sterile illumination you find in operating theaters or high-security facilities. It robbed everything of color and texture. The vast room stretched before you, and your earlier observation was confirmed. It was empty. Not just sparsely furnished, but aggressively, absolutely vacant. The wooden floorboards, polished to a dull sheen, reflected the light back at you, doubling the intensity. There was no dust motes dancing in the air, no scuffs on the walls, and no residual sign of life. No dropped penny, no forgotten magazine, no scratch mark left by a long-gone dog. It was a space that had been prepared for an event, or perhaps perpetually prepared for nothing at all. Then you saw it. It was a flash of something in the extreme far corner of the room, near a closed, dark wooden door that was the only visible feature breaking the continuity of the wall. It wasn't a shape or a person, but a movement, a sudden, rapid displacement of the light itself. It was as if a curtain had been quickly snapped shut, but there were no curtains. It was too fast to register, a flicker that the brain barely had time to process before it was over. Your heart jumped, a frantic, wet thing slamming against your ribs. You held your breath, straining to see. Was it an animal? A trick of the reflection from your own panicked movement? No. The movement felt vertical, a tall, thin streak. It made you think of one of the creepiest facts in mainstream horror and true crime, the concept of sleepwalking murder, where complex, coordinated violence is committed while the perpetrator is in an unconscious state. You remembered the unsettling case of Kenneth Parks, who drove 14 miles while asleep, killed his mother-in-law, and attacked his father-in-law, only to later claim complete amnesia. The idea of someone living in that brightly lit tomb, moving with coordinated purpose yet completely devoid of consciousness, executing some internal nightly routine, was deeply disturbing. What if the movement you saw was simply the automated, repetitive action of an inhabitant who wasn't there? You watched the dark door, trying to calm your breathing. The sterile quiet was unnerving. You had expected to hear something, the buzz of a faulty fluorescent bulb, the hum of a refrigerator, anything to suggest power or appliance. But the house was silent, save for the intense hissing glare of the light. It made you consider the obscure or fringe horror tidbit of the lighthouse keeper's woe. A lore whispered among maritime historians about lighthouse keepers driven insane not by isolation, but by the relentless, all-consuming cycle of the beam. The theory holds that the keepers begin to perceive the light as a conscious, malicious entity, and its beam starts to reveal things in the dark that the human mind cannot tolerate. This house felt like an inverted lighthouse, designed to blast inward rather than outward, driving its invisible inhabitant mad with clarity. You let out a dry, nervous cough that tasted like metal. You tried to ease the tension with a joke. Well, they definitely don't have a cat, or a very dedicated Roomba. I'd love to see the furniture removal services invoice, though. 1 couch, 1 table, 4 chairs. Reason for removal, excessive awareness. Nothing. The silence was perfect. This house was too clean, too bright, too quiet. It was a perfect vacuum. You recalled the scholarly debate phrasing on the Mary Celeste mystery, the shit found abandoned but entirely seaworthy. Researchers disagree on whether the total absence of a struggle or any decisive evidence of conflict points toward a calculated, pre-planned abandonment, or an immediate terrifying event that compelled the crew to leave in such sudden haste that they neglected all standard maritime procedure. That perfect state of undisarray in the Mary Celeste was exactly the feeling the light-soaked empty room was giving you, the feeling of a scene being abruptly, instantaneously exited. You forced another dark joke, a silent defense against the growing panic. If you live here, you really have to hate surprises. Surprise party, turn on the lights. Wait, they're already on. Surprise party, everyone leave. You took your face away from the glass, blinking against the spots that swam in your vision. Your reflection, ghostly and distorted in the overlit glass, seemed to be staring over your shoulder, back toward the woods. You felt a prickling sense of being too exposed, stripped naked by the house's unrelenting glare. The house wasn't just lit, it was a weaponized light source designed to ensure that anything nearby, including you, felt utterly transparent. The faint metallic smell was stronger now. It wasn't just ozone, it was something acrid, almost burnt. You suddenly felt a desperate need to leave the immediate vicinity of the window, to get back into the shadows and the protective anonymity of the natural darkness. But the single fleeting movement you'd seen, the vertical snap near the dark door, had locked your feet in place. It was a clue, a single glitch in the house's perfect, sterile narrative, and you knew you couldn't retreat without getting closer to the source of that movement. It was time to venture beyond the viewing glass. But that impulse to venture beyond died in your throat, didn't it? It choked on the sudden, cold realization that the flicker you saw was not a welcome. It was a rebuke. It was the house showing you a single, deliberate card, and it was a terrifying one. You scrambled backward, tripping over your own feet, falling out of the oppressive cone of the light and back into the forgiving, natural shadows of the oak tree. The sheer, sterile emptiness of the room, combined with that one impossible flicker of non-life, sent a jolt of pure, rational terror through you. You were not equipped for this. This wasn't a haunted house with creaking floors and cobwebs. It was a sterile, bright, wrong place. You fled. You didn't run, but you walked so fast back down that winding, silent driveway that you nearly rolled your ankle twice. The entire time, you didn't look back, but you could feel the house's light on your back. A hot, judgmental hand pressing against your shirt, all the way until you were over the ridge and back in the safety of your car, your heart hammering a frantic, stupid rhythm against your sternum. For 3 nights, you left the blinds in your bedroom closed. You couldn't bear to see the glow, but the glow was still there, a faint, sickly orange stain on the fabric of the blinds, a headache behind your eyes. The house was taunting you. It knew you had come, it knew you had looked, and it knew you had run. By the 4th night, the silence from the hill felt louder than any scream. The fixation was back, but now it was laced with a new, personal ingredient. The house was aware of you. You had to go back. Not just to look, but to understand the consequences of your first visit. You chose the deepest part of the night, 2000 a.m., when the world feels thin and the air is heavy. You parked in the same spot, but the walk up the hill was different. The silence wasn't just waiting anymore, it felt smug. You walked the familiar, winding path, smelling the pine and the damp earth and that faint, persistent scent of ozone. You rounded the final bend, the one that gave you the first clear view of the house, which was blazing as always, a monument of wasted energy. And you stopped. Your feet cemented themselves to the cracked asphalt. It was the gate. Where the driveway crested its final rise, about 100 yards from the house, there was a new, massive, and utterly formidable gate. It hadn't been there 4 days ago. It was not some ancient wrought iron Gothic piece of decoration. This was a modern, brutalist wall of thick, black, powder-coated steel. The bars were square, with no ornamentation, set only inches apart. It rose a good 10 feet, topped with a cruel-looking curl of razor wire. In the center was a heavy-duty, industrial-grade magnetic lock. To the side, mounted on a thick steel pole, was a single, unblinking, black-domed security camera, its dark lens aimed directly at the spot where you were standing. The ground around the gate's posts was churned, the dirt still dark and damp, the concrete at the base still a pale, fresh gray. It had been installed very recently. It had been installed for you. The house had responded. This escalated the situation from a passive mystery to an active, unsettling dialogue. It was a chilling reminder of the Zodiac killer, who famously sent taunting ciphers and letters to the police and newspapers. He wasn't just committing crimes, he was engaging with those who were watching him, reacting to the media, and playing a terrifying, interactive game. This house was playing a game with you. You looked, and it looked back. You approached, and it built a wall. You let out a shaky breath, which fogged in the cool air. "Well, somebody's been busy," you whispered, the joke sounding thin and hollow. "Guess they didn't like me leaving fingerprints on the please disturb sign. My bad." Researchers disagree on whether the sudden implementation of extreme high-tech security measures in a previously open, isolated location is a sign of escalating paranoia in the resident, or if it represents a rational, calculated response to a tangible, perceived threat. Standing there, feeling the invisible, analytical stare of that black camera, you weren't sure which option was worse. Was the inhabitant that flicker suddenly paranoid about you? Or did it know you were a threat to its isolation? You found yourself thinking about an obscure piece of folklore, the hagstone. These are small stones, found in riverbeds or on beaches, that have a natural hole worn through them. In old superstitions, they were hung over doorways or at the foot of a bed. The lore says that evil spirits, or hags riding the night, are fundamentally unable to pass through the hole, making it a powerful protective ward. This new brutalist gate was a technological hagstone, a 10-foot-tall steel and wire, designed to keep the night hags, or, in this case, you, from crossing the threshold. You edged a little closer, just outside the pool of light cast by the house, trying to see the camera more clearly. I suppose asking that camera if it comes here often would be poor form, you muttered. It looks like it's seen things, mostly me probably, looking sweaty and confused and regretting my life choices. It was no longer a forgotten, isolated place. It was a secured one, and that meant the flicker you saw, the sterile emptiness, the unnatural light. It was all being curated, it was being protected, or it was being contained. The gate wasn't just to keep you out. What if it was to keep it in? The light, blazing just beyond the black bars, seemed brighter now, almost arrogant. It was an electrified fortress. This is top-tier keep-out technology, you thought. The 21st century equivalent of a moat, just with fewer alligators and more existential anxiety. This new barrier was an answer. The answer was a definitive no, but it was also a taunt. It was a confirmation that you were right to be afraid, that there was something here worth hiding, something that reacted to being observed with immediate, decisive, and expensive force. You were no longer just a curious observer in your bedroom. You were a known entity. You were the reason for the lock. The house was not just watching, it was successfully isolating you. The intense feeling of being singled out, of being a known entity to an unknown observer, made the next obvious step, talking to the townspeople, feel almost traitorous. You felt like you were attempting to break a community-wide vow of silence. You started small, hanging around the local library, a small, drafty place that smelled of old paper and dust, and the town's single diner, the kind of spot where the coffee is perpetually burnt and the secrets are served alongside the stale donuts. You didn't ask direct questions. Direct questions about the house on the hill were like yelling in a church. You had to whisper the inquiries, weaving them into other conversations, waiting for the pause, the subtle facial change, the flicker of avoidance in the eyes. The reactions were always the same, a brief, uncomfortable tightening, followed by an immediate, efficient diversion. You mentioned the cost of lighting the place to the diner owner, a man whose face seemed permanently set in an expression of exhaustion. He merely shrugged while wiping down a counter that was already clean. "Must be nice to have that kind of money to burn, I guess," he mumbled. But his eyes never met yours. Then, swiftly, he said, "You want another refill? It's on the house." The offer felt less like kindness and more like a gentle, firm instruction to stop talking. You tried the oblique approach with the elderly librarian, asking if she had any local history books featuring the hill, or perhaps old architectural plans for large houses in the area. She was perfectly polite, but her movements were rigid. "Oh, the older records are all archived elsewhere now, dear," she told you, her voice a dry rustle. "Too much dust and dampness here for anything important. You'll have to check the county seat's archives." She then guided you firmly toward the romance novel section, a clear attempt to redirect your attention to something less dangerous and more predictable. It was in these non-reactions that you found your confirmation. The town wasn't ignorant of the house. They were in a tacit, collective agreement to let the house remain a mystery. It was a social contract written in averted gazes and hasty subject changes. The house was a tumor on the landscape, and everyone agreed not to poke it, lest it start to bleed. The silence of the town was a chilling, obscure horror tidbit in itself. It reminded you of the old, fringe superstition of a wound-up town, a concept found in various ghost lores, where a settlement or community has been so traumatized by a single, inexplicable event that they collectively, unconsciously, rewind their social memory concerning it. The people aren't being deceptive. They are literally incapable of discussing the source of their terror, or perhaps even acknowledging its true nature as a psychological defense mechanism. They are functioning, but a critical, central piece of their reality has been excised, leaving a bright, glaring hole in their town's story. You tried your darkest humor to break the ice one afternoon, sharing a story about a tax assessor who tried to visit the house. Apparently, he came back down the hill looking a little pale. When his boss asked if the owner was friendly, he just said, "Friendly." I asked him what the property value was, and he said, "It's priceless. You can have it when you're dead." No one laughed. They just looked at their coffee cups. The deliberate, synchronized avoidance was more terrifying than a direct threat. You realized that your previous idea of the house being a passive structure was wrong. The house, through its sheer refusal to be explained, had infected the entire town's psychology. It had taught them fear and obedience. You remembered the mainstream scary fact about the earliest accounts of the Sleepwalker murders, where the defense often relied on testimony from family and neighbors that the accused was otherwise a kind, non-violent person, making the act seem completely alien to their known character. The town's collective denial mirrored this. They desperately clung to the narrative that the house was simply eccentric or isolated, rather than acknowledging the terrifying, uncharacteristic truth that it represented a source of deep, abiding dread. You won't tell me what you know, then I'll find out what you forgot. The librarian's deflection about the archived records was a perfect breadcrumb. She hadn't said the records didn't exist, only that they weren't here. They were at the county seat, where the bureaucracy was heavy and the distance from the house on the hill's glaring influence was much greater. Historians still argue whether the decision to erase or suppress local records concerning a sensitive or scandalous event, like the sudden, unexplained disappearance of a family, is an ethical choice made by early community leaders to preserve the town's reputation and stability, or simply an act of fear and denial in the face of an event they could not comprehend. For you, the truth was probably somewhere in between, but the goal was clear. You had to get to those archives. You paid your bill, leaving a too large tip for the exhausted diner owner, and offered one last dry joke as you left. Don't worry, I won't be back for a while. I'm going to a place with even more comfortable silences. It's called the grave. He didn't even look up. The town's silence was absolute, and it was a loud, clear guidepost pointing you toward the county archives. The county seat's archive was a sterile, fluorescent-lit contrast to the sleepy dread of your hometown. It was housed in the basement of the old courthouse, a place where history was filed away, not whispered about. The air here was dry and cool, and the only sound was the low, steady drone of the HVAC system, a comforting, technological white noise that replaced the hostile silence of the hill. It took time. Days actually spent meticulously sifting through microfiche and bound volumes of yellowed local newspapers. The house on the hill, being a large property, appeared in various records, tax assessments, property transfers, and surprisingly, a 1940s-era feature on local modern architecture, praising its clean lines and isolation. It was referred to then as the Cromwell residence, a testament to the wealth of the original owner, an industrialist. The break finally came in a bound volume of the local paper from November 1963. The headline wasn't screaming. It was discreetly placed on page 3, prominent Cromwell family missing. The initial articles were speculative, suggesting a sudden trip or a family emergency. But the subsequent articles grew steadily colder, drier, until the trail vanished completely. The facts, sparse as they were, painted a clear picture of the disappearance that fed the local legend. The family husband, wife, and 2 children were gone. Not a single piece of identifying evidence. The car was in the garage. Personal items, wallets, jewelry, even an unfinished board game were left behind. The house was found perfectly secured, and yes, every single light was blazing. The final article mentioned a police theory about a voluntary disappearance to evade financial trouble. But the tone of the piece suggested everyone involved knew that theory was flimsy, a bureaucratic attempt to close the file. This unexplained absence, this unevent, resonated deeply with the famous mainstream scary fact of the Black Dahlia murder in 1947. While that case involved a horrific, found body, it remains one of the most famous unsolved homicides in American history because of the almost surgical lack of traceable evidence, the clean break the killer made with the crime scene, and the sheer volume of false confessions. The Cromwell disappearance, in its own way, was just as clean and absolute, a perfect, sterile non-crime that left behind no trace but the perfectly preserved, brightly lit house. You stared at the faded ink, the picture of the house looking exactly as it does now, only newer. You noticed a small boxed section from 1964, a final, chilling detail, reporting that the estate was settled remotely by a distant, unnamed relative, and that the house was immediately transferred into a trust and placed under perpetual maintenance. That trust was the key. It was why the property never changed hands, why the lawn was always mowed, and why the lights never went out. It was all automated, legally mandated, an endless loop of upkeep designed to keep the house running exactly as it was found, brightly lit, utterly empty. The archive felt like it had given up its ghost. You found yourself humming softly, a nervous release of tension. This whole thing was turning into a terrible joke. So, the house is maintained by a trust fund. It all makes sense now. I bet the homeowners association meetings are a riot. Attendance is low, but the minutes are very detailed. You also found a strange mention of an earlier, more rural lore in the same volume, an obscure tidbit about the hill itself. Long before the Cromwells, it was locally known as the place where the wind stops. The superstition claimed the very peak of the hill created an unnatural bubble of atmospheric stillness, which was not safe. Old farmers believed that sound and wind, which carry away bad influences, were necessary for psychological health, and that a place where the atmosphere was perpetually still would allow things to settle and accumulate. The bright, silent house was built right in the middle of this supposed stillness, this natural vacuum for the weird. You leaned back, rubbing your tired eyes. You had the historical context, the motive for the perpetual light, the trust, and the timeline of the disappearance. But the gate remained the immediate problem. The gate was not mandated by the 1964 trust. The gate was new. It was a recent addition, an act of active protection, an amendment to the trust's sterile mandate. You laughed, a short, dry burst. The trust documents must have a clause for preventing the local weirdo from getting too close. Or maybe, if observer is detected, deploy maximum security barrier and look smug. The information, while fascinating, created a new paradox. If the house was empty and maintained by a trust, who had installed the gate? And more importantly, who was operating the camera? This brought you back to the scholarly debate phrasing. Researchers disagree on whether the automation of security and maintenance in long-abandoned but preserved structures is a purely mechanical, predictable function, or if the consistent patterns and reactions imply an unseen operator who may not be legally or physically residing on the property, but who is nonetheless managing it remotely with unnerving, personal focus. You realized the library's records, while revealing the what and the when, did not explain the who of the current situation. The gate and the way the light seemed to track you were not the past, they were the present. You needed to find a way around that gate. The driveway was sealed. You needed an alternate route, a weakness in the place where the wind stops. The archive had given you the ghost, the Cromwell family's disappearance, but the gate was a living defense. You knew the gate wasn't an original feature. No one building a remote, sprawling home in the 1940s starts with a 10-foot steel barrier. It was an addendum, a reaction. And every modern security measure has a weakness, especially when applied to an old, non-standard property. The next day, you weren't looking up at the hill from your window. You were studying topographical maps and old surveyor plats from the courthouse. You ignored the main driveway, which was now a lost cause, and focused on the borders. The Cromwell residence property line, as shown on the brittle, folding paper, was vast, sprawling further down the eastern slope into a ravine, a section of dense, largely inaccessible woods. The border there was marked only by a faded, dotted line. You returned to the hill in the afternoon during the confusing time just before dusk, when the house's light was only a pale yellow smear against the last vestiges of the sun, making it less intimidating. You walked the periphery of the main driveway, staying low in the brush, searching for any break in the perimeter that the new construction might have missed. The mainstream scary fact of architectural deception, like the hidden rooms and complex maze-like layout of HHH, Holmes's murder castle, was running through your mind. These places aren't just built to hold, they're built to mislead. You were looking for the architect's lie, and you found it, not on the main road, but exactly where the surveyor map suggested, near the ravine. About 50 yards downhill from the new gate, tucked away where the drainage slope was steepest and most overgrown, was an old, crumbling stone path. It was barely visible, choked with decades of pine needles, ferns, and thick ivy, clearly neglected long before the Cromwells vanished. It was too narrow for a car, perhaps intended for maintenance staff, a hidden service entrance, or maybe just a route down to a well or a forgotten spring. The new black steel gate had simply ignored it, sealing the main artery but neglecting this small, thrombosed capillary. The security camera, mounted high on its pole, was aimed down the main driveway, completely blind to this lower, more natural path. You pushed through the thorny brush, stepping onto the uneven, moss-covered stones. The path dipped sharply, giving you an immediate sense of descent and isolation. Once you were a few yards in, the density of the trees was such that the world dropped away. The sound of the wind was muffled, and the low, constant hum of the valley was completely extinguished. You were back in that oppressive stillness that old lore described as the place where the wind stops. This feeling of isolation was an obscure horror tidbit in itself. It reminded you of the old fringe belief in pocket universes, the idea that certain geographically isolated areas can host a localized break from the consensus reality, a place where the air itself is heavier, the light is wrong, and external rules don't fully apply. The path felt like a slow, conscious slide into one of those pockets. You had to laugh, a breathy sound in the quiet. Well, that was easy. They spent a fortune on the main gate, and all I needed was a decent pair of hiking boots and a profound lack of respect for private property. I bet the trust accountant is going to be thrilled. Security review notes, budget for industrial gate, cut corners on ravine maintenance, target acquired via back door. The ascent was a slow, quiet crawl. The path twisted and turned, and soon you were ascending back toward the house's level, but approaching it from the completely unmonitored rear. The trees finally began to thin, and you could see the dark, stone-built rear facade looming above you. The back of the house was less glass and more solid wall, but still every window on every visible floor was blazing with that same relentless, sterile light. You paused, leaning against a tree, catching your breath. The house was mere yards away now, an immense bright wall of concrete and stone. You pulled out another one of your nervous, dry jokes, a way to keep the fear from seizing control. I should have brought a housewarming gift. Maybe a nice scented candle. No, wait. That place is bright enough to blind God. It probably burns through scented candles just for fun. You were no longer an observer in your bedroom. You were an intruder, a trespasser standing on the verge of the property, mere feet from the walls. The sheer silence was overwhelming. You looked at the solid, dark back door, the point of entry. It looked ordinary, just a thick wooden door with a simple dark brass knob. Unlocked, likely not. The scholarly debate phrasing returned, sharpened by your proximity. Researchers disagree on whether the human impulse toward trespassing and confronting frightening, forbidden places is primarily driven by an evolutionary imperative to resolve territorial anomalies and threats, or if it's a symptom of a deeper, modern psychological drive seeking genuine, visceral experience in an increasingly sanitized and mediated world. You just knew you had to touch the door. You took the final steps out of the woods, walking across the perfectly manicured yet strangely unkempt back lawn. You reached the door, your hand hovering over the cool, rough brass. The house was no longer a distant glow. It was a massive, silent, glaring object. You twisted the knob. It was unlocked. The cold brass knob turned with a smooth, silent precision that was instantly unnerving. No squeak, no resistance, just the smooth engagement of well-oiled machinery. The door swung inward on hinges that were just as silent, revealing a pitch-black cavity behind it. For a house so committed to light, this immediate, absolute darkness was a profound shock. You stepped inside, pulling the door closed behind you, plunging yourself into an intense, velvety blackness that felt denser than the night outside. And then, a sound. Not a loud sound, but a distinct low hiss that traveled through the floorboards and up into your feet. It was immediately followed by a rapid, soft click-thunk that echoed somewhere far above you. And then, the light hit. It wasn't a gradual coming on. It was an instant, overwhelming blast of the same aggressive, white-yellow illumination you'd observed from miles away. You gasped, stumbling back against the door, temporarily blinded. The light was so fierce it felt like pressure on your eyeballs, forcing you to squeeze your lid shut. When you could finally blink your eyes open, you were standing in a massive, two-story foyer. The foyer was breathtakingly grand, yet terribly wrong. The ceiling soared above you, finished with intricate dark wood molding. A sweeping staircase, also of dark polished wood, dominated one wall, leading up to a landing where the light was even more intense. The floor was a mosaic of pale marble tiles that reflected the light so brightly it felt like walking on a layer of water. The room was absolutely, impeccably clean, with that same aggressive emptiness you'd seen through the window. It was a space that felt ready for a party, but devoid of all possibility of human warmth. The most peculiar sensation was the heat. It wasn't the stuffy heat of a closed-up home. It was a dry, unnatural warmth that made you instantly sweat, and it was carrying that faint metallic scent ozone, or perhaps something electrical and slightly burnt that you had smelled outside. You ran a hand over the closest wall, noticing the dust, or rather, the lack of dust. The surface was cool and smooth. This house was being cleaned by someone or something with fastidious, relentless attention. It was too perfect. The utter silence, now that you were inside, was the true horror. You were surrounded by powerful lighting that must have generated tremendous heat and sound, yet you heard no hum of ballasts, no buzz of wires, no drone of exhaust fans. Just the soft, high-pitched hiss that seemed to emanate from the very walls and the crackle of your own nerves. This quiet, despite the powerful light, felt like a deliberate act of engineering. This quiet made you think of the chilling, mainstream scary fact that in the 19th and early 20th centuries, there were documented legal cases of people being acquitted of murder due to homicidal somnambulism, performing violent, complex acts while completely asleep. The idea is that the person is fundamentally unconscious while their body goes through the motions. You wondered if this entire house was an act of unconscious maintenance, a deeply complex, repetitive routine carried out by a person or mechanism that was not truly awake in any meaningful sense, compelled only by the 1964 Trust's mandate for perpetual light. You noticed a detail, the shadows. Because the light came uniformly from all sides and above, there were very few natural shadows. Only at the base of the staircase did the complex molding finally manage to cast a small, dense line of shadow. You realized the house was not just lit, it was shadow-proofed. This brought to mind an obscure or fringe horror tidbit known as the Umbra tax. This lore suggests that certain supernatural entities, particularly those known as shade wraiths or dark walkers, are unable to cross or move through spaces with no shadows, as they rely on the Umbra to anchor themselves to our reality. The constant, shadow-annihilating light of the Cromwell residence wouldn't just be an eccentric choice. It would be a weaponized defense against the dark things that settled on the hill where the wind stops. You backed away from the entrance and slowly moved toward the grand staircase. "Well, at least I know why I wasn't invited to the housewarming," you whispered, the sound immediately absorbed by the silence. "They clearly don't like my aesthetic. No room for a decent coffee table. They're going for the stark clinical panic look. Very trendy." You thought about the town's silence again. The scholarly debate phrasing returned to you in this oppressive space. Researchers disagree on whether the collective, synchronized denial exhibited by the local townspeople concerning the Cromwell family disappearance is a genuine organic instance of social trauma and psychological repression, or if it constitutes a socially engineered, maintained secret designed to prevent further investigation into the property itself. The perfect cleanliness and silence of this foyer, a place that should have been a dusty wreck, suggested an external force, an ongoing manager far more active than a distant trust fund. You paused at the foot of the stairs, peering into the bright emptiness above. "I should probably leave a note for the invisible maintenance man," you thought, forcing a dry smile. Something like, "Found a secret door. Used a lot of electricity. Hope you don't mind the new security breach." The hiss continued, a steady, low, almost comforting sound that was, in reality, terrifying. It felt like the house was breathing. You had to go up. The source of the light and the hiss surely lay closer to the top of the house. You started up the wide, carpetless wooden steps, the polished surface cold beneath your shoes. The staircase was a silent, vertical extension of the foyer's sterile wrongness. Your steps made barely a whisper on the polished wood, absorbed instantly by the thick, sound-dampening air. As you ascended, the heat intensified, and that dry, metallic scent became sharp, almost stinging the back of your throat. You were climbing toward a light source so intense it felt like you were walking into a white-hot furnace. At the top of the stairs, the landing was a blinding expanse of reflected light. You had to shield your eyes with your hand, squinting against the glare. The light wasn't coming from specific fixtures in the ceiling, but seemed to emanate uniformly from a series of seamless panels set into the walls and ceiling, making the entire space a massive, luminous cube. There were no bulbs to change, no ordinary fixtures to buzz. This was bespoke, industrial-grade illumination, designed for a high-intensity environment. You followed the escalating heat and the source of the persistent, rhythmic hiss. It led you away from the main corridor of empty rooms and toward a smaller, heavy door tucked almost invisibly into a corner near the back of the house. This door was different. It wasn't decorative, it was functional, made of steel and marked with a small faded warning sign that you couldn't quite read in the glare. You tried the knob. It was unlocked too. Stepping through, you entered a space that felt entirely divorced from the rest of the house, the engine room. It was a massive, low-ceilinged attic or utility space, unfinished, smelling strongly of ozone and burnt electronics. This was the source of the heat and the sound. The low hiss was the sound of air moving, a massive, hidden ventilation system working overtime to keep the immense heat generated by the lights from incinerating the structure. And there, dominating the center of the room, was the source of the entire fixation, the perpetual light system. It wasn't a standard circuit breaker. It was a chaotic, beautiful, and terrifying installation of thick, braided wires, enormous, silently spinning transformers, and what looked like a series of specialized, glowing, cylindrical batteries the size of torpedoes. The entire system was archaic, built with mid-century tech but maintained to a chilling modern standard. It was a custom-built industrial power plant, whispering with immense, self-contained energy. You realized the truth about the Cromwell Trust's mandate. They hadn't just paid the bills, they had maintained and constantly upgraded a private, off-grid power infrastructure. The house wasn't on the town's grid, it was self-sufficient. This explained the insane electricity costs and the inability of the locals to understand the house's persistence. It was a technical marvel designed for a single, senseless purpose. This discovery gave context to the mainstream scary fact of industrial paranoia. During the Cold War, many wealthy or eccentric individuals constructed elaborate, self-contained bunkers and survival shelters, complete with their own power, water, and air filtration systems, often with extreme specifications and secrecy. The Cromwell residence was an inverted bunker, not built to keep a chosen few safe inside, but built to sustain a single, continuous, relentless output. The light to an external world. It was a luxury survival system designed for light, not life. You looked at the intricate wiring, noticing the meticulous soldering and the pristine condition of the components. A small, dry chuckle escaped you. The last electrician to work here must have been a very sad, very bored man. Imagine your obituary. He died knowing how to keep a completely empty house lit up forever. You touched a nearby conduit. It was vibrating slightly with the force of the current. The metallic smell was overwhelming. This brought to mind the obscure or fringe horror tidbit of the electric doppelganger. This lore posits that in places where electrical energy is stored, generated, and maintained at profoundly unnatural levels for long periods, the energy itself can begin to take on a phantom consciousness, a self-aware pattern that seeks only to maintain the flow. The flicker you saw, the gate, the tracking light, these wouldn't be the actions of a person but the defensive maneuvers of an autonomous, purely electrical entity fighting to maintain its life source. The house was not haunted by a ghost, it was occupied by a power surge. The complexity of the system was daunting. It was engineered not just to be on, but to never turn off. This raised the question that tied into the town's silence and the disappearance. Researchers disagree on whether the construction of such a high overhead, custom power infrastructure for non-residential purposes indicates a secret, specialized operation, e.g. communications, research, or containment, or if it is purely an elaborate physical manifestation of a psychological disorder, a kind of structural obsessive-compulsive routine inherited and maintained by the trust. You looked at the huge, silenced transformers. Well, if nothing else, the last Cromwell was a devoted environmentalist. Look at all this recycling of perfectly good energy. I'm sure their ghost is very proud. My son, I am pleased you found a hobby. Now, make sure the thermostat is set to blinding. You stood there, breathing in the burnt metallic air, feeling the pressure of the heat. You knew, scientifically, how the lights were on. But the deeper, terrifying why was still hidden. The rest of the house, however, held the answers to the Cromwell's sudden exit. You had to go back into the main house, back into the sterile emptiness, and search for the one thing that had been left behind. Leaving the generator room and stepping back onto the landing was like exiting a high-voltage cage. The heat was less concentrated, but the light was just as brutal. Your goal was now to sweep the main living quarters, searching for any anomaly in the pervasive, aggressive emptiness. You moved slowly down the main corridor, a long, brightly lit tunnel lined with closed doors. Each room you entered was a perfect, pristine replica of the last, vast, unnervingly silent, and completely devoid of furniture. A dining room, large enough for a banquet, contained only the polished wooden floor. A living area built around a massive empty stone fireplace had no chairs, no rug, and no evidence of ever having hosted a comfortable conversation. It was the architectural equivalent of a screamed question mark. The absence of domesticity was a presence in itself. You noted the sheer scale of the operation. This wasn't a house that had been cleared by movers. This was a house that had been erased. Every room was immaculate, the windows shining, the walls unmarred. Where do you put an entire household of possessions? Beds, lamps, bookshelves, clothes, kitchen utensils, toys, the physical residue of a family's life. They weren't just missing, they were annihilated. This brought you back to the chilling parallel with the Mary Celeste. The scholarly debate phrasing was now haunting you within these empty rooms. Historians still argue whether the lack of chaos or sign of struggle on the abandoned ship suggests a sudden, non-violent panic that caused the crew to flee, or if the ship's preserved state points to a calculated removal of all personnel by an unknown external force capable of working with extreme speed and surgical precision. In this house, the surgical precision was the missing furniture. It was the systematic excision of every trace of human comfort. You stood in what must have been the master bedroom, a massive, light-drenched box with an empty space where a king-size bed should have been. You could practically hear yourself saying, "So, what's a bedbug's favorite kind of mattress?" None. They prefer the floor, apparently, just for the extra challenge. It was a terrible joke, but the silence demanded some form of counter-noise. The cleanliness was the key. Someone, or something, was spending a tremendous amount of energy maintaining this void. It spoke to the mainstream scary fact of pathological cleanliness in some crime scenes. The deliberate removal of all forensic evidence. The attempt to turn a traumatic space back into a pristine, untouchable object is a signature of high-functioning control and deep-seated mania. This house was a perfect example of such a pathological environment, maintained in a perpetual state of before. You found yourself in the kitchen. Not a single appliance was missing. The massive stainless steel refrigerator hummed faintly, the first normal noise you'd heard. The stove was clean and the countertops were spotless. But the drawers, empty. The pantry, bare. No food, no plates, no silverware. It was a perfect, high-end showroom kitchen, utterly sterile. You opened a cupboard, the sound echoing sharply. "Well, I guess the good news is they don't have a ghost chef," you whispered, pushing the dry humor to the edge. "If they did, I'd ask for the recipe for existential dread soup. I'm sure it's a house specialty." As you were about to leave the kitchen, something caught your eye near the back door, not the one you used, but a service door near the pantry. It was a slight smudge on the pristine white paint of the wall, low down, barely visible. It wasn't dirt. It was a subtle, almost faded vertical line, slightly lighter than the paint around it, as if something had been repeatedly brushed against the wall at that exact height. This tiny, mundane detail, a slight abrasion on a wall, felt like the most important clue yet. It wasn't the house's cleanliness, it was a scar on it. It brought to mind an obscure or fringe horror tidbit known as the children's measure. In old rural homes, the faint pencil marks where parents measured their children's growth on the door frames are sometimes believed to be potent anchors for residual energy, specifically the protective larvae or spirits of the house. That subtle vertical brush mark low on the wall seemed to indicate a repeated human action that the house's maintenance had not fully eradicated. You knelt, tracing the line with your finger. It was too low for an adult's hand to repeatedly rub unless they were kneeling, a small child perhaps. The sheer, overwhelming emptiness of the rest of the house, the complete lack of childhood items, no toys, no small shoes, nothing, made this faint mark a crushing weight of detail. The Cromwells had 2 children. You quickly checked the kitchen door frame. There, hidden beneath the door's edge, were several tiny, faint pencil marks. The children had been measured, and then they, and everything that defined them, had been erased. You stood up, your heart pounding a cold rhythm against your ribs. The light, the gate, the quiet, the trust. All of it was a magnificent, theatrical stage set to hide a single, simple, horrifying fact. Someone had vanished, and everything that proved they were ever there had been systematically, perfectly removed. Except for a few, faint, indelible marks. The faint, brushed-off height marks in the kitchen were the final, devastating proof of the Cromwell children's reality. A minuscule betrayal of the house's vast, sterile lie. This knowledge propelled you forward, past the empty, glaring rooms, seeking the heart of the house, the one place where the occupant, whoever or whatever it was, might have retreated. You followed the sound of the relentless ventilation, the rhythmic low hiss that meant the generator was running full tilt, and it led you back to the main upper corridor, which was otherwise identical to the floor below, empty and brilliantly lit. At the very end of this long, white-hot hall was a single, closed door, slightly recessed into the wall. It looked unremarkable, painted the same stark white as the walls, almost designed to be overlooked. You reached it, your hand damp with sweat from the unnatural heat. You pushed it open. The room was instantly, overwhelmingly disorienting. It was a standard-sized bedroom, but the architect had done something horrifying with the interior. The walls were lined, floor to ceiling, with unframed, antique mirrors. They weren't modern, flat panels. They were old, imperfect glass with slight distortions and faint silvering around the edges. And because the main corridor outside was so brilliantly illuminated, that light flooded into the room, hitting the mirrors and being reflected infinitely. The light was multiplied, amplified, and thrown back at you from 1,000 different angles. It wasn't just bright, it was a physical assault. It was the house's light taken to its logical, psychotic extreme. You stood on the threshold, catching your breath, trying to process the overwhelming visual noise. The room was a dizzying, endless loop of your own stunned reflection, stretching into distorted, shrinking hallways of mirrored images. There was no true center, no back wall, just you, repeated over and over, trapped in a sparkling, confusing prism. The room was, of course, also empty. No furniture, no bed, no object to break the hypnotic recursion. This was the complete opposite of the darkness you craved. It was light, anxiety made physical. The dizzying infinity of reflections brought to mind the unsettling mainstream scary fact of mass hysteria and psychological warfare, specifically the concept of sensory overload used to induce paranoia and break down the sense of self. To put a person or a thing in this room would be to strip them of all external reality, forcing them into a terrifying, endless confrontation with their own fractured image. You stepped inside, slowly, feeling the marble floor cold beneath your feet. Your reflection in the nearest mirror looked exhausted, too pale, and impossibly close. You had to look away from your own eyes, which seemed to be pleading for escape. "Well, this is certainly reflective," you muttered, forcing a laugh that sounded thin and panicked. "I always wondered what it would be like to be everywhere at once. Now I know. It's exhausting, and I desperately need to buy a bigger house." You started to walk a circuit, keeping your eyes down, trying to find an interruption in the glass. The air felt charged, almost electrical. It was here that the metallic smell and the heat were most intense, as if this room was the focal point of the light system. You thought of the obscure or fringe horror tidbit known as the mortal coil mirror, a dark piece of occult belief, which claims that a room lined with imperfect antique glass can be used to hold a soul prisoner. The reflections aren't just images, they are fragments of consciousness, and the slight distortions in the glass prevent the fragmented soul from ever recoalescing. The continuous, overwhelming light would be the energy source keeping the fragmentation cycle going. Was this room built as a beautiful, glowing trap? You realized you had to find a break, an actual wall. You moved toward the sound of the ventilation hiss, which seemed strongest from one particular corner. It wasn't a window or a door. It was an architectural seam that looked like it might be an access panel or a small closet. As you got closer, your reflection in the dozens of mirrors twisted into long, warped figures, a parade of pale, terrified selves trailing after you. You had to deliver a joke to cut through the anxiety, to prove you were still in control of your own voice. "You know, if I were the person living here, I'd hate getting up in the morning. Imagine having a bad hair day and the house says, 'Hey, everyone, look at all of you. You all look terrible.'" The recess panel opened easily, revealing a small, dark storage space little more than a closet. Unlike the rest of the house, this space was not empty. It was cluttered with equipment, rolls of new, heavy-gauge electrical wire, boxes of specific high-wattage lighting elements, and a stack of technical manuals, all pertaining to high-efficiency, self-contained power generation. This confirmed that the maintenance was recent and precise. But resting on top of one of the boxes was a single, small, non-electrical object. This discovery brought you back to the enduring mystery of the empty ship. Researchers disagree on whether the existence of small, highly personal items, like a single notebook or a half-eaten meal, Left behind in a scene of sudden mass abandonment signifies a hasty, uncalculated departure due to extreme terror, or if it represents a deliberate ritualistic sign left for whomever might investigate. This single item in the mirror room felt like a sign. It was time to see the last living detail left in the house. Your hand trembled as you reached into the cramped supply closet, the light from the mirror room throwing a distorted, blinding glare onto the boxes and the object resting on top. It wasn't a manual or a tool or a dusty relic. It was a single, small, hardbound notebook. It was a standard, black-covered ledger, the kind used for accounting or serious note-taking. You pulled it out, immediately noticing that it didn't feel old. The paper was crisp and the cover was smooth. This was not a remnant of the 1963 disappearance. This was recent. You flipped it open, shielding the page from the glare with your body. The light, bouncing off the surrounding mirrors, made the ink jump and swim, but the handwriting was neat, meticulous, and small, the kind of script that suggests a mind focused on obsessive detail. It wasn't a diary, it was a log. The entries were all dates, times, and power readings interspersed with short, terse notes on system maintenance. 08C1C and 2225, 02000, cycle 442. Light integrity check, 100%. Ozone levels nominal, noise filtering steady, no anomalies. 08C21C 2025, 04000 321C 2025, 04000 1025. Executed. New intrusion attempt detected. Initiated Phase 1, steel gate deployment. Immediate action required. Installation scheduled for 08C25, 08C26 225, 08C26, cycle 45-1, gate operational. Camera feed confirmed, intruder observed retreating, light adjustment made, zone A3, upper window, or C20, C25, arc instruction ENA3, upper window, and C25, in Nesonator and Nesonage 251, project safety restored, 09012225, 01015, cycle 457, maintenance round complete, noted minor scuff on kitchen wall, 12 Meyer Sife, corrective sanding applied, note, must eliminate all trace of prior usage, T now D2 2025, 03000, key to 2025, 3000, CRC of TM, CRSCP, CR Contine. External factors stable. Silence is maintained. I can rest now. You looked at the date, October 28, 2025. That was last night. The last line, I can rest now. The notebook wasn't just proof of an occupant. It was proof of an active, meticulous, and current custodian. It was a person who was physically present, running a highly complex system, reacting to your past visit with the gate, and even scrubbing the child's height mark off the kitchen wall. The custodian was focused on two things: light integrity and the elimination of all historical human trace. This confirmed the house wasn't maintained by a simple trust fund. It was managed by an obsessed operator. This individual, whose presence was finally revealed in their own handwriting, was conducting a terrifying surgical erasure of the past, using the perpetual light as both a tool of surveillance and a defensive shield. The entry about the gate was the most chilling. Intruder observed retreating. Light adjustment made. They had seen you, studied you, and used the house's primary weapon, the light, to maintain the psychological distance. The entire operation felt less like a person and more like an automated consciousness driven by a terrifying, simple imperative. This related to the mainstream scary fact of pathological fixation in crime, the type of obsessive behavior seen in collectors of murder paraphernalia, or those who revisit crime scenes to maintain a connection to the trauma. This house was a perfect example of such a pathological environment, maintained in a perpetual state of eternal, brilliant preservation. You looked at the last entry again. Silence is maintained. I can rest now. You realized that in a house without human sound, the only way the custodian could verify the success of the house's isolation was the absence of noise, the quiet that the old lore called the place where the wind stops. The light kept the shadows away, and the intense maintenance kept the memory away. You had to drop a joke, a desperate attempt to regain equilibrium against the cold logic of the log. This guy's devotion to a clean aesthetic is really impressive. I bet he goes to therapy, and his shrink asks him how he's dealing with his anxiety, and he says, I manage it with 10,000 watts and a total lack of personal furniture. The notebook was the only thing in the house that had a personal history. It was a history of the present. You knew you had to leave immediately, but you also knew this notebook could not be left behind. It was too important. As you slipped the ledger into your pocket, you heard a noise that was not the hiss of the vent or the beat of your own pulse. It was a faint single click from the high-voltage panel in the generator room you had just left. The sound of a circuit breaker switching. This sudden shift gave rise to an obscure or fringe horror tidbit known as the light snuffers, a lore that says in certain hyperlit environments, spirits of those killed by fire or blinding light will occasionally return, briefly, to seize and consume the energy source, plunging the area into immediate dangerous darkness. The click sounded like the beginning of that consumption. You felt a wave of icy panic wash over the dry heat. You gripped the notebook. The silent power of the house, which had been your guide, was suddenly inexplicably vulnerable. Researchers disagree on whether a sudden, non-localized mechanical failure in a self-contained high-power system is more likely to be caused by a catastrophic physical flaw, e.g., thermal overload, short circuit, or an external, non-physical influence that briefly disrupts the energy field. Before you could move, before you could even turn, the light, the all-encompassing, defining light of the mirror room, the landing, and the entire house, died. The change was absolute, violent, and instantaneous. One moment you were blinded by 1,000 reflections. The next, you were plunged into a darkness so profound and deep that it felt like an ocean closing over your head. The air pressure seemed to drop with the light. The loss of the relentless glare was accompanied by the complete cessation of the rhythmic, pervasive hiss of the ventilation system. The heat, which had been pressing against you, suddenly felt cold, replaced by a searing coldness that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. You were blind, deafened by the lack of sound, and paralyzed by the sheer disorientation. The mirror room had become the worst place to be. The mirrors, instead of reflecting light, now reflected the absence of it. A dizzying, infinite blackness showing you 1,000 versions of your own panicked, straining face. The silence was the most terrifying. It was not the oppressive waiting silence of the outside woods or the engineered silence of the lit-up house. It was a dead silence, the silence of absolute cessation, a vacuum where sound could not exist. You scrambled out of the small closet, banging your head on the low frame, not caring about the pain. You moved blindly, your arms outstretched, desperately searching for the door you came through. Every direction felt the same, a cold, hard plane of mirrored glass. The power cut meant the entire defense system was down. The relentless energy that kept the shadow people away, the power that masked the house's deeper sounds. It was gone. The house, for the first time in over 6 decades, was naked and listening to the natural darkness settle in. You heard it then, cutting through the heavy, dead silence. A sound that was utterly out of place. It was a small, wet sound like the squish of a shoe on a damp floor, or a slow, deliberate step on a thick, wet surface. It came from the far end of the long corridor, down the stairs near the foyer. It was unmistakable. It was a sound of movement, and it was not yours. The final, chilling realization hit you with the force of a physical blow. The custodian had written in his log that he could rest now. The light was his working mask, his operational field. The sudden darkness meant the custodian was no longer operating a system. They were free. The mainstream scary fact of homicidal somnambulism, the unconscious, complex violence performed during deep sleep, came crashing back. What if the light was the thing that kept the custodian awake, conscious, and focused on maintenance, and the darkness, the rest, was the release of the unmotivated, unconscious killer? The person who, while asleep, felt the need to eliminate all trace of prior usage, including the intruder who carried the incriminating ledger. You fumbled for the doorknob, your fingers finding the cool brass. You had the notebook, you had the proof, but you were trapped in a room of endless black mirrors with something that was now, finally, moving. You heard the wet sound again, closer now, accompanied by a low, almost inaudible drag across the uncarpeted floorboards below. It was moving with terrifying speed and purpose through the lower floor. You had to get out, down the stairs, through the silent house, and back through the unlocked service door. You threw the door open, lunging out onto the landing, plunging yourself toward the dark, unseen stairwell. You felt the terrifying whoosh of air behind you in the mirror room. Not wind, but displacement. Something very tall had moved quickly in the space you just vacated. You stumbled onto the top step, starting your blind descent into the screaming darkness. The descent down the massive staircase was an act of pure reflexive terror. You were falling, not walking, your hands scraping against the smooth, dark wood of the banister. The sounds of your panicked movement echoing horribly in the sudden, expansive silence of the foyer. The cold was shocking, the air heavy and thick with the metallic scent and the deep, rich smell of old wood that had been masked for decades by the light and the heat. You hit the marble floor of the foyer, rolling, your body impacting the cold surface with a jarring thud that should have sounded enormous, but was swallowed instantly by the dead acoustic of the dark. You scrambled up, turning toward the faint, barely perceptible rectangle of darkness that was the service door you entered through. But you froze. You heard the wet, dragging sound again, not behind you, but ahead of you. It was coming from the mouth of the main corridor, the long, empty tunnel you had passed through earlier. Whatever it was no longer on the stairs or in the foyer. It was between you and the exit. You flattened yourself against the cold, unyielding wall near the staircase, breathing through your mouth in shallow, rattling gasps. Your eyes, now somewhat adjusted to the profound dark, could barely discern the outlines of the room. The only thing you could see was a slight, subtle displacement of the dark near the corridor's entrance. It wasn't a shape. It was a moving shadow in a world of shadows. The dragging sound stopped. The dead silence returned, heavy, expectant. You could hear the frantic thump of your own heart, the only life left in this mausoleum. You realized the only way out was to bypass it, to move toward the kitchen where you had seen the child's height mark, and exit through the original service door. You began to move, inch by painful inch, pressing your body against the cold wall, aiming for the far side of the room. Each microscopic movement felt monumental. The air was thick, and you moved less by sight and more by the memory of the floor plan. The notebook in your pocket felt like a brand, a heavy, warm block of captured guilt. As you crept past the staircase, you heard a sound directly over your head. A low, rhythmic scraping that sounded like a fingernail being drawn across the polished wood of the banister, right where your hand had been moments before. It was trolling you, marking your last position, playing with the newfound darkness. You broke into a blind, desperate, silent run toward the kitchen's threshold. You stumbled past the empty, formal dining room, the cold air hitting your face like a sheet of ice. The kitchen was just ahead. You reached the service door, your hands frantically searching for the knob. The doorknob was cold, smooth, and perfect. You twisted it, pushing against the door. It moved a fraction of an inch, then stopped. It was locked. The custodian's log had mentioned the kitchen wall scuff. The custodian, who sought to eliminate all trace of prior usage, had found your point of entry and sealed it. The custodian, in their deep mechanical sleep, was still finishing their work. You turned, desperate, your back pressed against the immovable door. The dark was absolute. The silence was perfect. And then you felt it. A faint, dry pressure on the air of the hallway. No sound, no footstep, just a slight, unidentifiable pressure, and that overwhelming, unnatural coldness rushing toward you from the empty, black dining room. You close your eyes, accepting the final, profound stillness. The light is gone. The house is awake. Now, drift. Feel the mattress beneath you, solid and still. The air around you is turning cool, your muscles beginning to soften. The sounds of the night are distant now, muffled by the walls, fading down into the hum of the fan you turned on, or the quiet, lonely beat of your own heart. That light on the hill is gone, isn't it? Just total, heavy darkness. The kind of darkness that presses close, that feels like a weight instead of an absence. It's okay. You're home. You're warm. The doors are locked. The windows are closed. Nothing can come in. Nothing can get out. That cold feeling is just the fan. That quick breath you took is just your body settling. The silence is finally absolute. It's time to let go of the noise, let go of the names, let go of the light. Just the gentle, slow drift. Down, down. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, True Scary Stories. Where are you watching from tonight, and what time is it in your country? Have you shared my channel with your friends yet, or are you keeping these whispers all to yourself? Settle in. Let the sound of your own quiet breathing fill the space. Maybe you're tucked under a heavy blanket, or maybe you're perched on the edge of the sofa, watching the shadows stretch and retreat in the furthest corners of your room. Listen closely to the old house settling around you, that subtle, almost imperceptible creak from the attic, or the distant, irregular tap-tap-tap of a branch against a window pane. It's comforting, isn't it? This feeling of absolute safety, even as we prepare to dive into something deeply, terribly real. Just remember, the only thing scarier than being alone in the dark is the sudden, chilling realization that you aren't. You might want to grab that emotional support plushie, because you probably won't survive this story mentally intact, and the plushie will make a lovely souvenir for the next poor soul who finds your recording. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your location and the local time in the comments. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that low, unsettling hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You know that feeling, the sheer, unadulterated thud of a piece of thick mail dropping onto your welcome mat. Not junk, not a bill, but a formal, hefty card in an impossibly creamy, expensive-feeling envelope. That's where this starts for you. You live a quiet life. You work, you pay your taxes, you occasionally forget to take out the recycling. You're unremarkable, which is usually a good thing, a shield against the weirdness of the world. But one Tuesday morning, there it is, the first invitation. The envelope is addressed in an elegant, looping script you instantly know isn't yours or anyone you know. The stamp is an antique deep purple with a profile of a monarch you can't quite place, and it's canceled with an unfamiliar, almost illegible postmark. You pick it up. It feels cold, a strange, inexplicable coldness that doesn't match the mild autumn air in your hallway. You turn it over, already expecting the embossed seal of a wedding or a charity gala. But there's no return address, just a tiny, faint smudge of something that looks like rust or dried earth near the flap. You slide a fingernail under the seal. It releases with a whispery shh, and the paper inside is even thicker than the envelope suggested, textured like old linen. The card is perfectly square, matte black ink on that heavy cream stock. It reads, "You are cordially invited to attend a small gathering in remembrance for the late Mr. Its side, Thomas C. Albright, Saturday, October 30th, St. Jude's Chapel, 11:59 p.m. Your presence would be a great comfort to the surviving family." And there it is, the first sharp spike of ice in your gut. You know the name, Thomas C. Albright. You know it because Mr. Steedy Albright was the victim in the notorious 1980 cold case, the wealthy eccentric who vanished from his locked study. His disappearance was headline news for a year, and the case file is still required reading in college criminology courses. He didn't just pass away, he disappeared without a trace. The mainstream scary horror fact here is that Mr. Albright's case bears an uncanny resemblance to the Dyatlov Pass incident, where 9 skilled hikers died under highly unusual and still unexplained circumstances in the Russian Ural Mountains in 1959. In both cases, authorities found perplexing clues, like the Dyatlov victim's clothing being torn from the inside, or Albright's key found inside the study, yet no body. So, who is sending you a memorial invitation for a man who was declared legally deceased 35 years ago after a non-fatal yet permanent disappearance? You laugh, a short, nervous huff of air. It has to be a joke. A profoundly tasteless, elaborate prank played by one of your older friends with too much time and a penchant for the morbid. But the paper feels too old, the script too genuine, the whole presentation too costly for a simple prank. You know, they say the best way to get over a fear of ghosts is to realize that most of them are probably just as bored and awkward as you are. At least they're better dressed than the average online troll. You call the police non-emergency line, but what do you say? "Hello, I've received a very fancy invitation from a dead guy." You can already hear the dispatcher sighing. Instead, you do what anyone who has watched a horror movie does. You immediately research the name and the address. The invitation lists no RSVP contact, but you find the funeral home that would have handled Mr. Albright's funeral had a body ever been found. They closed 20 years ago. You check your own connections to the man. None. You've never met him, never worked for him, never lived near him. The only connection is that you read an article about the case 5 years ago. That's it. It's nothing. The whole thing should have been tossed in a recycling bin right then. A moment of weirdness, quickly forgotten, but you keep the card. It sits on your kitchen counter, radiating that strange chill. Every time you walk past, you stop and look at the flawless black font on the thick cream stock, and you can't shake the feeling that this isn't an invitation. It's a summons. The unsettling quiet of your apartment deepens. You try to focus on a show, on a book, but you keep seeing that name, Thomas C. Albright. You find yourself pacing back to the counter, checking the card again, just to make sure you didn't dream it. You read the address of the chapel, St. Jude's. You look it up. It's an old, deconsecrated landmark on the far side of town, boarded up since the 1950s. That night, you dream. You dream of a long, dark hallway and a sound like muted piano music coming from behind a closed door. In your dream, you are dressed in a suit you don't recognize, and you feel a burning pressure in your breast pocket, like a folded piece of thick, cold cardstock. The obscure horror tidbit you encounter is the regional folklore of the silent hour postman. In certain European villages, they say a figure dressed in the faded uniform of an old-time postman will only deliver specific pieces of mail grief-bound letters or formal invitations between the hours of 2000 a.m. and 4000 a.m. This mail is always from the recently or dramatically deceased, and the receiver is often a person who inadvertently crossed their path in life, sometimes by nothing more than reading their story in a newspaper. Researchers disagree on whether the enduring phenomenon of anomalous, personalized mail that defies postal tracking and features impossible postmarks is purely a matter of mass psychological suggestion, or if there is a genuine, albeit deeply rare, breach in conventional reality, allowing objects from outside our perceived time to intersect with the living. You now lean heavily toward the latter. The days pass, and your preoccupation grows. You're checking your mailbox obsessively, and then, a week later, it happens again. The exact same thud, the same thick cream envelope, the same looping script. This time, the scent is stronger, damp, sweet, and metallic, like pennies left out in the rain. You open it with less apprehension and more dread, a horrible, growing acceptance of the absurd. This one is for a different event, a different name. You are invited to a requiem service for Ms. Eleanor V. Hayes, Sunday, November 7th, the Old Parish Cemetery, plot R42, 1000 a.m. In lieu of flowers, a quiet presence would be most appreciated. Eleanor V. Hayes. You immediately recognize the name. She was the young librarian who died in a highly publicized, mysterious car accident on a perfectly clear road just last year. A case that was officially closed as driver error, but which local whispers always claimed involved a spectral passenger. I guess the afterlife is just one long, endless parade of RSVP-only events. They really know how to keep a social calendar. This time, you notice something you missed before. The ink, when you hold it up to the light, doesn't look black. It looks like the deepest, darkest violet, almost the color of an old bruise. You check the address on the envelope, this time finding a second, smaller stamp you missed. It doesn't have a recognizable image, just a circular, stylized drawing of 3 weeping angels clustered around an open book. You try to call the postal service in the morning, asking about the postmark. The woman on the line is cheerful and unhelpful. She suggests you must be mistaken. You can't bring yourself to throw away the invitations. They sit next to each other on your kitchen table now, a small, unsettling stack of obligations. They are too beautifully made, too heavy with their terrible meaning. You realize with a cold wave that you're starting to accept that someone or something is inviting you to events only the dead are supposed to attend. And the thought of declining, the thought of ignoring this polite, sophisticated summoning, that somehow feels like the scariest option of all. You stare at the second invitation, the one from Miss Eleanor V. Hayes, feeling a strange sort of validation that only comes from the confirmation of your worst, most illogical fears. It's not a prank. A prank wouldn't pivot from a 1980 cold case to a 2024 accident victim. A prank wouldn't have this smell, a pervasive, low scent of wet wool and something metallic, which you now recognize as the same faint, damp earthiness that clung to the first envelope. You're holding not just paper, but a physical slice of the bizarre, the tangible link to the places where life ran out. The listed location, the Old Parish Cemetery, plot R42, is what finally spurs you into action. It's too specific. It's a literal graveyard address. You put on a coat despite the warmth of the room. You feel a deep internal chill and head out, driving toward the historic district where the Old Parish Cemetery lies, a sprawling Victorian labyrinth of leaning headstones and weeping marble angels. The gates are closed, but you park down the street and slip through a break in the wrought iron fence. The air inside the cemetery is thick and still. Street lights don't penetrate this far. The moonlight is filtered by ancient oaks. You move past obelisks and crypts, your shoes crunching loudly on the shell-covered paths. Each sound seems magnified, echoing back to you from the dark, silent monuments. You pull out your phone, its flashlight beam weak and unsteady, and navigate by grid coordinates. takes you 20 minutes of increasingly frantic searching. You find it, a small, recently placed headstone, still unmarked but surrounded by a circle of freshly cut white lilies. The air here is noticeably colder. The scent of those lilies is overwhelming, sickly sweet, like perfume trying to mask something decaying beneath. You look down at the ground immediately surrounding the stone. The soil is deeply, richly dark, not the pale, sandy dirt of the rest of the cemetery, but a loamy, almost black earth. You kneel, running your gloved hand over the cold ground. It's damp, even though there's been no rain. And then you see it, the detail that makes your stomach flip, a faint, perfectly rectangular impression in the soil, almost certainly made by something sitting flat on the grave marker. Something like perhaps a freshly placed invitation. You realize the paper in your hand, the one calling you to a requiem service on this very spot, smells faintly of damp earth and lilies. It's the scent you're breathing in right now. The invitation wasn't mailed from a place of the dead. It was left there, physically, on the gravesite. This isn't some complex postal hoax. It's a direct delivery system from the crypt. It dawns on you that the date on the card, November 7th, is still over a week away. This means that whatever entity is doing this, the bereaved family, the host, or simply the logistics coordinator for the dearly departed social life, knew you would come here. They anticipated your curiosity, your need to verify the impossible. They set a stage, and you've walked right onto it, proving yourself a willing, if terrified, participant. The mainstream scary horror fact you remember as you stand there, alone among the dead, is the chilling truth about body farms. These forensic anthropology research facilities, where human decomposition is studied in natural settings, often report phenomena that challenge scientific explanation. Sudden, extreme drops in temperature around certain specimens, or audible whispers heard by researchers that defy recording. It's a clinical environment dedicated to the finality of death, yet the energy of passing doesn't always adhere to the laws of physics. You feel a sudden, intense pressure on your back, as though someone is standing directly behind you, leaning in. You whip around, heart hammering against your ribs. Nothing. Just the shadows, deep and still. You decide to offer a little internal, dark humor to break the tension. I'm starting to think my social life is better organized after death than it ever was in life. At least they're better organized than the average online troll. The obscure horror tidbit you recall is the Irish concept of the coiste bodar, or the silent coach. This is a spectral, hearse-like carriage, sometimes invisible, sometimes seen rushing past in the dead of night, whose wheels make no sound. The sound you hear, instead, is the faint ticking of an old clock from inside the carriage, a silent countdown to the next death in the area. You could swear, in the deep silence of this graveyard, you can hear a faint, almost mechanical tick-tock, far off, yet getting closer. You check the first invitation again, Thomas C. Albright, St. Jude's Chapel, 11:59 p.m. That date is tomorrow night. You've been so consumed by the shocking specificity of the second card that you almost missed the immediate deadline of the first. You have less than 24 hours to decide if you are going to attend the service for a man who disappeared 4 decades ago, held in a derelict, boarded-up church. You return home, the faint, cloying scent of lilies clinging to your coat. You toss the coat over a chair, and it looks like a dead thing slumped in the corner. You shower, scrub the cemetery dust from your skin, but the cold feeling remains deep beneath your bones. You try to reason it out. Historians still argue whether the widespread panic over resurrection men in the 19th century, the grave robbers who supplied fresh corpses to anatomy schools, was an accurate reflection of a widespread criminal network, or a localized moral panic exacerbated by sensationalist newspaper reporting. You wonder if this entire scenario is some kind of elaborate performance art piece, a dark, immersive theater experience designed to terrify people with overactive imaginations. But the stakes feel too real, the paper too old, the details too obscure. You find yourself staring into the dark kitchen, muttering to yourself, "I'm really looking forward to seeing what they serve at these events. I'm hoping for finger food, but maybe that's just wishful thinking." You look up St. Jude's Chapel again. It was heavily damaged in a fire in the 1920s and never fully repaired, eventually being condemned in the 50s. The windows are either boarded up or broken out, giving it the appearance of a skull with missing teeth. You consider calling the police one last time to report an elaborate trespassing scheme, but you stop. You realize you don't want to stop this. A morbid curiosity, a terrible magnetic pull, is overcoming your fear. You're being invited to a place that shouldn't exist, to meet people who shouldn't be here. It's the ultimate forbidden doorway. You finally put the cards away, storing them in a small, empty cigar box on your desk. You try to sleep, but your mind is racing. You imagine the chapel tomorrow night. Will it be empty? Will the door just be locked? Will you feel foolish standing there alone in the dark, waiting for a ghost? Or will you hear the distant, faint music of a funeral organ, the whisper of old silk, and the echo of footsteps that aren't quite touching the ground? You close your eyes and feel the cold pressure of the cardstock against your skin, even though it's across the room. You realize you're already mentally planning your attire. You wouldn't want to be underdressed for a memorial in the afterlife. The next evening, Saturday, October 30th, feels different. The air itself seems thicker, heavier, pressing down on the world. You find yourself dressed not in a costume, as the date might suggest, but in the darkest, most formal clothes you own. You're driving towards St. Christ, Jude's Chapel, your stomach a cold, tight knot. You've tried to treat this as an investigation, a rational pursuit of a lunatic prankster, but deep down you know you're going to this event because you've been invited by the impossible, and you can't say no to destiny, however dark. Jude's is worse than the photos showed. It sits back from the road, a shadow swallowed by overgrown ivy and skeletal trees. The moon is a thin sickle tonight, offering little light. As you approach, the car's headlights catch on the shattered stained glass rose window above the main entrance. It looks like a single cyclopean eye, watching your every move. The entire structure seems to list slightly, defeated and abandoned. You park far down the street, turning off the engine and the lights. The sudden silence is overwhelming, broken only by a faint, persistent rustling in the dead leaves, a sound that doesn't quite sound like the wind. You check the time, 11:47 p.m., 11 minutes to midnight, 12 minutes to the service. You walk toward the chapel, feeling every step sink slightly into the soft, unkempt earth of the yard. The front doors are massive, oak, and you expect them to be chained and bolted. But as you reach out a hand, your fingers brush against a cold, smooth surface. The right door is slightly ajar, maybe an inch. Just enough to let in the thinnest sliver of pitch darkness and that strange, pervasive scent. Earth, water, and something else, something like old parchment and extinguished candles. You push the door open fully. It moves without a sound, not a groan, not a scrape. You step inside, and the door swings silently shut behind you, plunging you into absolute blackness. You fumble for the tiny keychain flashlight you brought. The beam cuts a meager cone through the gloom, revealing dust motes dancing in the cold air. But also something immediately, terrifyingly strange. The dust has not settled on the floor of the aisle. The path is clean. You are in a vast, decaying space. The ceiling is too high, the shadows too deep. But down the central aisle, just beyond the fourth row of pews, is a single, flickering source of light, a tall, white altar candle, throwing huge, distorted shadows against the flaking plaster walls. You walk slowly toward it, your footsteps now echoing with a hollow, unnatural resonance. The empty pew. That's what you notice first. The pews themselves are ancient, dark wood, scarred and chipped. They should be empty, but they are not. In the front section closest to the altar, a dozen or so figures are seated. They are utterly still, facing the front, and they are dressed in formal, dark clothing that seems to absorb the light. You can't make out their faces. They are just dark shapes, motionless. They look like people waiting patiently for a service to begin. The only difference is they're silent. Unnaturally silent. You slide into a pew near the back, your heart pounding a frantic rhythm against your ribs. You tell yourself they are just cosplayers, actors hired for the prank, or perhaps even people seeking shelter. But you know that's a lie. The stillness is too profound. You try a nervous little joke in your head. I told my friends I was going to a party with all the most interesting people who died decades ago. It's hard to find good, reliable guests these days. You look around and notice a few details. The air is deathly cold, but the candle flame doesn't waver. On the end of each occupied pew, there is an open hymnal. You try to read the ancient, brittle pages from where you sit, but the light is too poor. You stand, moving closer to the aisle, feigning a need to stretch. You lean into the nearest occupied pew and look down at the hymnal. It's not a hymn book. It's a small, leather-bound volume, and it's open to a single handwritten page illuminated by the guttering light. It's a list. Guests in remembrance: Thomas C. Albright, host Eleanor V. Hayes, Mr. and Mrs. Elias Thorne, Agnes D. Collier, you, the attendant. The ink is that same deep violet. Below the list, there are names and dates you don't recognize. But the key is the realization. You're looking at a roster of the dead, with one living exception. You notice the names, Mr. and Mrs. Elias Thorne and Agnes D. Collier. You immediately recognize them. They were among the victims of the famous Iroquois Theater fire in Chicago in 1903, one of the deadliest single-building fires in U.S. history. This is the mainstream scary horror fact, a tragic and well-documented moment in history. The attendees, or at least the names listed, are all victims of massive, sudden, or unsolved tragedies across the 20th century. The obscure horror tidbit that flashes into your mind is the concept of a totem pass or death passport mentioned in some regional Scandinavian folklore. It was believed to be a ritualistic document, sometimes a copper coin or a tiny slip of parchment, buried with the deceased to grant them passage across the various thresholds of the underworld, or even to grant visitors the same temporary immunity. You feel the cold card of your invitation in your pocket, your own totem pass. You sit back down, shaking, trying to process the idea that you are sitting with the specters of history. Researchers disagree on whether the human mind possesses a genuine sixth sense for paranormal presence, or if the strong emotional certainty of being watched is merely a neurological defense mechanism triggered by extreme solitude and low light. You don't care about the debate. You just know you are being watched. The single candle suddenly dims, almost going out, and you hear a sound, a low, melodic hum, like the opening chord of an organ, only it's coming not from the pipes, but from the assembled guests. They are not speaking or singing. They are simply humming a single, sustained low note. It's a mournful, sorrowful sound that vibrates in your chest cavity. A figure stands up from the front row. It is tall and impossibly thin, clad in a perfectly tailored, very old-fashioned suit. The head turns toward you. Even with the poor light, you can see the face is indistinct, a blur of shadow where features should be. It raises a hand, a gesture of quiet welcome, or perhaps an instruction. You know you should run. You know you should scream and run back to the car. But the profound silence of the seated figures, the mesmerizing, sorrowful hum, and the sheer impossibility of what you're witnessing pins you to the pew. You whisper a dry, terrible joke into the darkness. I guess this is why they ask you to silence your cell phones before the service. The dead prefer peace and quiet. The figure at the front turns back to the altar, and the humming continues. This wasn't a party. It was a service of remembrance held by the remembered. And you were the only living attendee. You look at the invitation in your pocket, feeling the creamy paper. You realize that your presence wasn't just comfort to the family. Your presence was the point. You were the missing piece, the necessary witness, and now you have attended your first gathering of the dead. The drive home is a blur of hyper-awareness and disbelief. Your hands are locked on the steering wheel, your eyes darting to every movement outside the window. You're no longer simply afraid. You are fundamentally shaken by the reality that you crossed a threshold and stood among the silent, humming assembly of the dead. You have become a participant in a reality you didn't know existed. You arrive back at your quiet, normal house, which now feels like a flimsy cardboard set. The light in the hallway seems too bright, too yellow, too safe. You strip off your dark clothes, tossing them into the laundry basket. The scent of damp earth and lilies is gone, replaced by the faint, cloying sweetness of the chapel's cold, dead air. The next morning, the terror has been supplanted by a cold, calculating obsession. You need an explanation. You need a name. You need to find the human source of these invitations, because the alternative, that the dead are employing a dedicated spectral caterer, is simply too much to bear. You start with the most rational point, the names: Thomas C. Albright, Eleanor V. Hayes, Elias Thorne, Agnes Collier, all victims of historical, verifiable tragedies. But the invitations, the cards, they are the key. They are a physical, tangible object that must have passed through the hands of a living person. You remember the elegance of the script, the antique stamp, and the lack of a return address on the envelope. But what about the sender of the second card, the one from Ms. Hayes? You look at it again, flipping it over, checking the postmark. The postmark is the same illegible scribble, but just beside it, so tiny you need a magnifying glass, is a faint, almost transparent wax seal impression. You recognize the three weeping angels clustered around an open book, the same stylized drawing from the envelope. After hours of fruitless searching for the emblem online, you take a desperate leap. You decide to search for the history of the materials themselves. The thick, creamy cardstock, the antique violet ink. You eventually stumble upon a niche online article dedicated to the vanishing trade of 19th century luxury paper milling. The article mentions a specific, highly exclusive mill in your region that closed in 1941, which specialized in this exact expensive paper stock, famous for its linen-like texture and its incredibly slow rate of decay. The paper mill's archives were supposedly donated to the municipal archive before the building was demolished. That's your next stop. The archive is a massive, silent building smelling of aged paper and floor polish. You spend 2 agonizing hours sifting through dusty, mildewed ledgers from the 1920s and 30s, looking for records of large orders placed for cream linen stock, 20 elb, violet ink. And there, in a large leather-bound order book from 1937, you find it, a massive order. Hundreds of thousands of sheets of the precise cardstock, a custom run of the deep violet ink, and an order for custom engraved invitations. The client name, written in a cramped official hand, is impossible to ignore. Mr. Silas M. Roth-esque. The invitation was for a wedding, apparently. The date listed on the order was October 31st, 1937. A Halloween wedding. Under the client's name, the archivist had scrawled a note in red ink. Order never finalized, shipped. Payment never collected. RSVP declined. This is the crucial, frantic realization. You found the name of the original sender, marked RSVP, declined. This is the obscure horror tidbit you realize now. Mr. Silas M. Roth ordered hundreds of thousands of invitations, but never sent them. Did he decline the invitation to his own wedding, or did something else happen? You look him up. The mainstream scary horror fact you uncover next is that Mr. Silas M. Roth was a wealthy young man who disappeared on his wedding day, October 31st, 1937. His case was a huge scandal. His fiancée, who claimed he simply vanished from the altar, was institutionalized shortly after. The police found no foul play, only a single strange clue, his perfectly folded and pressed tuxedo left on the church floor with a single black smudge on the lapel, described in the archived police report as residue of unknown fertile soil. You realize with a cold wave, the invitations you are receiving are not new. They are the same original, never-shipped invitations written in 1937 for an event that never happened, and they are only now being distributed. And the person who ordered them, Silas M. Roth, has been gone for 87 years. You lean against the dusty bookshelf, feeling the weight of decades of tragedy pressing down on you. I guess a guy has to find a hobby after being dead for nearly a century. Sending out really belated RSVPs seems about right. Researchers still argue whether the phenomenon of fugue states, periods of sudden, often lengthy, unplanned travel, during which a person is unaware of their identity, is a genuine psychological break, or, in rare historical cases, a possible mechanism for temporary displacement in time or reality, leaving them inexplicably lost, with no memory of the journey. You feel like you've been in a fugue state since the first envelope arrived, moving on rails toward an unknown destination. You try to find a picture of Silas M. Roth, and you eventually do. A faded newspaper clipping showing a handsome young man with an unnervingly intense, almost possessive gaze. His eyes seem to follow you from the page, a faint, unsettling echo of the blurred face you saw in the chapel. You joke darkly to the empty archive room. I'm not saying the postal service is slow, but this is the first time I've received an RSVP from a man who's been listed as out of office since the Roosevelt administration. The invitations you received weren't from the family of the deceased, but from the deceased himself, now co-opting historical tragedy victims as his guests. The name on the order form, Silas M. Roth, SK, must be the true host of this entire macabre social calendar. You have stumbled into his perpetual unsent party, and now that you've attended one event, he clearly considers you a regular. You know with absolute certainty that this won't be the last invitation. You leave the municipal archive with a name, Silas M. Roth, and a date 1937. The cold comfort of a name only confirms a deeper, more profound terror. The source is not a prankster, it's a ghost with impeccable stationery. You've been added to a guest list penned nearly a century ago, and the invitations are only now being delivered. Your life, once so comfortably predictable, has become a waiting game. You're waiting for the next thud on the welcome mat, a low-grade anxiety that settles deep into your bones. The second card for Eleanor V. Haze is still days away, but the certainty of a third and a fourth hangs in the air like a cold, wet sheet. And then the system changes. You don't get a card in the mail. It is 300 a.m. precisely. That cursed ancient time, the witching hour, when the veil between worlds is said to be thinnest. You are in that deep, fragile state of sleep where your brain is struggling to process the day's anxieties. A sound cuts through the silence of your house. It's not a thud. It's a rhythmic, mechanical snick, 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 snick coming from the hallway. You bolt upright in bed, heart hammering. You slide out from under the covers, your skin prickling with cold. You creep to the bedroom door and peer out. The faint amber glow of a nearby street lamp filters through your front window. And you see it, something small and dark lying on the polished wood floor, just beyond the mail slot. And you hear that sound again, a tiny, almost inaudible snick. You turn on the hallway light. On the floor is a small, heavy, rectangular object wrapped in brown paper, tied with dark twine. Next to it, still rotating ever so slightly, is a small, heavy brass clockwork toy. A miniature tin postman, complete with a tiny satchel, still swaying back and forth with a final, dying snick. It's a self-winding mechanism, and it must have been meticulously designed to walk itself across the floor after being pushed through the mail slot, announcing its delivery with that rhythmic sound. It's a chilling piece of effort from your undead host. The invitations start arriving with mechanical precision, always at 3000 a.m., and always delivered by a variation of this clockwork messenger. You cut the twine on the brown paper package. Inside is the third invitation. The creamy cardstock is the same, but the ink is heavier, and this time the scent is not damp earth or lilies, but a faint, distinct trace of ozone, the sharp, clean smell of a distant electrical storm, or maybe the lingering scent of old motors. You are required for a consultation with the esteemed Dr. F.K. Holtz, Thursday, November 14th, the Sanitarium Grounds, Sector Delta, 3:00 a.m. Please ensure your affairs are in order before attending. The first, grimly humorous thought that crosses your mind is, well, at least someone thinks I'm esteemed enough to consult with, although, judging by the time, I hope the doctor takes night calls. You immediately look up Dr. F.K. Holtz. He was the chief medical director of a state-run sanitarium that burned down in the 1950s. The mainstream scary horror fact about the sanitarium is the infamous Willowbrook State School, a real institution whose patients were subjected to horrific medical experiments and neglect. Holtz's sanitarium, while not Willowbrook, was local lore, a place of rumored torture and dark experimentation, eventually shut down after a series of inexplicable patient deaths, officially blamed on a faulty ventilation system. The most terrifying detail of this third invitation, however, is the postmark. You look at the postmark on the brown paper wrapping, and for the first time, you can clearly make out the faint, circular writing. It reads, Eithelberg, Post-Mortem District. You search for it. You search through every map, every historical registry, every forgotten atlas in the municipal library. There is no town of Ethelberg. There has never been a town of Ethelberg on any recognized map. The obscure horror tidbit you recall is the phenomenon of phantom settlements towns, sometimes fully mapped and named, that appear on documents and old travelogues, but which do not physically exist, sometimes linked to areas where catastrophic events caused a metaphysical scar on the landscape. You realize the postmark isn't just from a place that no longer exists. It's from a place that never existed in your reality. It's postmarked from a town that no longer exists on any map, or perhaps exists only for the dead. The constant, low-level anxiety of waiting gives way to a deeper, more philosophical dread. You're not being invited to events in the world. You're being invited to a calendar of events outside of it. Silas N. Roth, the host, is using his ancient, unsent wedding invitations to curate a social life for himself in a place only he and the truly unfortunate can inhabit. Researchers disagree on whether the historical accounts of fetch quests where an individual is compelled by an outside, unseen force to travel to a specific, often remote, location only to vanish are misreported instances of early missing persons cases or evidence of a genuine, recurring pattern of spiritual abduction. You feel like you're on a fetch quest, guided by a clockwork postman and the elegant script of a dead man. You decide to fight back. You write a response card, a sarcastic, brightly colored index card that reads, "Silas, I'm already booked for November 14th. Get a hobby, or at least a better catering staff. RSVP, hard pass." You address it to Mr. Silas M. Roth, E.S. Goth, Ethelbert, Postmortem District, and drop it in a public mailbox. You know it's futile, but the gesture gives you a sliver of dark satisfaction. Later that evening, you find the card again. It's been slipped back through your mail slot. It's unfolded, and the bright ink of your rejection is smeared, almost washed away. Scrawled across the bottom in that familiar deep violet ink is a single, chilling reply. "I'm sorry, I cannot accept a decline." You sit by the phone, trembling, realizing you've just been politely yet firmly threatened by a ghost who uses archaic paper stock. You know, a lot of people complain about bad neighbors, but mine keeps sending me party invitations from the other side. Talk about commitment. You look at the clockwork postman on your desk. It's silent now, a tiny, metallic testament to the fact that Silas M. Roth has found his preferred method of communication, and he's not taking no for an answer. You realize your defiance only confirmed your attendance. The realization that your polite refusal was not only rejected but physically returned is the final chilling confirmation that you are no longer in control of your calendar. Silas M. Roth has marked you as a permanent +1 on his never-ending schedule of the departed. The clockwork messenger is silent now, sitting on your desk like a morbid paperweight, waiting for its next 3000 a.m. run. The invitations continue with the same unnerving precision. A week later, another soft snick. Snick pulls you from a shallow sleep. This time, the messenger is a miniature tarnished silver hearse on tiny wheels, which rolls to a stop at your door. Inside the hearse, a folded invitation. This one is the most formal, the most ornate yet. It's edged with a delicate, embossed border of intertwined ivy and skeletal hands, and it calls for a grander event. You are expected at the Dinner of Remembrance for the esteemed members of the Shadow Group, Tuesday, November 23rd, the Blackwood Manor Conservatory, 8:30 p.m. Please come prepared to offer a toast to a life well spent. It's the first one that calls for a true social gathering, a dinner party. And then you turn the card over and your blood runs cold. It's not just an invitation, it's a menu, or rather, a dinner party list, the list of attendees. The Shadow Group, guests of honor, Silas M. Roth-esque. Host, Eleanor V. Hayes, the librarian, Dr. F.K. Holtz, the consultant, Thomas C. Albright, the vanishing man, the missing bride, Miss Clara V. Sterling, Mr. Alistair Finch, the navigator, you, the sole attendant. The list is a grotesque reunion of the dead, a curated collection of local tragedies, and the horrifying detail is number 5, Miss Clara V. Sterling. You instantly recognize the name. This is the frantic, distraught fiancée from the 1937 newspaper clipping, the one who was institutionalized after Silas Roth vanished on their wedding day. She didn't simply lose her mind, she must have eventually joined his spectral party. Well, at least I know the host and his fiancée are finally together. It only took 87 years and several instances of cosmic trespassing, but it's name number 6, Mr. Alistair Finch, that finally snaps the fragile thread of your composure. You recognize that name because you've read the case file for the obscure horror tidbit you encounter, the local legend of the High Sierra disappearance. In 1999, Mr. Finch, an experienced but eccentric mountaineer, vanished without a trace in a remote, protected national park. His disappearance is noteworthy because he was found to have left a cryptic final note. The trail ends where the stone takes the name, going to meet the navigator. This is the unsolved disappearance case from the local area. You realize this list is a veritable who's who of the tragically and mysteriously departed, and you are literally written into their group. They aren't inviting you to a series of random services, they are initiating you into the Shadow Group. The mainstream scary horror fact you now think of is the phenomenon of doppelgangers documented in numerous historical and psychological accounts. The chilling theory suggests that seeing one's double is an omen of death, as it represents a spirit separating itself from the body. You wonder if your name on the list, the sole attendant, means they see a double of you, one who has already accepted the inevitable. You start to obsessively research Blackwood Manor. It was a massive, eccentric Victorian estate built in the 1890s, famous for its elaborate glass conservatory and rumored seances. It was demolished in the early 1960s to make way for a suburban development. There is no Blackwood Manor now, only a row of tract homes. This means the location for the dinner of remembrance, like Ethelberg, is a non-physical location, an echo or a memory preserved in the host's perpetual reality. Researchers disagree on whether the concept of a residual haunting, where energy or emotions from a past event are imprinted onto a physical location, playing out like a loop, is a genuine spectral phenomenon, or merely the psychological effect of high emotional stress on an observer in a suggestive setting. You're heading to a residual haunting, but one where the ghosts are perfectly aware of your presence. You can't help but crack a dark joke. I'm starting to think this Silas M. Roth is a celestial event planner. He's really good at themed parties. Tonight, it's unsolved disappearances and their living companion. The date for the dinner of remembrance is looming. You can feel the weight of the collective dead pressing on you. You realize that the invitations are growing in formality and intimacy, moving from a public chapel to a private dinner. Silas is getting comfortable with your attendance. He is grooming you. He has accepted your RSVP on your behalf. You are an item on his schedule, and you have no means of opting out. The quiet life you once knew is gone, replaced by the chilling, meticulous social calendar of a dead man. The dinner of remembrance is days away, and your mind is a perpetual loop of names: Albright, Hayes, Holtz, Sterling, Finch, and Roth. You are an expert now on local tragedies, a walking encyclopedia of the morbid. The anxiety has morphed into a grim, single-minded need to understand Silas M. Roth-esque. He is the architect of your new reality, and you must know the face behind the elegant, terrible script. You return to the municipal archive, now a familiar haunt, and you dig deeper. You search beyond the simple disappearance report and the wedding announcement. You find a collection of old society pages, and eventually, a dusty, forgotten volume of local history on the Gilded Age. Tucked between essays on local commerce is a 2-page spread on the unfortunate Roth family legacy. Silas M. Roth, you learn, was not just wealthy, he was obsessed with permanence. He was an amateur cartographer who believed that true immortality wasn't in the spirit, but in the meticulous documentation of one's life and associations. He collected old maps and atlases, often drawing in his own fictional villages where, he claimed, the true eternal spirit of the community resided. The origin of Ethelberg, post-mortem district. And then you find it, an antique, full-page photograph of Silas M. Roth. Not the grainy newspaper clipping, but a professional studio portrait. You gently turn the fragile, sepia-toned page. There he is, the host's portrait. Silas M. Roth is younger than you expected, perhaps in his late 20s. He has a precise mustache and is dressed in a dark, high-collared suit. He's handsome, but the overall impression is one of intense, suffocating vanity. He is posed leaning against a column, holding a rolled-up scroll that is likely a map. But it's his eyes. You immediately feel the familiar chill from the chapel. His eyes, in this faded print, are unnervingly light-colored, almost colorless, and they possess a chilling depth of focus. You lift the volume and carry it over to the nearest window to catch the weak afternoon light. You tilt the book, moving your head side to side. And there is no doubt. His eyes track you across the room in the dim light. It's the physical trick of certain paintings and photographs where the subject's gaze seems unnaturally fixed on the viewer, but on Silas Roth it feels personal. It feels like recognition. He isn't just looking at the camera, he's looking at you, right now, across the gulf of a century. You try to laugh it off with a dry joke. He looks exactly like the kind of guy who'd insist on a formal RSVP from beyond the grave. Probably still holding a grudge about the wedding cake. The mainstream scary horror fact you think about is the concept of a simulacrum, not a copy but an image or representation that takes on a life and identity of its own. In some horror lore, a meticulously created portrait or photograph is believed to act as a tether, a secondary body for a spirit to inhabit, allowing it to observe the living world. Silas Roth's portrait feels like a perfect simulacrum, a secondary host waiting patiently. You spend a quiet hour sketching the details of the portrait, trying to capture the subtle, unsettling arrogance in his posture. As you draw, you realize that the man in the picture is staring at the invitation currently sitting on your desk. The open-ended, non-committal invitation you receive for the dinner of remembrance. The obscure horror tidbit that you recall is the belief in the malefic glance or malocchio in certain Mediterranean cultures. It is the belief that a look, particularly one full of envy, spite, or possessive fixation, can place a true, tangible curse upon an object or a person. Silas Roth's entire being in that photograph is a malefic glance directed at the living world, an intense, almost frantic desire to bring something from the world of the light into his own shadow realm. Researchers disagree on whether the subjective experience of an artwork's gaze, the feeling of being watched by a painted or photographed subject, is purely a cognitive distortion, or if specific techniques employed by portraitists historically, such as slight geometric imbalances, were deliberately used to create an effect of perpetual, unnerving attention. For you, the debate is over. Silas Roth is watching you. You close the history volume with a soft thud, a sound that feels enormous in the silent archive. You gather your notes, the names of the dead, and the address for the dinner, the Blackwood Manor Conservatory, a place that doesn't exist. You realize that your attendance is not just a polite social call, it's an audience. Silas is showing you his collection, his work, he's showing you his map of the dead, and your name is the newest, brightest pin on the board. As you walk out, you make one final dark joke, whispering it into the empty space where the portrait was. Silas, if I knew you were this committed to networking, I would have sent you a friend request on MySpace decades ago. It's a lot less work than sending a clockwork hearse. You know he heard it. You can feel his colorless eyes on your back, watching you walk away, anticipating your arrival at the dinner of remembrance. You have a terrible feeling that he's already picked out your seat at the table. You're sitting at your kitchen table, the dinner of remembrance card placed carefully on a coaster. It's the evening of the event, and you're filled with a sense of dread that has become a kind of awful normalcy. You've researched the names, you've confirmed the host's existence in history, and you know the location is a non-place, a memory anchored to the site of suburban tract homes. You know you're going to step into an illusion, a temporary tear in reality stitched together by the will of Silas M. Roth. A crazy idea strikes you. On the back of the dinner invitation, in the bottom corner, is the RSVP instruction, or lack thereof, followed by a faint, almost invisible 7-digit number. It's not a full phone number, just the digits. You realize you've never tried to connect those dots, never tried to dial this spectral switchboard. You use your cell phone, prefixing the number with every area code local to your region and every area code historically linked to the Blackwood Manor's location. The first 10 attempts fail, disconnected numbers, fax machine sounds, or simply no ring at all. Then, on the 11th attempt, you hear a dial tone. It's an old-fashioned sound, a high mechanical whine, not the crisp digital silence of a modern line. You wait, your hand trembling on the phone. A ringing starts. It's not the standard cheerful ring. It's a deep, vibrating thrum, like a church bell heard from underwater. It rings 4 times, and then someone answers. It's not a voice. It's not a recording. It's a sound that seems to come from a vast, empty space, yet is right next to your ear. It's a faint, distorted recording of a distant, sorrowful choir. It sounds like dozens of voices, thin and reedy, all singing a single funereal hymn you can't quite recognize. The music is mournful, elegant, and chillingly beautiful. You hold the phone away from your ear, staring at the screen, confirming the call is connected. The choir continues, a low, sustained wash of ancient sorrow. And then the sound changes. Beneath the choir, a rising static hiss begins. It's not the white noise of a bad signal. It's a deep, aggressive noise like sand being rubbed against metal. It builds and builds, drowning out the beautiful, terrible singing. It sounds like anger, or perhaps hunger. As the static reaches a peak of almost unbearable intensity, you hear a sound within the hiss. It's a single, sharp, guttural click. It sounds like the latch of a coffin being closed. And then a whisper, a sound that seems to vibrate inside your skull rather than through the receiver. The whisper is one syllable, stretched out, distorted, yet instantly recognizable as the name on the list, Cla-Ra. You slam the phone down onto the table, the plastic vibrating with the sudden impact. The silence in the room rushes back in, absolute and clean. The RSVP number, you realize, wasn't a contact point for the living. It was an open line to the Shadow Group's meeting space, a temporary, momentary bridge to Ethelberg. The phone rings immediately. You jump, knocking your chair backward. You look at the screen. Blocked number, no caller ID. You let it ring, and ring. It rings exactly 7 times, the same number of digits you dialed. On the 7th ring, it cuts off with a decisive click. The mainstream scary horror fact that rushes into your mind is the concept of electronic voice phenomena. EVP, where disembodied voices or sounds, often too faint to be heard by the human ear, are captured on electronic recording devices. Your phone call was not a communication failure. It was a pure, unadulterated EVP session, and you were the live microphone. You try to rationalize it with a dark joke. I knew the customer service on the other side was terrible, but I didn't think I'd get ghosted by a dead man and a disembodied choir. The obscure horror tidbit you encounter is the belief in banshee signatures, where, in some Irish folklore, the banshee's cry is sometimes described not just as a wail, but as an impossible multi-tonal sound that can be heard only by the person whose death it is predicting. You wonder if that rising static hiss was the sound of your own future, vibrating just beyond the choir of the dead. Researchers disagree on whether the human brain, when under extreme stress and auditory deprivation, can genuinely synthesize complex, organized information like music or speech from random noise, or if your experience of the sorrowful choir and the distorted name was an actual paranormal event. You have the metallic aftertaste of the phone receiver in your mouth, and you know what you heard. You pick up the invitation again. You look at the time, 8:30 p.m. It's nearly time to go. You're meeting the host and his unhappy fiancée, Clara V. Sterling, at a place that doesn't exist. You realize that your attendance has become a ritual, a necessary act to keep the whole macabre play going. You are the only one who can carry their stories, and Silas M. Roth requires a living chronicler. You grab your coat, feeling a strange blend of resignation and terrible excitement. You are going to dinner with ghosts. You know the menu is likely to be metaphorical, but you can't shake the feeling that whatever they serve, it won't be good for your long-term health. I'm just hoping the host remembers I'm a vegetarian. I hear spectral meatloaf is a nightmare to digest. You leave the quiet, bright house and step into the settling twilight, feeling the cold weight of the unanswered phone calls still vibrating in your memory. You are on your way to a party of the dead, hosted by a man who has been waiting for his wedding for 87 years. You can hear the distant, faint sound of the choir, now audible without the phone, guiding you toward the forgotten lot where the Blackwood Manor Conservatory used to stand. You stand in the suburban development that now covers the site of Blackwood Manor. It's 7:05 p.m. The streetlights are spaced too evenly, the houses too identical, too new, too cheerful. The exact location of the old conservatory is now a small, perfectly manicured patch of lawn belonging to a modern beige duplex. You feel foolish standing on the curb in your formal clothes, waiting for a house to appear. You look at the perfect green grass and you remind yourself the location is a non-place, it's an echo. At 8:30 p.m. precisely, the sound begins. It's a low, resonant thrum, like a massive, submerged bell tolling once. The air temperature drops instantly, a thick, pervasive cold that feels less like weather and more like the absence of heat, life, or sound. And then you see it. It's not a sudden appearance, it's a shimmering, a displacement of the air. The perfect green lawn begins to blur, the blades of grass seeming to vibrate and warp. The light from the streetlights bends and twists. In a few seconds, the beige duplex is overlaid by something vast, dark, and utterly foreign. You are standing before the wrought iron fence of the house on the hill, a sprawling, dilapidated Victorian mansion. It's a physical, tactile building, yet it occupies the same space as the modern duplex, a chilling piece of metaphysical layering. It's 3 stories high, with a tall, Gothic profile, every window dark and empty, like sightless eyes. The house appears to be sinking slightly into the earth, with a wide, arched porch that looks strong enough to bear the weight of centuries. The house is rumored to be a gate, a place where the barrier between worlds is thin. You can feel the truth of that rumor. The air here is perpetually cold, and the silence is not just the absence of noise. It's the presence of absolute quiet, a quiet that seems to absorb all sound. The front gate swings open silently on rusty hinges, beckoning you forward. You step through the gate and onto the path. The manicured lawn is now gone, replaced by cracked, moss-covered flagstones. The smell is immediately different: old wood, dust, and a very faint, dry scent of something like spilled wine, or perhaps dried blood. As you walk toward the porch, you look back. The modern duplex is gone. You are in a different space, a different time. The moon, which was a thin crescent moments ago, now appears as a full, sickeningly bright disk hanging over the gabled roof. The mainstream scary horror fact to remember is the historical phenomenon of the Flannan Isles Lighthouse Mystery, where 3 keepers vanished in 1900, with all doors and equipment locked and intact, save for a single overturned chair and a mysterious final entry in the logbook about a coming storm, even though no storm was recorded. This house feels like the same kind of absolute, irrefutable vanishing, only you've walked into the mystery. You climb the 4 steps to the arched porch. The wood creaks beneath your shoes, a normal, expected sound that here feels like a shocking intrusion into the silence. The front door, massive and carved, is slightly ajar, just as the chapel door was, and on the small, claw-footed table just inside the porch railing is a small, heavy object. You approach it slowly, your heart beating a dull, heavy rhythm against your ribs. It's a tiny hexagonal box wrapped in black velvet, resting on a lace doily that is impossibly white against the decaying wood. The cloth is not dusty, it is immaculate. The obscure horror tidbit you encounter is the belief in soul anchors in certain forms of Slavic folk magic, objects of deep personal or spiritual significance given to the dead to keep their spirit from wandering, or sometimes used to bind a spirit to a specific location. You wonder what kind of anchor this box is meant to be. You pick up the box. It is impossibly cold as the cardstock. Your fingers shake as you lift the lid. Inside, resting on a bed of pale, dried moss, is a small, cold handful of richly dark, inexplicably fertile soil. It is black, almost velvety, and it gives off the scent of deep earth and decay, yet you feel a strange sense of vitality from it. It's the same smell that was faintly present on the very first envelope. You close the box quickly, feeling a profound revulsion and a terrible understanding. You've read the history of Silas M. Roth's disappearance, his tuxedo found with a smudge of unknown fertile soil. This soil is his souvenir from the other side, his personal signature, and it's a gift. They say it's the thought that counts. And the thought here is clearly, I want you to be with me permanently. Researchers disagree on whether the historical accounts of fairy mounds or elf hills, where people claim to enter a non-human dwelling and reappear years later, not having aged, are ancient myth or misinterpretations of geological phenomena near underground gas pockets. You're standing on the foundation of a real-world fairy mound, a gate opened by a meticulous, narcissistic ghost. You place the black velvet box in your pocket. It's a key, or perhaps a down payment. You push the front door open, your shoes sinking slightly into the thick, moth-eaten carpet of the entry hall. The house is completely dark, save for a faint violet light emanating from deep within. You are walking into the dinner of remembrance, with a gift of the earth from your host. I'm only hoping the main course isn't me. It's a terrible way to end a party. The entry hall of Blackwood Manor is a cavern of shadow and neglect. Dust motes dance in the faint light filtering from an unseen source, thick in the cold, still air. You can see the remnants of opulence, dark wood paneling, a grand staircase curving into the gloom, all of it draped in the heavy silence of disuse and memory. The floorboards are covered in a thick layer of dust, except for a single narrow path that leads directly to an archway deeper in the house. You follow the path, the only living sound your own breathing, which seems too loud, too ragged. You reach the archway and step into a long, dark corridor. The faint light you saw earlier is now slightly stronger, the soft, violet luminescence coming from the end of the hall. As you walk, your hand brushes against the wall. The texture is rough, and you pull your hand back. It's not wallpaper or wood, it's a dry, powdery growth like an internal decay. You check your pocket, confirming the presence of the black velvet box and its chilled, dark soil. It's a horrible comfort, a tangible piece of the world you've entered. The obscure horror tidbit you recall is the belief in corpse lights in the Welsh mining towns. Small, faint, blue or violet lights that were seen moving slowly through an abandoned house, signaling that a death or a great misfortune was about to occur. You are walking directly toward a corpse light, and you are the only variable left in the equation. The corridor opens into a massive, ruined space. This must be the conservatory, the intended venue for the dinner of remembrance. It's a huge glass dome, or at least it was. The glass is mostly gone, leaving only a skeletal frame of black iron ribs. But the structure is filled with vegetation, impossible, unseasonal vegetation. Tall, sickly white lilies and vines with leaves the color of deep violet are growing everywhere, coiling around the ironwork and dangling from the beams. The entire room is illuminated by the soft, cold, violet light given off by the plants themselves. In the center of this ghastly garden, a single long mahogany table is set. It's perfectly prepared, set with crystal glasses that catch the strange light and silverware that seems to gleam, though no light source touches it. The table is laid for 7. 6 figures are already seated. They are the Shadow Group: Thomas C. Albright, Eleanor V. Hayes, Dr. F. K. Holtz, the Thorns, and Clara V. Sterling. They are dressed in formal, antique clothing, their faces indistinct in the violet glow, blurred and softly shadowed, just as they were in the chapel. They are silent, their hands folded in their laps. They are waiting. At the head of the table sits a 7th figure, Silas M. Roth, the host. He is perfectly clear, perfectly in focus. He is wearing the high-collared suit from the photograph, and his pale, unnervingly focused eyes are fixed on the empty seat directly across from him. Your seat. He is not a blur. He is a man made of pure, cold focus. Silas slowly raises his hand and gestures to the seat. His movement is graceful, deliberate, and entirely silent. He doesn't smile, but you feel the horrible certainty of his satisfaction. You walk to the table, moving past the silent, spectral guests. Your coat feels too heavy, your clothes too warm. You reach the empty chair and slide it out. The sound it makes, a soft scrape on the stone floor, is like a gunshot in the terrifying silence. You sit down, placing the black velvet box next to your plate. You finally speak, your voice a nervous, reedy croak. "Sorry I'm late. Traffic was hellish. You know how it is when you're driving through a non-existent town." Silas doesn't react to the dark humor. He simply holds your gaze, his colorless eyes taking you in, assessing his newest acquisition. The mainstream scary horror fact you remember is the historical documentation of the Green Children of Woolpit, 2 children who appeared in a 12th century English village, speaking an unknown language and having skin the color of green. They claimed to be from a subterranean land where the sun never shone. The conservatory, with its violet light and unnatural, colorless vegetation, feels like a brief, terrifying glimpse into that subterranean world. You look down at your place setting. There is no silverware. There is no bread plate. There is only a single, perfectly clean plate, and on it, a tiny rolled-up scroll tied with a dark silver ribbon. Researchers disagree on whether the common cultural fear of being the only living person in a room full of corpses is an evolutionary survival mechanism warning against disease, or a deeper innate human fear of isolation and the uncanny valley applied to the spiritual world. You feel both, the profound isolation of being the only living heart and the chilling discomfort of the dead's unnatural stillness. You reach for the scroll. Before your fingers can touch it, Silas finally speaks. His voice is a thin, dry rasp, like old paper being torn, yet perfectly intelligible. "We have been waiting for you, attendant. You have been a most diligent guest." He gestures around the table at the silent figures. "We need your story. We need you to anchor us." You unfurl the scroll. It's a seating chart, and your name, you, the sole attendant, is the only one written in fresh, wet, black ink. Under your name, written in Silas's distinctive violet script, is a single instruction: "I hope you enjoy the view." You look back at Silas, and he slowly, deliberately lifts his own glass. The crystal catches the violet light. He is offering a toast. You realize that you're not just a guest, you are the centerpiece of this dinner. You are the living story that anchors the dead in their continued terrifying existence. Well, that's just typical. I finally get an invite to an exclusive club, and it turns out to be a self-help group for people who can't let go of the mortal coil. The silence from the Shadow Group is more oppressive than any noise could be. They sit, still and blurred, their existence a testament to Silas Roth's will. He watches you, his glass raised in a silent, terrible toast. You meet his gaze, gripping the edge of the mahogany table, forcing yourself not to look away. You've come too far to break now. You raise your empty crystal glass. You picked it up out of sheer reflex and offer a shaky, sarcastic retort. To the host, you say, your voice echoing off the skeletal frame of the conservatory, "May your party never end," even though, clearly, it already has. Silas lowers his glass, the sound a faint chink against the tabletop. His pallid lips twitch, a subtle movement that might be mistaken for a smile. The silence resumes, now charged with an unbearable tension. You look away from him and stand, your legs stiff and unwilling. You need to move, to break the suffocating stillness. You leave the conservatory and walk back through the dark, decaying corridor, seeking any sign of a break, a different reality. You find a doorway off the main corridor, leading to what must have been the family wing. You push it open. It leads to a formal, wood-paneled study, relatively intact. A faint smell of tobacco and old leather hangs in the air. In the center of the room, on a heavy mahogany lectern, is a massive leather-bound volume. It's an antique ledger, thick and heavy. You recognize the quality of the leather and the tooling. It matches the old order book you saw in the municipal archives. You approach the lectern and look at the title embossed in faded gold, the Blackwood Manor Guest Register. You open the book, the pages brittle and yellowed. The handwriting is exquisite, a perfect copperplate script, and the entries are all dates in the past, corresponding to the manor's active social life in the 1890s and early 1900s. Dukes, industrialists, politicians, names from a forgotten era. You turn the pages, moving toward the front. The entries grow sparser. The handwriting becomes shaky. Then it changes altogether, becoming the deep violet script of Silas M. Roth. The dates skip wildly, moving from 1937 to 1980 to 1999 to the present. The names listed are Albright, Finch, Holtz, the members of the Shadow Group. They are signed in the same dark violet ink. You reach the final page, and there, at the bottom, is the most recent entry. Your name, you, the attendant. The signature is in a shaky, completely unfamiliar hand. It is not your normal handwriting. It is a signature you would never make. But it is undeniably your name, signed in fresh, wet black ink, the same color as the ink on the seating scroll. The entry is dated for tonight. Your own signature, written in a shaky, unfamiliar hand, is the most recent entry. The terrifying implication hits you. You didn't just show up to the party. You were logged in. The act of receiving the invitation and walking through the gate of the house on the hill was the completion of a ritual, and some part of you, a future or a shadow, had already signed the ledger on your behalf. The mainstream scary horror fact that you recall is the phenomenon of premonitory dreams, where individuals claim to have dreamt a significant, often tragic event before it actually occurred. Your signature feels like a premonition made physical, a piece of your future being forced into the present by the will of Silas Roth. You whisper a dry, terrible joke to the guest register. I'm really going to have to work on my signature. It looks like I was signing this while falling down a well. At least I can prove I was here for tax purposes. The obscure horror tidbit you encounter is the belief in the signature thief in certain regional American folklore. A restless spirit who steals the identity of a living person by forging their name on a document that binds them to the land, often a deed to a forgotten grave or a covenant with a local entity. Your signature has been stolen and used to bind you to the Shadow Group. You close the book, the heavy leather cover feeling like a massive padlock snapping shut on your immediate future. You turn away from the lectern, feeling physically sick, and catch your reflection in the long, ornately framed mirror that hangs on the opposing wall. Researchers disagree on whether the documented cultural fear of mirrors as portals or traps for the soul, a belief widespread across disparate civilizations, is simply a reflection of an innate human discomfort with one's own duplicated image, or if there is a genuine, albeit rare, metaphysical property to reflective surfaces that makes them a potential nexus for spiritual activity. You are about to find out. You approach the mirror slowly, drawn by a terrifying curiosity. The face staring back at you is yours, pale and distorted by fear in the violet light. You reach out a hand, and your reflection matches the movement, delayed by a fraction of a second, which is already unsettling. But as your hand nears the glass, your reflection seems to deepen. The fear on your face is replaced by something else, a sickly, wide, unnerving smile. The eyes of your reflection, just for a terrifying split second, turn a cold, colorless pale, a perfect match for Silas Roth's. And then your own reflection, with the sick, smiling visage, whispers a single, terrible promise. It is a dry, thin sound, like the voice of the host himself. You belong. The sickly, smiling visage in the mirror vanishes as quickly as it appeared, replaced instantly by your own terrified, pale face. The whispered "you belong" is still vibrating in the air, a final chilling confirmation of the signature in the ledger. You stumble back from the mirror, your hands clutching the black velvet box in your pocket like a talisman against the encroaching dread. You are now officially enrolled in Silas Roth's Eternal Club. You turn and flee the study, not daring to look at the reflective surface again. The hallway feels narrower, the shadows deeper. You move back toward the conservatory where the terrifying centerpiece of the dinner party still awaits. Silas M. Pre. Roth remains seated at the head of the long table, utterly motionless, his colorless eyes fixed on you as you re-enter the violet glow of the decaying garden. He knows what you saw. He knows you read the ledger. You walk slowly back to your seat, gathering a new layer of grim resolve. You're not a victim anymore. You're an unwilling attendee, and the only way out is to see the schedule through. You place the black velvet box of fertile soil back onto the table, a challenge and an acceptance. You reach for the tiny scroll he left on your plate and unroll it completely. The scroll is a detailed, meticulously hand-drawn map. It's a map of your house, not a floor plan, but a spiritual cartography showing the flow of energy and the locations of light and shadow. Marked on the map, in the center of your bedroom, is a tiny circle drawn in the same wet black ink as your signature. Next to the map, written in Silas's violet script, is a cryptic message. All journeys require a guide. The soil is the seed. The signature is the root. Look for the next itinerary near the place of your greatest comfort. You understand. The gift of the soil wasn't just a signature. It was a seed of Ethelberg, a metaphysical anchor intended to bind your house to his non-existent town. The ledger signed your spirit to his group, and the soil is binding your location to his reality. The mainstream scary horror fact that you recall is the historical practice of the foundation sacrifice, prevalent in certain ancient cultures. A sacrifice, sometimes human, was buried beneath the corner or center of a new building to spiritually anchor the structure and protect its occupants. Silas is trying to anchor his reality with your life. The obscure horror tidbit you encounter is the belief in the omen drawer. In certain regional Appalachian superstitions, a piece of furniture, often a dresser or nightstand, in a home that acts as a gathering point for bad news and warnings. No matter how much you clean it, it always attracts dust, and mail that should have been lost appears in its drawers. You realize that your nightstand, the location of your greatest comfort, is now your omen drawer. You force a weary, dark joke past your lips, directed at the motionless figures. You know, for a host, Silas has terrible manners. No appetizers, no music, and he keeps sending me passive-aggressive directions to my own house. You stand abruptly. The dinner is over. You have received your instructions. Silas remains seated, but as you turn to leave, his colorless eyes follow you, a look of profound, cold anticipation in them. The rest of the shadow group remains silent. They're waiting, a tangible thing. Researchers disagree on whether the human emotional response to the uncanny objects or figures that resemble humans but are slightly off is a purely biological warning system designed to recognize and avoid the sick, or if it taps into a deeper spiritual recognition of things that were never meant to walk this earth. You know the shadow group exists deep within the uncanny valley, and you must leave before their stillness infects you. You exit the conservatory, the violet light fading rapidly behind you. As you step back onto the porch, the air shimmers again. The massive Victorian house blurs, the iron ribs of the conservatory dissolve, and the suburban duplex reappears. The cold, earthy smell is gone, replaced by the faint scent of freshly cut grass and drier sheets. You are back on the curb. Your own car parks down the street. It's 10:30 p.m. Just over 2 hours have passed. You drive home, your mind reeling with the events, the signed ledger, the mirrored promise, the map of your house. You pull into your driveway and walk straight to your bedroom, not bothering to change. You open the top drawer of your nightstand. It's exactly where you left it, tucked beneath an old pair of socks. The next invitation, it's heavier than the others. The envelope is nearly black, made of thick, velvety paper. It's a completely different style of invitation. Not a wedding card, not a service, but a command. It is the final, terrifying entry in the host's social calendar, a culmination of all the previous events. You open it. The card is jet black, and the script is not violet, but a chilling, shimmering, silvery white ink. You are called to the consecration for the completion of the shadow group at your own anchored residence. Date, tomorrow, 3:30 a.m. Please prepare the way. The final invitation is a punch to the lungs. Tomorrow, 3:30 a.m. Not in a deserted chapel, not at a ghostly dinner party, but right here in your own house. The velvety black card feels heavy in your hand, a tangible piece of doom that is materialized from your nightstand drawer. The silvery white ink seems to glow faintly in the bedroom light. You sit on the edge of your bed, the map of your house, your anchored residence spread out on the covers. The circle marking your bedroom is a bullseye. Silas M. Roth is coming for his ultimate consecration, and he's bringing his shadow group with him. You frantically check the black velvet box. The handful of dark, rich soil is still there, cold and unsettling. The soil is the seed, the key to bringing Ethelberg here. You realize that you, the sole attendant, the living chronicler, have been the unwitting vehicle for his plan. You spend the next few hours in a fever of activity, not cleaning or packing, but researching. You're looking for a weakness, a flaw in the host's meticulous century-long plan. You search the history of Silas M. Roth one last time. You find it tucked into a footnote of an old article about his wedding scandal. It's a fragmented piece of regional folklore he was known to collect. The article mentions a local superstition he was particularly interested in. It is the final, terrifying clue. A cryptic, hastily scrawled note is tucked into the last invitation, warning you to decline the dessert and referencing an old regional folklore about a feast for the doomed. The folklore speaks of the Feast of the Forgotten, a meal offered by the newly dead to a living guest. If the guest eats the offered dessert, usually a sweetmeat made from dark fruit, they are permanently bound to the spectral world, their spirit unable to leave the company of the dead. This is your only leverage. Silas M. Roth, the fastidious host, will offer you the dessert. It will be the final step of the consecration, the sealing of your fate. You must decline the dessert. The mainstream scary horror fact you recall is the myth of the soul cakes in medieval European traditions. These small, sweet cakes were offered to the poor in exchange for prayers for the souls of the dead on All Souls' Day. By eating the cakes, the poor were symbolically taking on the spiritual burden of the dead. Silas's dessert is the ultimate personal soul cake. You look at the time, 1030 a.m. You have 90 minutes. You pace the house, stopping in the living room, which now seems vast and empty. You try a nervous, dark joke to keep the panic at bay. I'm really not looking forward to the awkward small talk at this consecration. What do you even say to a group of century-old ghosts? So, how's the vanishing business treating you? The obscure horror tidbit you encounter is the belief in house fetters in Scottish lore, invisible chains or spiritual bonds placed on a living person by a deceased former occupant of a dwelling, which prevent the living person from ever leaving the house or fully possessing it. The dark soil and the signed ledger are your house fetters. Researchers disagree on whether the pervasive, cross-cultural myth of the bargain with the dead, where a living person trades a service, object, or future obligation to a spirit for a specific gain, is an evolutionary adaptation of the human mind to process loss and grief, or if genuine, documented accounts point to a rare, recurring metaphysical reality where such transactions are possible. You realize your attendance at the Shadow Group's events was the bargain, and the consecration is the final payment. You look at your reflection in a dark window. The fleeting, sickeningly smiling face of your doppelganger is gone, but your eyes hold a new, cold determination. You are not going to eat the dessert. You grab a pen and write a single word on the final invitation, directly beneath the command to prepare the way. Allego, declined. It's a small, defiant act. You know it won't matter, but it's yours. The minutes tick by, slowly, excruciatingly. 2030 a.m. You hear the faint, distant sound of the sorrowful choir. Much closer now, a low, musical thrum that vibrates in the floorboards. The air is suddenly cold, carrying the faint, sweet scent of lilies and damp earth. You realize that the invitations were not asking you to attend. They were gradually, methodically, preparing you for a permanent kind of stay. They were making your home ready to receive Ethelberg. The date on the final one, tomorrow, 3:00 a.m., is no longer a deadline. It's an arrival time. You sit in your living room, the black card clutched in your hand, listening to the impossible sounds outside the window, the faint snick, snick, snick of the clockwork postman's approach, the low, powerful thrum of the ghostly coach, and the ever-present, sorrowful choir. You are ready to decline the dessert. You are ready to refuse the final invitation. You are ready for the confrontation that will determine whether you remain the sole attendant or become the newest permanent member of the Shadow Group. You're sitting alone in your living room, bathed in the pale digital glow of your phone screen, watching the seconds crawl toward 3:00 a.m. The house is colder now, the temperature plummeting with a speed that defies meteorology. The low, mournful thrum of the ghostly choir is not distant anymore. It's right outside your windows, a beautiful, agonizing sound that seems to press against the glass. The last few minutes are an eternity. You realize that you've been invited not to a party, but to a process. The process of becoming one of them. The invitations were the announcement, the chapel was the rehearsal, the dinner was the induction, and this consecration is the final, irreversible step. The seconds tick down, 2059, 59, 59, 59, 59, 59. At 3000 a.m., the doorbell rings. It's not a cheerful chime. It's a deep, resonant, old-fashioned dong, like a clock tower striking the hour. It's followed immediately by the sound of a heavy metal object being slid through your mail slot and clattering onto the floor, a final metallic flourish from the clockwork postman. You don't move. You just stare at the front door. A thin, cold violet light begins to seep in through the edges of the door frame, outlining the heavy oak in an eerie, spectral halo. The air pressure changes, feeling heavy and thick, like the air at the bottom of a well. The sound of the choir is now inside the house, a low, sustained note of profound sorrow. The front door slowly, deliberately, opens on its own. Standing on your welcome mat are the shadow group, led by Silas M. Roth. They are all perfectly clear now, fully in focus. They are no longer shadows. Thomas C. Albright looks confused and slightly rumpled, as if he just woke up from his 40-year vanishing act. Eleanor V. Hayes is beautiful and incredibly sad, dressed in an antique library suit. The rest of the group, the doctor, the fire victims, the mountaineer, all stand silently, their eyes fixed not on you, but on the space behind you, where their new reality is now taking hold. Silas M. Roth steps inside your house. His tailored suit is immaculate. His colorless eyes sweep over your living room, taking possession of the space. The moment his shoe crosses the threshold, the rich, dark soil in the velvet box on your coffee table begins to steam, giving off a tiny plume of dark, earthy vapor. Ethelberg is here. Silas glides to your coffee table, ignoring the rest of the room. He looks down at the black velvet box, a look of profound satisfaction on his face. He then looks at you, his first real, focused look since you were introduced at the manor. "Welcome," he rasps, his voice the dry tearing of paper, yet warm with triumph. "The consecration is complete. Your residence is now anchored. You have been a patient, excellent attendant." He gestures with a perfectly manicured hand, and a small, round table materializes silently in the center of the room, draped in the same immaculate white lace you saw on the porch of Blackwood Manor. On the table is a single silver salver covered with a dome. "The final courtesy," Silas whispers. "The dessert." The mainstream scary horror fact you recall is the historical truth of the Greenbrier ghost case, the only case in U.S. history where a ghost's testimony helped convict a killer. This ghost's ability to communicate the truth was anchored by the injustice of her own death. You realize that the shadow group is here not just for you, but to anchor their own injustices in the solid ground of your life. Silas reaches out and lifts the silver dome. Beneath it is a small, perfect serving of dark, rich cake, glistening with a viscous purple glaze and topped with a single, sickly white lily petal. It looks utterly delicious. It is the feast of the forgotten, and it is beautiful. "Eat," Silas commands, his voice rising, no longer a whisper, "and take your rightful place as the newest and final host." You look at the cake, and you hear the whispered warnings from the folklore. Eat the dessert, and your soul is bound. You look at the dark, rich color of the glaze, the color of the ink in the guest register. You stand up, moving slowly, forcing every muscle to comply. You walk to the small table, meeting Silas's gaze. The shadow group behind him is beginning to stir, their blurry faces leaning forward in anticipation. You finally break the silence with a terrible, weary joke. "Silas, this looks lovely. Truly the most elegant dessert I've ever been offered by a group of ghosts. But I really can't. I'm trying to cut back on my sugar intake, and frankly, I've heard this particular dish is impossible to digest in the afterlife." You lean in close to him, your voice low and steady. "I decline the dessert, Silas, and I decline the invitation to be the host." Silas's colorless eyes widen for the first time. The shock is profound, a rupture in his perfect reality. He hadn't planned for defiance, he only planned for passive compliance. The obscure horror tidbit that flashes into your mind is the concept of a spiritual echo. The idea that a determined, living person can, by force of will, disrupt the spiritual loops of the dead. Your refusal is an echo that has broken his rhythm. The room starts to shake. The violet light flickers violently. The sorrowful choir shatters into a piercing, agonized shriek of pure spiritual static. The shadow group members stagger, their forms stretching and snapping back into place, their spectral cohesion breaking. Silas M. Roth lets out a single soundless scream of pure rage. You've ruined the consecration. You've refused to become the anchor. You've refused to become a host yourself. The agony of the breaking consecration is a physical force. The sound is unbearable, a grinding, tearing noise as the spiritual anchor is ripped from your house. The shadow group members flicker like badly maintained neon signs, their forms stretching and snapping back into place, their centuries of sorrow briefly exposed as raw, terrifying energy. The lovely dark cake on the silver salver dissolves into a plume of acrid black smoke that smells of ozone and sulfur. Silas M. Roth, the fastidious host, is momentarily defeated, his perfect poise shattered. His eyes are burning with a cold, impotent fury. You stand there, perfectly still, letting the spiritual chaos wash over you. Your refusal, your simple, steadfast, "I decline the dessert," has become a metaphysical sledgehammer. The mainstream scary horror fact you recall is the historical account of the Bermuda Triangle, where ships and planes have vanished without explanation. One of the prevailing theories suggests that the area is home to an unpredictable magnetic anomaly that briefly tears open a temporal or spatial rift. Your living room is currently that rift, and the host is losing control of the tier. Silas recovers with a speed that is truly terrifying. He points a trembling white finger at you. "You will be bound," he rasps, his voice a chorus of dry parchment and angry wind. "You have signed the ledger. The attendant is bound to the group." You meet his gaze, your own tired but steady. "The signature was forced, Silas," you say, your voice calm amidst the shrieking static of the dissolving choir. "And I refuse to be your attendant or your host. I will only be the chronicler." The obscure horror tidbit that flashes into your mind is the folklore of the unwritten law of the guest, which states that a spiritual entity can compel an action but cannot force a belief or a choice of free will. Your choice of refusal, your use of free will, is the only thing that can break his spell. Silas, enraged, takes a single step toward you. The floorboards under his feet do not creak, they shriek. He raises his hand to strike, or perhaps to anchor you by force. You look down at the floor, where the last remnants of the clockwork postman's delivery, a small, tarnished tin figure, lie. You kick it, a small, decisive movement. The tin figure skitters across the polished wood, hitting the wall with a sharp clack. The sound, so small and mundane, is the final disruption. With a sound like tearing silk, the entire spectral scene begins to collapse. The violet light spirals inward, contracting back to a single cold point of focus on Silas Roth. The shadow group members vanish, sucked back into the oblivion from whence they came, their fleeting, sad forms winking out like extinguished candles. Silas M. Roth is the last to go. His form shrinks, condenses, until he is nothing more than a column of dense, colorless light, raging silently. He locks his gaze on you, a final, chilling promise of eternal vengeance in his eyes. "You are invited, chronicler," he whispers, his voice now impossibly thin, like a wire drawn taut. "You are always invited." The RSVP is perpetual. And then, with a sharp, final pop of displaced air, the room is silent. The lights are back to the warm yellow glow of modern electricity. The air is still and normal, carrying no scent of earth or lilies. The cold is gone, replaced by the natural warmth of the house. The silver salver is gone. The table is gone. The velvet box is gone. The only sign that anything happened is the lingering scent of ozone and a faint, almost invisible scorch mark where the silver salver had rested on the carpet. You collapse into the nearest armchair, your entire body trembling with the adrenaline of your survival. You, the sole attendant, survive the consecration by declining the final invitation. You are free, but you are not uninvited. Researchers disagree on whether the psychological drive for an individual to chronicle their traumatic experiences is a healthy, therapeutic process for memory integration. or an unconscious need to perpetuate the narrative, thereby maintaining a strange, symbiotic relationship with the trauma itself. You realize that by calling yourself the chronicler, you've accepted your new role. You will live and tell the stories of the Shadow Group, and by doing so, you keep their stories alive, thus fulfilling Silas Roth's core desire for permanence, but on your terms. You manage a shaky, victorious, dark joke. I guess I'm technically still on the guest list, but I'm definitely going to request a permanent table change. And I'm never ordering dessert at a dinner party again. You sit there for a long time, watching the clock tick. The date is right. The time is moving forward, not backward. You are alive. You reach into your coat pocket from last night, and your fingers close around the final black card, the one on which you wrote, declined. You pull it out. The word is gone. The paper is blank, and the shimmering silver-white ink of the invitation has faded to nothing. The invitation, like the Shadow Group, has been temporarily retracted. But you know, with the terrible certainty of experience, that the postmark for Ethelberg, post-mortem district, is still in the system. The next invitation will come. You are the chronicler now, and your attendance is merely a matter of time and Silas Roth's next meticulously planned itinerary. You have won the battle, but the war for your RSVP is perpetual. You have been invited to a permanent kind of living. The silence settles slowly, gently, into the house. It's a queen silence now, not the oppressive, heavy quiet of the graveyard or the manor, but the normal late-night hush of a world that is unaware of the bizarre, cold ritual that just took place within its walls. You sit in the armchair, allowing the warmth to return to your extremities. The rapid, frantic beating of your heart slows, smoothing out into a quiet, steady rhythm. The ozone smell fades, leaving only the faint, familiar scent of your own home. You look at the place where the host stood, where the terrible cake dissolved. There is nothing there. Just the carpet, slightly compressed. You reach out a hand and touch the spot. It's cool, but not cold. Just ordinary. It's over, for now. You're left with the faint, lingering echo of the sorrowful choir in your ears. A gentle, distant hum that sounds less like a threat and more like a lullaby of the permanently lost. You close your eyes, letting the memory of the light and the cold drift away like smoke. The sharp terror has dulled, replaced by a profound, soft weariness. You are still alive, still the chronicler. You have seen behind the veil, and you have returned, carrying only the stories of the Shadow Group. You allow yourself to sink back into the chair, the tension slowly bleeding out of your muscles. The experience was a terror, a beautiful, horrible nightmare made real, but now it's just a story. Your story, and you survived to tell it. The darkness of the room feels soft now, welcoming. The weight of the world seems lighter. You know the invitations will return, but for tonight, the RSVP is closed. For tonight, you are simply the living, resting in your own, unanchored home. Take a deep, slow breath and let the quiet darkness take you. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, True Scary Stories. Where are you watching from tonight, and what time is it in your country? Have you shared my channel with your friends yet, or are you keeping these whispers all to yourself? It's another quiet night here, the kind where the silence itself feels like a heavy blanket someone is pressing over your face. Outside, the moon is just a sliver, thin and cold, and the shadows are so thick they look like black velvet draped across the window panes. You can almost feel the house settling around you, the old wood groaning a sigh of deep, weary age, like it's been holding a secret in its walls for centuries, and is just now starting to let it slip out. Tonight, you're here for the story of a doll, and you're settling in, aren't you? Tucking yourself into the warmth, safe behind your screen. Don't worry, the narrative is completely harmless. It's just a bedtime story. Though, if you're planning on getting a solid 8 hours of uninterrupted, blissful REM sleep, you're probably in the wrong place. After all, what's a little existential dread when you're comfortable? So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your location and the local time in the comments. It's always fascinating to see how far these whispers travel. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that low, unsettling hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You know that feeling, that absolute perfect stillness of the early morning. It's not the stillness of deep night, but the quiet of the world holding its breath just before the sunrise. You're already awake, lying in bed, maybe scrolling on your phone, when the doorbell rings. Not a desperate, frantic ring, but a single, soft ding-dong. It's early. Too early for a delivery. Too early for a visitor. You ignore it, of course, because you're not expecting anyone. You tell yourself it was just a mistaken address, a kid playing a trick, or maybe your imagination stretching in the pre-dawn silence. But then you hear the sound again, a fraction softer this time, a gentle click that you tell yourself is the mail slot, or maybe the breeze shifting a loose piece of siding. A slow, creeping unease starts to bloom in your chest, a cool, dark flower opening its petals. You finally drag yourself out of bed, pulling on a robe, and shuffle toward the front door. You look through the peephole. Nothing. The porch is empty. The driveway is empty. The street is silent, drenched in the blue-gray light of the emerging day. You breathe a slow, shaky sigh of relief, that little thrill of unnecessary panic dissipating. You tell yourself you're being ridiculous. You open the door, fully intending to close it immediately and go make coffee, but you freeze. There, right in the center of the welcome mat, is a doll. It's not a modern plastic toy. This is an old thing, maybe porcelain, maybe bisque, with a faded lace dress and tightly curled yellowing hair. Its eyes are painted a startlingly vivid blue, wide open, unblinking, and fixed on nothing in particular. The doll is sitting upright, perfectly balanced, as if someone placed it there with meticulous care. It wasn't there a minute ago when you checked the peephole. You know it wasn't. Yet, there it is. The sheer wrongness of it hits you first. It's not a prank. It doesn't look like something accidentally dropped. It looks offered, presented. The doll's face is a study in unsettling serenity, smooth, expressionless, and just a little too perfect. You reach for it, a strange sense of obligation overcoming your common sense. Your fingers brush the cool porcelain, and the chill goes deeper than the material itself. It feels like touching a submerged stone in a cold river. Now, let's pause for a moment on the subject of these unsettling objects. Did you know that the fear of dolls or similar human-like figures is called pediophobia? It's a remarkably common phobia, and researchers disagree on whether it stems from a primal fear of the uncanny valley, where something looks almost human but is just different enough to be terrifying, or if it's a learned response from cultural horror tropes. It's comforting to know your fear has a name, isn't it? As for me, I find it quite comforting. What's the difference between a fear of dolls and a fear of your own reflection, really? One is just a little more portable. The immediate impulse is to throw it away, to pretend this bizarre intrusion never happened. But you don't. You pick it up. It's heavier than it looks, a solid, unnatural weight in your hands. You turn it over, looking for a tag, a brand, an identifying mark, but there's nothing. Just the wear and tear of time on its fabric and paint. You decide, with a shrug that tries to convince you of your own indifference, to just put it on a shelf somewhere. Maybe it belongs to a neighbor, and they'll come looking for it. A neighbor, that's what you tell yourself. Of course. You put it on a high shelf in the guest bedroom closet, behind a stack of old towels. Out of sight, out of mind. You go about your day, trying to shake the lingering feeling of having stepped just slightly out of your own reality. You make your coffee, watch the news, and think about all the perfectly rational explanations. A kid, a bored teenager, a peculiar neighbor with an eccentric hobby. You settle on the peculiar neighbor. Seems the most digestible, doesn't it? The night comes, quiet again, and you sleep soundly. No dreams, no interruptions. You wake up with the sun streaming through your windows, feeling refreshed. You're ready to start the day, and you've already forgotten about the odd occurrence. You go downstairs, and the first thing you see is the sunlight catching something bright on your welcome mat. The doll. It's back. In the exact same spot, sitting upright. But this is impossible. You put it in the guest closet. It was behind towels. The front door was locked. You check the closet. The towels are exactly as you left them. The space behind them is empty. The little doll is simply gone from the closet. And now it's here, on the porch, waiting. It's almost as if it's playing a very slow, very polite game of tag. I heard a joke once about a haunted house. What do you call a self-driving hearse? A ghost rider. I know, it's a bit dry, but sometimes the driest humor is the most unsettling, don't you think? Like a doll that reappears in the same spot every single morning. It's not violent, it's not loud, it's just persistent. And that persistence is what drills the hole of genuine fear into your composure. The feeling of dread this time is immediate and cold. This isn't a prank, this is something else. This is a pattern. You look closer at the doll. It's the same doll. You know its face, its faded dress, the unnatural curl of its hair. You pick it up, your skin prickling as you do, and now the weight feels less like solid porcelain and more like something dense, like compacted silence. You glance nervously down the street, still empty. You check your locks again, your windows, all secure. This is where the rational mind begins to splinter. The facts are undeniable. The doll was in a locked closet. Now it is outside a locked door. It defies the simple physics of your everyday life. You might think that's the scariest part. But there's an obscure bit of folklore, particularly in some parts of Eastern Europe, about the Mihailov dolls. The superstition goes that if a doll appears unbidden at your door, it's not just a doll, it's an anchor. An old soul, dislocated and lost, uses the porcelain figure as a temporary mooring point. The longer it stays, the more familiar it becomes with your space, your routine, your life, until it decides to move in for good. They say the trick is not to let it cross the threshold more than twice. You've let it in once already. A comforting thought for your late-night viewing, isn't it? Just an anchor, waiting for the tide to turn. So what do you do now? You stand on your porch, the cold porcelain heavy in your hand, the first rays of the sun touching the doll's unblinking painted eyes. You know with a certainty that bypasses reason that if you just put it back, it will be there again tomorrow. And tomorrow's doll will be slightly worse, slightly closer to what it wants. This is the moment of decision, the moment where the script of your life takes a hard, unsettling turn. You could call the police, but what would you tell them? Officer, a doll keeps politely showing up on my porch. I suspect a tiny, invisible, key-wielding burglar. You could laugh, you almost do. But the laughter catches in your throat, a dry, rasping sound that sounds more like a warning. You decide to escalate the disposal. A trash can isn't enough. The closet clearly wasn't enough. You walk to the edge of your property, your eyes scanning the neighborhood for any sign of movement, any lingering shadow, any sign that you are being watched. You see only the quiet suburban landscape, the neatly mowed lawns, the closed blinds. And that's the true horror of it all, the sheer normalcy surrounding your burgeoning nightmare. You walk to your trash bin at the curb, lifting the heavy plastic lid. It's full of yesterday's mundane refuse, empty cereal boxes, spent coffee filters, crumpled paper, the ordinary leavings of a life that now seems impossibly distant. You hold the porcelain doll over the opening. You hesitate. It feels wrong, almost like disrespect. You shake your head, angry at the sudden, ridiculous guilt. It's an object, a creepy, unwanted object. You drop it. It lands with a soft, hollow thud against the plastic liner. You slam the lid down, hearing the slight, satisfying clack of the latch securing. A simple act of denial. You've thrown it away. It's over. You can go inside and make your coffee, and tomorrow will be just a normal day. You pause for a moment, just listening. The lid remains securely closed. The street remains silent. Good. You spend the rest of that day in a state of suspended animation. You clean the house, but every movement is performed with a nervous glance over your shoulder. You try to focus on work, but the shadow of the little porcelain face seems to have been imprinted on your vision. You find yourself pacing in front of the window, peering out at the innocuous black plastic trash bin. It's silly, isn't it? You, an adult, terrified of a piece of ceramic and lace that's safely locked away in the garbage. You have to laugh at the absurdity of it, the kind of laugh that's mostly breath and no humor. That evening, you treat yourself to a massive, comforting dinner, something heavy, grounding, something to anchor you back to the mundane reality you've started to drift away from. As you're eating, a terrifying thought strikes you. What if it got out? What if it's already out? You rush to the window, throwing the curtain aside. The bin is still there, lid shut. You breathe a shaky sigh of relief, then realize the sheer ridiculousness of your reaction. You are in a staring contest with your own garbage can. You shake your head and retreat back to the table. I wonder what you call a doll that constantly breaks out of trash receptacles. A recycled nightmare. You finally manage to fall asleep. A restless, fitful sleep full of half-formed images and the scent of old lace. You wake up with a jolt, the kind of sudden awakening where your heart is already racing before your mind has registered why. The room is dark. You check the time, 3:00 a.m. The witching hour. A classic. You lie there for a long time, listening to the house, listening to the deep, resonant silence. It's the silence that tells you something is wrong. You get out of bed, your bare feet cold on the floorboards, and you creep down the hall. You're not sure where you're going, but your feet know. They guide you to the living room window that faces the street. Slowly, tentatively, you peer out. The trash bin is exactly where it should be. But now, the lid is slightly ajar, not thrown open, but lifted a couple of inches, resting on the lip of the bin. And there, sitting right on top of the lid, a tiny, serene sentinel in the moonlight, is the doll. It's back, and it's doing two things that shatter the last vestiges of your composure. First, it's sitting on the lid, which means it had to climb out of the bin, lift the heavy lid, and then position itself there. Second, its eyes. Its painted blue eyes, which were fixed on the distance before, are now turned. They are looking directly at your window. At you. You can feel the cold, unblinking focus of that tiny porcelain gaze. You gasp, stepping back from the window, stumbling over the rug. The cold certainty returns, sharper and more clinical this time. This is not a prank. This is not a neighbor. This is pursuit. And it has escalated. It's no longer waiting on the welcome mat. It's making a statement. You can't get rid of me. You wait until the sun is fully up before you can bring yourself to go back outside. You open the front door slowly, keeping your body partially concealed behind it. You check the street. Empty. You look at the trash bin. The doll is still sitting there, its head slightly tilted now, as if contemplating the morning air. You approach it cautiously, not wanting to make any sudden movements, as if it were a wild, unpredictable thing. The eyes. You can't escape the eyes. They are a vivid, glossy blue, and they seem to hold a perfect reflection of the clouds drifting overhead. You realize you don't even need to pick it up to know for sure. You know it's the same one. The frayed lace cuff, the tiny smudge of dirt near its chin that wasn't there yesterday. Historians still argue whether the earliest documented cases of inanimate objects displaying signs of sentience were genuine paranormal events or simply elaborate psychological hoaxes orchestrated by cunning individuals to exploit superstitious communities. It's the classic debate, isn't it? Is the world full of secrets or just full of people who enjoy messing with you? In your case, it feels profoundly, terrifyingly real. You snatch the doll up and retreat back into the house, slamming the door and twisting the deadbolt violently. You're breathing hard, your heart hammering against your ribs. You can't throw it out. It just comes back. A locked closet didn't work. A secured bin didn't work. What's next? A concrete vault. You decide on a radical, desperate approach: destruction. You find the heaviest hammer in your toolbox, a rusty, powerful claw hammer. You place the doll on your workbench in the garage. The light in here is harsh and cold, and the garage is a space of utilitarian reality, a place where things are fixed, not haunted. This is where you'll win. You raise the hammer. The porcelain face stares up at you, serene, unconcerned. It's almost challenging you. Go on, try it. You bring the hammer down with all your strength. You expect a satisfying smash, a brittle explosion of ceramic shards. Instead, the hammer bounces. It hits the doll's head with a dull, rubbery thwack, and the doll simply slides across the workbench, stopping at the edge. The hammer blow didn't even leave a scratch, not a chip. The porcelain is smooth, unblemished, and the doll's head is now tilted even further. An expression of what you can only perceive as mild amusement frozen on its painted lips. The air leaves your lungs in a rush. This is beyond the laws of physics. Porcelain is fragile. A heavy hammer should have pulverized it. You try again, hitting it harder, your arms shaking with the effort and the burgeoning panic. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Nothing, not a dent. You drop the hammer, your hands trembling. You pick up the doll. It is still perfectly fine, its face still wearing that unsettling, gentle smile. It seems to be silently saying, "Did you really think that would work?" There's a strange, obscure superstition from the Appalachian region about warding dolls. The belief is that if a person dies holding a specific handmade doll, their will or their final, burning wish can be sealed into the doll's core. The doll becomes a kind of emotional artifact, unbreakable by physical means until that final, desperate will is fulfilled. It's a quaint idea, until you realize you're holding a small porcelain representation of someone else's unfinished business. You stand there in the garage, covered in sweat, holding the unbreakable doll. It's a moment of profound, terrible realization. You can't discard it. You can't destroy it. You are, in effect, stuck with it. You laugh again, a sharp, choked sound. What do you call an unkillable porcelain doll that stalks you? You whisper to the empty garage. A self-correcting problem. You return inside, defeated. You can't leave it outside, and you can't keep it in the garage. You wander through your house, the doll weighing down your arm. You finally place it on the small antique side table in the living room. It's a place of honor, a place of prominence. It is now a feature in your home. And as you set it down, the unblinking, wide blue eyes seem to settle on you, and a deep, cold weariness washes over you. The terror is still there, but now it's mixed with a strange resignation. The cycle has begun. The next morning, the doll is, naturally, gone from the side table. You don't even bother to check the front door first. You walk straight to the window and look out. There it is, sitting primly on the welcome mat, its presence a defiant, silent declaration. The cycle is complete. It shows up, you try to get rid of it, it reappears in a more unsettling way, and then it resets, always returning to the porch. It's a pattern of abuse, but subtle, gentle abuse, the slow chipping away at your sanity. But this is not just a reset. You open the door and just stare at it. The porcelain is cool and slightly damp with the morning dew. You notice something new, a tiny, almost invisible scratch on its left cheek, no bigger than a sliver of thread. It's small, yet it draws your attention with a terrible magnetic pull. It looks deliberate, like a mark of passage. I was here, and now I'm back. You retreat inside, leaving the doll on the mat. You close the door and lock it, then immediately turn around and walk to the living room. You look out the window that overlooks your neighbor's yard. You have to know, someone must be seeing this. You decide to ask the neighbors. It's the last logical step before full-blown panic. You go across the street to Mrs. Henderson's house. She's lived there for 40 years and knows absolutely everything that happens on your block, from who got a new shrub to who let their dog off leash. She's the neighborhood oracle, the keeper of all trivial knowledge. She answers the door, a woman of sharp eyes and even sharper opinions. You try to sound casual, breezy, as if you're asking about the weather. "Morning, Mrs. Henderson. Listen, this is going to sound a bit strange, but I was wondering if you've noticed anyone leaving things on my porch lately, specifically a kind of old-fashioned porcelain doll." Mrs. Henderson's expression doesn't change. Her gaze is steady and disconcertingly blank. "A doll, dear. No, haven't seen a thing. I was up making my coffee by 5003 every morning this week. Never saw a soul on your property, not a one. Are you missing a child's toy?" Her voice is flat, devoid of curiosity, which is the most unsettling part of all. She knows everything, and yet she saw nothing. You thank her, the hollow feeling growing in your stomach. You visit the next house, Mr. Petrov's. He's retired, often sitting on his porch with a newspaper and a thermos. He's the opposite of Mrs. Henderson, friendly, verbose, and easily distracted. You ask him the same question. He laughs. "A doll. What? Are you getting cursed, son?" "Ha, no, I'd have seen anyone. I'm up with the sun, watching the birds. No one has walked up your path, no packages, no people, just you, going to your car, then coming back home. Why?" You mumble something about a misunderstanding, a joke, and retreat. The silence is total. The entire neighborhood, the one you trusted to be a witness, a backdrop to your normal life, is denying your reality. This leads you down a dark, internet-fueled rabbit hole. Since no one is seeing the delivery, you search for local oddities, unsolved mysteries, and, yes, doll stories. You start by typing in the obvious, local doll reappearing. The results are a bizarre mix of forum posts and local history archives, and that's when you find it. An article from 1957, tucked away in the archives of a regional historical society. The headline is sensational. "The Whispering House of Willow Creek. Local girl vanishes after receiving unwanted toys." Willow Creek is a small, unincorporated community just on the outskirts of your town. The article details the story of a young woman named Eleanor who lived in the 1950s. She began receiving small, handmade wooden animals on her doorstep. Every morning, a new one. She'd throw them away, only for them to reappear. The article ends chillingly. On the 11th day, the animals stopped appearing. Eleanor was also gone. Local authorities concluded she ran away, though her parents maintained a deep-seated fear that the toys had taken her. This is the obscure horror tidbit you never wanted to find. The article, of course, is dismissed as small-town legend, a footnote of local hysteria. But the pattern, the insistence of the unwelcome item, is too perfect. It's the same rhythm, a soft knock, a defiant return, and then absence. You look at your own doll, still sitting on the mat, and suddenly the porcelain seems less like ceramic and more like bone. I heard another joke about a mysterious package delivery. What do you call an invisible courier who delivers creepy items? A special guest delivery service. I know you're not smiling, but trust me, when you're this stressed, the sheer relief of a bad pun can feel like a life raft. You decide to go back and talk to Mrs. Henderson again, this time with a more direct, less casual approach. You walk back across the street, a determination solidifying in your gut. You ring her bell, and she opens the door with a slight frown. Back so soon, dear. Did you find your doll? Mrs. Henderson, you say, your voice low and earnest. I know this sounds crazy, but I found an old article about Eleanor in Willow Creek, the one who disappeared after the toys started showing up. Do you remember that? The color drains from her face. Her composure, which was steel minutes ago, suddenly cracks. Her eyes dart nervously toward your house, specifically toward the doll you left on your mat. She lowers her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Eleanor. Yes, I remember. My mother used to tell me about her. She said the toys were only half the story. The really unsettling thing was what happened before the toys. She said Eleanor had a habit of wishing on things, really small, mean wishes, a whispered word when someone annoyed her, a dark thought she poured into an object. She leans closer, her breath smelling faintly of cinnamon. The local lore wasn't that the toys took her. It was that they were sent to her, a kind of payment, an old debt being collected. This is a deep cut of local dread, a belief that negativity, once focused, creates a tangible debt in the universe that must be paid in kind. The doll is not a curse. It's a bill. Then what have you been wishing for or against lately? Who have you silently cursed in a moment of frustration? The thought makes your blood run cold. You thank her, your mind reeling, and turn to walk home. As you look back at your porch, the doll is still there. But now, it's not sitting. It's leaning against the door frame, its tiny body propped up, as if it got tired of waiting and decided to stretch. And the scratch on its cheek. You don't touch the doll. You just stare at it through the window. The blue, painted eyes seem to be looking past you, into the deepest, darkest corners of your house. The quiet of your suburban street no longer feels safe. It feels like the airless, silent space at the bottom of a deep well. The pattern is now utterly, horrifyingly established. Every morning, the doll reappears on your porch. You stop trying to dispose of it, which is the first sign that you're starting to accept its rules. You start to treat it like a particularly rude and silent house guest. You pick it up, bring it inside, and place it somewhere new. A bookshelf, a mantelpiece, the kitchen counter. Each morning it's back outside. But the resetting is only the first layer of the horror. The truly insidious part is what happens to the doll while it's away from you. Each morning, the porcelain watcher returns with a subtle, horrifying change. The first day after your conversation with Mrs. Henderson, it has a smudge of dirt on the white lace of its dress. Not a huge stain, just a tiny, perfectly placed streak of black, like a line of ash or chimney soot, right over its little porcelain heart. It's a detail so small it's easy to dismiss, but you can't. You know that dress was pristine yesterday. Where did it go that it picked up a single smudge of dirt? And why on its chest? The second morning, the doll's tightly curled, yellowed hair is no longer smooth. A single small section of the delicate hair at the nape of its neck is now tied in a tight, rough knot. It's not a decorative knot. It's a knot of frustration, a knot of struggle. It looks like someone or something impatiently grabbed its hair and yanked. It makes you wince, a strange, empathic reaction to an inanimate object. The third morning brings the most disturbing change yet. When you pick up the doll, you realize its head is no longer perfectly straight. It's now positioned at a slight, unnatural angle, resting on its shoulder, and when you try to gently adjust it, you feel a faint, sickening resistance inside the neck joint. It's as if something has deliberately weakened or damaged the internal mechanics to give it an expression of perpetual, coy vulnerability. And then there are the eyes. Always the eyes. They are still wide, still blue, but you swear that their focus shifts slightly from day to day. One morning, they seem to be looking at the door. The next, they seem to be looking up at the roof. The next, they seem to be looking down at the ground, as if staring at something that only it can see, something underneath your home. You start to develop a routine. You wake up dreading the morning, but also perversely anticipating the new detail. You take a picture of the doll every day before you move it, creating a chilling gallery of its slow, subtle transformation. You are meticulously documenting your own descent into the unbelievable. The house feels smaller now. The silence feels heavier. You find yourself speaking to the doll when you bring it inside, not out of politeness, but out of a desperate need to acknowledge its presence, to give the terror a voice. "Where were you last night?" You whisper to the unblinking face as you place it back on the mantelpiece. "And why did you do that to your hair?" Researchers disagree on whether the human brain's tendency to anthropomorphize non-human entities like dolls or even shadows is a protective evolutionary mechanism, a hypervigilance against potential threats, or a simple byproduct of pattern recognition gone awry. You're living in the space between those two theories. You know it's just painted ceramic, but you feel the intent behind the changes. The changes are a conversation, and you're terrified of where the dialogue is leading. One night, you wake up and can't shake the feeling of being watched. You look over at the mantelpiece where you left the doll. It's dark, but you can see the faint outline of its shape in the gloom. You try to tell yourself it's just the darkness, just your nerves. But you know that the angle of its head, the way it's resting on its shoulder, makes it look like it's listening to you breathe. This leads me to a mainstream scary fact that might make your skin crawl a little more. For centuries, dolls have been used as conduits for rituals in various cultures. One of the most terrifying, because it's based in fact, is the historical phenomenon of the poison dolls used in the Victorian era. These weren't cursed, they were a darker kind of tool. A number of dolls, particularly those produced with arsenic-based paints, were inadvertently poisoning the children who played with them. So, an object of comfort and companionship becomes an instrument of slow, silent malice. Think of your porcelain friend, not necessarily poisoning you, but slowly, surely, poisoning your mind. The exhaustion begins to set in. You can't sleep properly. The thought of that little figure out on your porch, acquiring a new scar or a new bit of debris, keeps you awake. You start to see little things in the daytime, too. A shadow that moves a fraction too quickly at the periphery of your vision. The sound of a doorknob being softly, carefully turned on the other side of a locked door. You tell another joke to try and break the tension, the dry, eerie wit becoming a necessary coping mechanism. What do you call an unkillable porcelain doll that stalks you? You whisper to the empty garage, a self-correcting problem. You laugh, a sharp, choked sound that sounds utterly insane in the quiet of your kitchen. The latest change is a piece of string. When the doll reappears on the fourth morning, there is a tiny, faded blue thread tied to the small finger of its right hand. It's a color that you recognize. It's the exact color of the thread from a tapestry your grandmother used to keep, a tapestry that's been folded up in a box in your attic for years. The attic you haven't been into in over a decade. This is the point where the fear stops being vague and becomes deeply personal. The doll isn't just an anchor for a lost soul. It's an investigator. It's not just observing your home, it's exploring your past. It's bringing back pieces of your own history, like a cat bringing you dead birds. The knot in its hair, the dirt on its chest, the string from your attic. It's compiling a list, a terrifying resume of its nightly activities, all without leaving a single footprint. This is more than just a pattern, it's a terrifying form of intimacy. It knows things about you, about your space, about your forgotten memories that no casual intruder could possibly know. And every change is a fresh, silent whisper of that knowledge. You stop sleeping entirely, opting instead for a perpetual state of nervous alertness. You're convinced that whatever is delivering the doll is also operating inside your house during the night. The subtle changes on the doll's porcelain face and faded clothes are merely the evidence it leaves on the doorstep. The real action, the truly invasive work, is happening right around you, while you lie frozen and helpless in your bed. The unsettling sounds begin right on cue. It's not the thunderous, obvious noises of a horror movie, no slamming doors or crashing glass. It's much quieter, much more intimate, and therefore infinitely worse. The first sound is a soft, rhythmic clicking. You hear it coming from the downstairs hallway around 2:00 a.m. It's the sound of a small object lightly striking the hardwood floor. A click, 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 pause, click, click, click. It's the kind of sound a small, hard object on tiny wooden feet might make if it were walking slowly, deliberately, across the floor. You pull the blanket over your head, your heart pounding a frantic rhythm against your ribs. You imagine the doll, its head cocked at that unsettling angle, making its slow, purposeful journey from the living room mantel back to the front door, ready for its big return performance at dawn. The clicking stops abruptly, replaced by a sudden, deafening silence. The next night, it's the noise of fabric rustling. A dry, faint shh. You know what you hear. The sound of the doll's dress, the faded ivory-colored lace brushing against the wood. But why is it in your bedroom closet? You haven't moved it from the kitchen counter since yesterday. The sound lasts for perhaps 20 seconds, an eternity in the darkness, and then it's gone. You don't dare open the closet door. You can only lie there, breathing as shallowly as possible, trying to disappear into your own mattress. You are forced to confront another mainstream historical fact about these insidious figures. During the height of the Salem witch trials, one of the key pieces of spectral evidence used to condemn victims was the accusation of making, or being in possession of, a voodoo doll or puppet used for occult purposes. The sheer cultural terror surrounding these human-shaped effigies has historical roots in the fear that they could be used to inflict suffering from a distance. You realize your doll isn't inflicting any physical harm, it's inflicting a targeted psychological siege. It's the 21st century equivalent of spectral evidence, and the jury is your own spiraling mind. Then comes the sound that completely breaks you. It's a single, very soft, very distinct sigh. It comes from the chair at the foot of your bed. The sigh is dry, brittle, and carries a faint, musty smell that you imagine is the scent of the doll's old fabric. It's a weary, disappointed sound, the sound of someone settling in for a long, uncomfortable wait. You squeeze your eyes shut so tight you see flashes of light behind your eyelids. You tell yourself it's the house settling, or the fan humming, or your own breath echoing in your ears. But you know it was a sigh. A distinctly human, or rather human-mimicking, sound of deep, cold weariness. I've got a joke that might help lighten the mood, or at least replace one kind of shiver with another. What's the doll's favorite kind of music? Creepy, crawly classics. You have to admit it's a bit of dry, eerie wit, perfectly suited for a host who hasn't slept in days. The next day, you find the doll on the porch, of course. Its latest change is another gut punch. The little blue thread from your grandmother's attic is now gone. Instead, there is a small brown stain on the front of its dress, right above the knee. It's the exact color of a coffee stain, the type that happens when you spill your morning cup while standing over your own welcome mat. Your coffee. You're not just imagining things anymore. The doll is interacting with your physical reality, creating a feedback loop of terror. You realize you are being forced into a bizarre collaboration. You are the protagonist, the victim, and the unwilling accomplice. You leave the doll on the kitchen counter, hoping that tonight the sounds will be less invasive, perhaps confined to a different room. You are trying to negotiate with the impossible. There's an obscure bit of ghost lore from the American South that refers to shadow familiars. These are believed to be restless entities that can't manifest as a full spirit, so they instead adopt a familiar object. In this case, the doll as a physical anchor. The true horror of a shadow familiar, the lore suggests, is that it doesn't just haunt the space, it mimics the habits of its chosen victim, observing their movements, their sounds, their quiet moments, until it can perfectly substitute their presence. The clicking, the rustling, the sigh. Why, it's not just terrorizing you, it's rehearsing. This brings us to a scholarly debate that haunts the field of paranormal psychology. Historians still argue whether the documented poltergeist phenomena throughout the centuries are genuine manifestations of an external intelligent force, or simply the result of powerful, uncontrolled psychokinetic energy emanating from an emotionally distressed individual. Is the doll causing the phenomena, or is your escalating terror and lack of sleep actually fueling the doll? The answer changes everything, and you don't want to know the truth. You make a desperate decision. You're going to stay awake. You're going to sit in the dark, armed with nothing but a flashlight and your dwindling supply of sanity, and you are going to wait for the next sound. You're not going to confront it, you just want to see it. You want to see the impossible with your own eyes, to prove you're not insane. You set the doll on a chair directly across the living room, facing your own chair, ready for your silent, unnerving vigil. You whisper a final, dry joke into the silent room. What's the definition of an exhausting evening? Watching a doll not move for 8 straight hours. It's a sit-down comedy. And you wait. You sit in the armchair, shrouded in the darkness, the porcelain doll a pale, unmoving spot on the chair opposite you. The air in the room is thick and cold. Every nerve ending is screaming for sleep, but the fear is a sharper, more effective stimulant. The hours crawl by, marked only by the shifting shadows of the moon. You watch the doll. Its painted eyes stare back. You watch for the rhythmic clicking, the rustle of lace, the dry, brittle sigh. Nothing. The doll is completely, utterly still. It is just an object. For hours, your terror begins to recede, replaced by a deep, weary self-loathing. You chastise yourself for your wild imagination. You descend into panic. You tell yourself that the sounds were the refrigerator, the wind, the noise of a very tired mind breaking down. Then, just as the darkness begins to thin, just before the pre-dawn light hits the room, you hear it. Not a click, not a rustle, but a single, soft, wet sound, like a finger being lightly pulled out of a glass of water. It comes from the chair opposite you, from the doll. You immediately switch on your flashlight, bathing the doll in a sharp white beam. It is exactly where you left it. Still, perfect. Except for one thing, one of the wide blue eyes looks different. It's not the painting, it's the surface. It looks moist, as if a single, tiny, perfectly round teardrop had just been wiped away from the glass. The dampness is gone almost instantly, absorbed by the ambient air, but you saw it. A single, silent, wet acknowledgement. You realize the doll only moves, only makes its presence known when it is unwatched. It performs for the dark, not for you. You have to give up on catching it in the act. You have to try a different way. You decide to fight fire with research, to try and apply scholarly method to your supernatural horror. You open your laptop and dive back into the internet, moving past the local legends and focusing on the deep, esoteric lore you've barely touched. You search for things like dolls that move, inanimate object possession, and transference rituals. This is where you stumble upon the terrifying concept of soul transference. This is an ancient occult belief, often discussed in hushed tones in fringe spiritual texts. The premise is simple, yet horrifying. A specific ritual can be performed to transfer a fragment of a person's consciousness, their will or their anima, into a vessel, a doll, a statue, or any human-shaped object. The transference is usually performed on the person's deathbed, or during a moment of extreme psychological focus. The vessel is then said to possess a residual, stubborn will that forces it to complete a task the original soul couldn't finish. The soul fragment doesn't fully inhabit the doll, it merely animates it, providing a chilling mimicry of life that is both mechanical and intensely personal. This explains the doll's persistence, its indestructibility, and its targeted investigation into your home and past. It's not a poltergeist, it's a tool, a deeply focused, autonomous mechanism driven by an unfinished debt. I've got another joke for you, the kind of dry wit that keeps you awake. What did the porcelain doll say when it came back for the third time? Don't knock it till you try it. A polite, yet deeply unsettling customer service approach to haunting. You find a particularly obscure piece of information relating to soul transference, an obscure or fringe tidbit about the final step of the ritual. It states that the vessel, once animated, will begin to seek out a specific mirror. Not a regular mirror, but a piece of polished glass or reflective surface that holds the imprint of the transferred soul's final regret. Once the doll finds and breaks this object, the transference is complete, and the doll is no longer merely a conduit. It is the fully realized, unbreakable form of the spirit. You immediately begin to search your house for any mirrors that feel wrong, any that are older, or any that have a subtle flaw. It's a fruitless task. Every mirror is normal, modern, and perfectly reflective. You are looking for a ghost in a perfectly functional pane of glass. This brings you back to a mainstream horror fact. In many cultures, the act of breaking a mirror is not just bad luck, it's an act of spiritual warfare. In some African and Caribbean folk practices, it is believed that a broken mirror releases the evil spirit trapped within it, or shatters the soul of the person who breaks it. Your task is to find a mirror that is special, one that holds a single, terrible regret. Historians still argue whether the traditional practice of covering mirrors after death in various cultures, a custom intended to prevent the soul from becoming trapped, was primarily driven by genuine spiritual belief, or was an elaborate, culturally sanctioned coping mechanism to manage grief. Your fears making you want to cover every reflective surface in your home. You stand in your living room, the doll sitting on the chair opposite you. You pick it up, examining its serene, flawless face. You look for the telltale moistness around its eye, but it's gone. You suddenly remember the last significant regret you have. It wasn't an action, it was a conversation. A very short, very final conversation with someone you haven't seen in years. A conversation that ended badly and for which you never found closure. You look at the doll again. You know with terrifying certainty that this small porcelain anchor is not just looking for a mirror, it is looking for your regret. It's trying to find the place where you shattered your own reflection, and it won't stop until it breaks the physical manifestation of that sorrow. The latest change to the doll, after this night of terrifying silence, is subtle but profound. The faint, brittle knot in its hair is gone, smoothed away. Instead, a tiny, almost imperceptible tear appears in the faded lace dress right at the hemline. It's the kind of tear that happens when a small object snags and rips itself free. The doll is moving with purpose now. It's done with the games, and you realize with a cold rush of blood that the silence was not a surrender, it was a strategy. A pause before the final, terrifying ascent. The moment you see the doll on the porch the next morning, your breath pitches in your throat. It's not the smudge, the knot, or the tiny tear that grabs you. It's the sheer clarity of the new mark. Across the perfect, smooth porcelain of its face, a tiny, deliberate crack runs from the corner of its left eye down toward its chin. It's not a stress fracture. It looks like the result of a precise, sharp tap. It mars the serenity of the doll's expression, replacing it with a look of fixed, terrifying pain. But this crack isn't just a new injury. It's a literal manifestation of a dream you had only a few hours ago. In the dream, you were staring into a dark, foggy mirror, and a crack had spiderwebbed across the glass, starting at the exact same spot, the corner of your own left eye. You'd woken up with the chilling sensation of a cold, thin line being drawn across your cheek. The doll is no longer just investigating your past or mimicking your habits. It's entering your mind. It's taking your unconscious, internal fears and rendering them externally, in porcelain. It's the ultimate form of psychological terror. It's proving it knows what you fear before you even wake up to face it. You bring the doll inside, placing it on a small wooden pedestal. You can't bear to put it on a chair or a couch. It feels too intimate, too much like a person. You need to keep it at arm's length. I overheard a joke once about a therapist who treated dolls. What did the porcelain doll say to the therapist? I feel like I'm always being judged by my cover. It's dry, maybe a little unsettling, but it speaks to the doll's growing, uninvited self-awareness. You realize you have to go back to the source, back to the attic. The faint blue thread from your grandmother's tapestry that you saw on the doll's finger days ago. It's the only physical proof that the entity has been inside your house and in your past. You have to find out what it was doing up there. You climb the rickety pull-down ladder to the attic, armed with a flashlight. The air up here is hot, stale, and smells of dust and decades of sealed-away time. You find the trunk containing your grandmother's things. It's a heavy, old cedar chest, and it's unlocked. You know you always kept it locked. Inside, everything is exactly as you remember it. The folded tapestry, old letters tied with ribbon, a box of yellowed photographs. But one thing is different. The box of photos, usually neatly stacked, is lying open, its contents scattered slightly. You kneel down and pick up the photos, and a cold wave of dread washes over you. Most of the pictures are just family vacations and Christmas mornings, but the ones scattered on top are different. They are pictures of you as a child, specifically one picture of you when you were 7, sitting on the porch of your childhood home, holding a different doll, a soft, rag doll. And next to the stack of photos, lying stark against the dusty wood of the trunk, is a tiny, perfectly preserved silver safety pin. It's not just any pin, it's the exact pin that was used to fasten the ribbon on the neck of that rag doll in the picture, the pin that you lost over 30 years ago. This is the ultimate fringe horror tidbit. In some rural superstitions concerning fetches or doppelgangers, it's believed that the entity can only truly anchor itself to its victim by physically linking a piece of the victim's childhood to a piece of its own vessel. By taking the pin from your past and leaving the crack on its own face, it's not just mirroring your pain, it's completing a circuit. It's tying itself to your earliest, most vulnerable memories. You stare at the doll's cracked face, and you look at the tiny silver pin. You have to admit, you're feeling a bit like a detective in a very bad play. You think of a joke to break the sheer, awful tension. Why did the possessed doll quit its job at the clock factory? Because it couldn't stand the sight of all those second hands. Researchers disagree on whether the human brain stores traumatic memories in a cohesive narrative format or as disjointed sensory fragments, a debate that is key to understanding PTSD. Your doll is systematically finding all of your sensory fragments and knitting them together into a terrifying narrative. It is assembling you into a story. You retreat from the attic, clutching the doll and the silver pin. You place the pin on the doll's lap, a terrible offering. It's time to stop running and start confronting the core of the problem. That single, perfect crack on the doll's face. It must represent the final regret you were searching for. The one thing you never got closure on. You remember the bad conversation, the final word spoken in anger that you never got to take back. It was with a former friend, Marcus. The disagreement was trivial, a small misunderstanding that spiraled into a final hurtful word. It was a perfect, small crack in your life, and the doll has manifested it physically. You realize what you have to do. The doll is not a monster. It is a debt collector. And the debt is this: closure. You have to find Marcus. You have to offer the apology, the explanation, the final word you never gave. That is the mirror it wants to break. You pull out your old phone records, your heart hammering. It's a long shot. Years have passed. But you have to try. You find his old number, your finger hovering over the screen. You tell yourself another joke, a plea for sanity. What's a doll's least favorite type of dessert? Anything with a short lifespan. You dial the number, it rings. Once, twice. And then, a sound that is both a shock and a chilling confirmation. A mechanical, cold voice saying, "The number you have dialed has been disconnected." And as you hang up, defeated, the light catches the porcelain doll on the pedestal. The crack on its face is still there, but now the tiny line is slightly darker. It's widening imperceptibly, as if to mock your failed attempt at closure. The debt remains, and the doll knows exactly where to collect next. You are back where you started, but 1,000 times worse. The doll, with its fresh, dark crack, is a constant, mocking presence. You have no way to pay the debt. Marcus is gone, or at least his number is. The entity is closing in, and its next move feels inevitable and final. The noises continue at night, but they are different now. Less like movement, more like inspection. You hear faint, scraping sounds coming from behind the baseboards, like a small, hard fingernail tracing the outline of your home. You decide on a radical, desperate move, a stakeout. You need to see the mechanism. You need to see what brings it to the porch. You're past the point of believing in simple human pranks. You need to confirm the supernatural, or at least the non-human nature of the delivery. If you can see it, you can understand it. If you understand it, you can fight it. You set up your post in the darkened living room behind the heavy drapes. You have a thermos of hot coffee, a pair of binoculars, and your smartphone camera ready to record. You are a spy in your own home, hunting a tiny, terrifying ghost. You know the doll reappears just before dawn, so your target window is from 3,000 a.m. to 5,003 a.m. The waiting is excruciating. Every shadow is a figure. Every creak of the house is a footstep. You are so tired, your vision keeps blurring at the edges, and you have to dig your fingernails into your palms to stay present. You hear the mournful hoot of an owl outside, and you almost jump out of your skin. This is the crucible of exhaustion, where the brain begins to play its own tricks. Around 4:30 a.m., you get a brief but profound reprieve from your own madness. You remember a historical crime that has always fascinated you, a mainstream horror fact you often use to anchor your mind to the real world's terror. The infamous Black Dahlia case in 1947. The meticulous, almost ritualistic nature of the victim's presentation. It spoke to a dark, obsessive artistry. Your doll, with its daily ritualistic changes and perfect placement, shares that terrifying sense of deliberate, artistic malice. It's the difference between a random crime and a message. Your doll is a message, and you're the only one who can read it. You try to make a joke to combat the creeping insanity of the weight. What do you call an unkillable porcelain doll that stalks you? A self-help book written by a possessed doll, dry, sharp, and a little too close to the bone. The waiting continues. Your eyelids feel like sandpaper. You've been staring at the empty welcome mat for hours. The street is still, the kind of stillness that swallows sound. You fight the urge to close your eyes, even for a second. Just a blink, just a rest, and that's when it happens. The inevitable. The deep, heavy drag of sleep. It isn't a gentle drifting. It's a sudden, violent shutdown. Your head hits the back of the chair, and you are instantly, profoundly gone. Your body, completely spent from days of fear and sleeplessness, has betrayed you. You wake up with a gasp, a metallic taste in your mouth. The room is no longer dark. A pale, gentle light is filtering through the drapes. You scramble to the window, pulling the fabric back, your heart sinking into a pit of despair. Sitting perfectly upright on the welcome mat, you check the time on your phone, 5048 a.m. You missed it by maybe 10 minutes. 10 minutes of surrendered consciousness. This time, the change is almost too much to bear. The crack is still there, darker than ever. The doll's dress is still stained. But now, clutched tightly in its tiny right hand, the same hand that once held your grandmother's thread, is a single, brittle, brown oak leaf. An oak leaf. You look at your yard. You don't have an oak tree. The nearest one is deep in the woods behind your subdivision, nearly a quarter of a mile away. This tiny leaf, held so tightly by the porcelain fingers, is the ultimate confirmation of the doll's non-human mechanism. It proves an impossibly large distance was covered, over rough, wet ground, in a few minutes without a single visible sign. It's a tiny, natural piece of the outside world, delivered by an unnatural messenger. The obscure horror tidbit you find later that morning is an old Gaelic superstition about banshee gifts. It's a belief that sometimes a harbinger of doom will leave a small, natural token, a feather, a specific stone, or a dead leaf at the threshold of a doomed family. The token is always from a place the victim has never been. It's a signature, a chilling calling card to signify that the entity's reach extends beyond your perceived boundaries. You laugh, a broken, dry sound. You realize the ultimate joke of this entire nightmare. Why did the uncatchable doll leave a leaf? Because it was leafing a clue. It's a trail of breadcrumbs in the woods left by a creature that doesn't need to walk. Historians still argue whether the concept of the fairy path or spirit line in various European folklores, a straight, invisible line spirits travel on at night, was a genuine occult belief or a pre-scientific understanding of magnetic ley lines. You are convinced your doll is traveling on an invisible, spirit-engineered path right to your front door. You retreat into the kitchen, defeated. You pick up the phone, intending to call the police, to call anyone. You stop. What are you going to say? I missed the ghost doll delivery because I fell asleep. You realize the stakeout was a failure not because you were tired, but because you were watched. The doll waited for the precise moment you dropped your guard. The entity knows your limits, it knows your rhythm, and it knows when you sleep. You look at the doll, now sitting on the kitchen table, the tiny oak leaf clutched in its hand. You realize that your next step can't be about stopping the delivery. It has to be about understanding the leaf. The leaf is the key. It's the address of the person who sent the doll. It's the location of the debt, and you have to go there. You have to walk the spirit line the doll took every night. You have to find the source of the persistent oak leaf. The oak leaf is your only tangible clue, a small, brittle map to the heart of your terror. You place the doll gently on your passenger seat. Strapping it in with the seatbelt is a joke that falls flat even in your own mind. You think, what do you call a doll that constantly travels? A frequent scarier. You drive toward the back of the subdivision, the side bordering the dense, unkempt woods. The woods that have always felt less like a natural border and more like a massive, dark wall. You park your car at the last paved street, where the asphalt gives way to a rough, muddy deer trail. You grip the doll in your hand, it's porcelain cold even in the warmth of the day. You walk into the woods, the silence immediately deepening. The sun struggles to break through the thick canopy of trees. You are looking for an oak tree, a big one, the kind that sheds a leaf perfect enough for a tiny porcelain hand to clutch. You push through thickets of thorny bushes, your clothes snagging, your anxiety rising. As you walk, your mind, deprived of sleep and overloaded with terror, latches onto the familiar, the documented. You remember a chilling mainstream scary fact about the infamous Annabelle doll. The original reports about the doll's origins, long before the movies sensationalized it, suggest that its owner reported it leaving tiny handwritten notes in the apartment, notes that begged for help. The doll was writing, it was communicating its distress. Your doll isn't writing, but its actions, the placement, the changes, the leaf, are a far more unsettling form of communication. It's not begging for help, it's demanding attention. You walk for what feels like an hour, the path growing fainter, the trees growing denser. You finally find it, a massive, ancient red oak, its trunk wider than a car. At the base of the tree, you see dozens of the same brittle brown leaves, confirming this is the source. You are at the delivery hub. But there's nothing else, no marker, no house, no clue. You drop to your knees, frustrated, tears welling up in your eyes. This was supposed to be the answer, but it's just a dead end. You turn the doll over and over in your hands, searching for a new clue, a new scratch, a sign that you're on the right track. And that's when you see it, on the bottom of its faded lace shoe. A minuscule, dried piece of clay. It's not dirt. It's a very specific, dark, reddish-brown clay. You remember the local history section of your frantic internet search. There was an old, abandoned pottery studio built on a seam of unique reddish-brown clay that was rumored to be somewhere in these woods before it burned down years ago. It was known as the Red Clay Maker's Shack. An old local superstition held that the potter who worked at the shack used to fire his clay with a mix of water and human tears, believing it gave his creations an unnatural, lifelong durability. The shack was also supposedly the last place Eleanor, the girl who vanished after receiving the unwelcome toys, was ever seen alive. She was rumored to have been collecting a debt from the eccentric potter. The doll is guiding you, one awful step at a time, closer to the source of its material, and perhaps its curse. You think of another joke, a nervous tremor of laughter escaping your lips. What do you call a doll that's constantly rerouting? A GPS-possessed navigator? Historians still argue whether the Roman practice of burying effigies or tablets with curse inscriptions was genuinely intended as occult magic or simply a form of social and psychological warfare intended to intimidate rivals. Your doll feels like a cursed tablet, constantly updating its location, its target, and its intent. You push further into the woods, following what you hope is the direction of the old pottery shack. You're no longer searching for a simple house. You are looking for a nexus of local dread, a place where the clay and the regret meet. You stumble into a small, open clearing. The light here is brighter, almost blinding after the darkness of the canopy. In the center of the clearing, there is a low, moss-covered pile of stones and charred wood, the remains of the pottery shack. And behind the remains, a small, dark opening in the earth, a cellar or a well. And sitting right next to the opening, on a smooth, flat stone, is a tiny, exquisitely carved wooden animal. A small, perfect wooden bird. It's stained reddish-brown with the local clay, and it is staring directly at the cellar opening. It's one of the toys from the Willow Creek legend. One of Eleanor's unwelcome, reappearing gifts. The wooden bird has been waiting here for over half a century, and now the porcelain doll has guided you to it. The debt, whatever it is clearly shared. You look from the wooden bird to the crack on your doll's face. You realize the doll wasn't looking for your regret. It was looking for the location of the regret, the place where the transference happened, the place where the original soul shattered its own mirror. You look down at the dark opening in the earth. It smells of wet earth, old stone, and something else, something metallic and deeply cold. You know, with the sick certainty of a protagonist in a bad play, that the answer lies in that dark hole. The doll has led you to the final descent. The porcelain hand holding the little oak leaf points with a silent, terrible insistence toward the dark earthen maw. You stand at the edge of the dark opening, the small reddish-brown wooden bird silent at your feet. The doll, still in your hand, is a dead weight, but its presence is a burning focus. You can't go down that hole, you tell yourself. It's old, unstable, and could be a trap. It could be the very thing that claimed Eleanor all those years ago. You shine your flashlight into the opening. The beam cuts through the darkness, illuminating rough, damp-looking stone steps descending into a narrow, earth-walled cellar. The metallic scent is stronger here, a smell that you've come to associate with pure, distilled fear. You step back, your mind racing, and look around the clearing one last time. You are trying to find one last rational explanation, one last thing that will save you from climbing down into a grave. And then you see it. Near the remains of the charred shack, where the ground is still wet from last night's dew, is a patch of freshly turned reddish-brown mud. You drop the doll and crouch down, inspecting the mud with a manic intensity. The doll, when it returned this morning, had a tiny, unmistakable speck of this reddish-brown clay on its shoe. It must have walked through this mud to get the oak leaf. But as you look closer at the mud, you see the thing that chills you to the very core, the final piece of physical evidence that confirms the utter impossibility of your predicament. The patch of mud is a perfect, smooth expanse of dark red. There are no footprints, no human boot print, no deer track, no impression from a dragging piece of lace or a rigid porcelain foot. The only thing marring the surface is a single, small indentation where the doll must have rested for a moment, but there are no tracks leading to that indentation and no tracks leading away from it. It's as if the doll was placed there from above, or simply manifested in that spot, an act of silent, instantaneous transportation. The obscure horror tidbit you recall is a bit of ghost lore from the English countryside known as the airwalkers. These are spirits of unquiet individuals, often those who died suddenly or under mysterious circumstances, who are believed to be unable to touch the consecrated ground. They travel by walking the air a few inches above the surface, leaving no impression. Your doll isn't just a conduit, it's an airwalker's anchor. It doesn't walk, it is placed. And it is placed by something that is either defying the laws of gravity or is simply too light to leave a mark. You stand up, your body shaking, and retrieve the doll. Its power is not in its movement, it's in its defiance of movement. It's the sheer impossibility of its daily return. I've got a joke for you, because you're desperately close to completely breaking down. Why did the Airwalker doll apply for a job as a courier? Because it had an elevated sense of delivery. A joke about defying gravity, because that's exactly what's defying your sanity. You look at the dark opening, the cellar of the red clay maker's shack. The logical steps are over. You are no longer dealing with a mystery, you are dealing with a fact. A sentient, non-walking doll that delivers itself. Historians still argue whether the widespread belief in spontaneous human combustion, documented in historical records, was a genuine, rare physical phenomenon or a convenient narrative used to explain otherwise unexplainable deaths. Your doll's return is your personal, ongoing instance of spontaneous, inanimate combustion. It is a thing that defies all explanation. The doll's crack is darker still. It's almost a hairline fracture now, splitting the face with terrifying finality, and then you realize the meaning of the crack. It's not just a sign of your own regret, it's a time marker. The crack is getting darker, which means the doll is getting closer to the end of its debt collection, and the end of its collection means the end of your turn. You take a deep breath, the metallic air of the cellar filling your lungs. You have to go down. The doll wants you to. The wooden bird wants you to. Eleanor's memory wants you to. You are being ushered to the climax of the story. You check your pockets, and for a moment you almost laugh. You don't have a weapon. You have a flashlight, a dead phone, and a doll. You are utterly unprepared for the confrontation you're about to have. You shine the flashlight one last time into the opening, and you notice something you missed before. Near the bottom of the visible steps, a small, dark shape is lying on the stone floor. It's a piece of cloth, old and tattered, and it's faded blue, the exact color of your grandmother's thread, the thread the doll first wore on its finger. The doll wasn't just investigating your attic, it was dropping a piece of itself along the return path, creating a breadcrumb trail back to its source. It was leading you here all along. You realize the doll isn't a passive object of terror, it's a deliberate guide. You take the first step down the stone steps, your foot scraping against the rough stone, the darkness swallows you whole. You are entering the realm of the Airwalker, the space where the laws of your life no longer apply. The doll is still in your hand, its cold porcelain a small, horrible comfort in the encroaching gloom. The descent is slow, treacherous, and reeking of mold and decay. The rough, damp-looking stone of the cellar walls seems to close in on you. You move your flashlight beam around the space, a dirt floor, rough-hewn shelves, and old, shattered pottery shards everywhere. The fragments are made of the reddish-brown clay you saw outside. This was the red clay maker's workshop. You are standing in the center of the doll's origin story, the place where its unbreakable material was molded and fired. The air here is so thick it feels like you're breathing dust and compressed time. You are surrounded by the remnants of the potter's peculiar, tear-fired craft. You move the flashlight beam over the remnants of a workbench. Sitting on the dirt floor beneath it, you see a small, dark, leather-bound journal. It's old and brittle, its pages swollen with moisture and time. You pick it up, your hand shaking, and open it to a random page. The handwriting is spidery, obsessive, and filled with diagrams of occult symbols and alchemical recipes. The potter wasn't just an eccentric, he was a dark artisan. You flip to a page detailing the transference ritual you'd read about. It's all here, the need for a vessel, the moment of death, and the crucial final element. The need for the vessel to be fed with the sorrow of the target, symbolized by finding the target's most personal, unaddressed regret. Your failure to contact Marcus, the final crack on the doll's face, it's all part of the blueprint. The doll, sitting on a nearby empty shelf, is silent. You know it's watching you read its creator's terrifying manual, and then, in the silence of the cellar, you hear it. Not a click, not a rustle, not a sigh, but a faint, dry, childlike whisper. It's not a word, it's not a plea, it's a sound of cold, dry laughter, a brittle, tiny heh that seems to emanate from the vicinity of the shelf where the doll sits, but also from the very walls of the cellar. Your heart leaps into your throat. This is a terrifying personal acknowledgement. The doll is finally speaking to you, not with its body, but with its voice. The laugh is not joyous. It's a sound of profound, victorious contempt. It has you where it wants you. This ties into a mainstream horror fact that is universally unsettling. The phenomenon of EVP, electronic voice phenomena. Recording voices that are not audibly present is a staple of ghost hunting. The laughter you hear, the faint, brittle sound, is the entity's direct, non-physical communication. It's not a message for a recording device, it's a message for your mind, delivered in the perfect acoustic chamber of its birth. You shine the flashlight on the doll, its face still set in that expression of cracked, gentle pain. The laughter stops instantly. It only speaks when it is unwatched. It only speaks when it knows you are distracted by the horrific blueprint of its creation. You try to make a joke, the nervous tremor a constant companion. What do you call a doll that constantly laughs in an underground lair, a deeply unsettling entertainer? You flip through the journal, desperate for a way out, and you find it, a small, hastily scrawled paragraph at the end of the transference ritual. It is the obscure horror tidbit you never knew you needed. The potter wrote that a successful transference creates an anima key. A small, physical token, usually of metal, that is the only object capable of temporarily suspending the doll's will. It's a literal kill switch. The anima key is what the soul will manifest when it is ready to give the target a single, final chance to end the cycle. It is the ultimate test. You check the doll on the shelf. Its hands are empty. It has not offered you the key yet. It's waiting. It's playing its final game. Researchers disagree on whether true psychological suggestion requires verbal communication or can be achieved solely through the use of symbolic cues and environmental manipulation, a debate that defines your entire ordeal. The doll is symbolically manipulating your environment, the leaf, the crack, the thread, and is now using a verbal cue, the laughter, to cement its control. You leave the journal on the workbench and turn to the center of the room. You see the faint, dry outline of a cot, and next to it, on the dirt floor, is a scattering of old buttons, rusted sewing needles, and small, faded scraps of lace. The doll's birth was here, and then you see it. Near the buttons, a small, dark shadow is pressed into the dirt floor. You focus your flashlight on it. It's a shallow indentation, perfectly preserved, like a photographic negative in the earth. The indentation of a small, rigid shoe. You pick up the doll and fit its foot perfectly into the indentation. The fit is exact. The doll hasn't been walking in the mud outside. It's been walking here. It walks in its place of origin, carrying the mud and the leaves out and returning with the pieces of your past. The cellar is its highway, its delivery zone, and the laughter you heard was the sound of its nightly departure, the sound of its will being enacted. You realize the doll isn't just a collector, it's a traveler, and it's coming for you next. You scramble out of the horrifying cellar, the dry, brittle laughter of the doll still ringing in your ears. The wooden bird remains motionless by the opening, a silent guardian of the potter's dark legacy. You are running now, pushing through the dense oak woods back toward your car, the doll clutched so tightly in your hand you fear you might actually break its now deeply cracked face. The key, the anima key, that is all you can think about. The key that can temporarily suspend the doll's will. The kill switch the potter left in his macabre manual. You need to get home, away from the birthplace of the curse, and wait for the doll to complete its final, terrifying gesture. It has to give you the key. You burst out of the woods and into the blinding light of the suburban street. You throw the doll onto the passenger seat and start the car, driving back to your house with reckless speed. You're no longer afraid of the doll's return. You're anticipating it. You are waiting for the final move in a game you never wanted to play. You arrive home and immediately place the doll on the kitchen table. You stare at it, willing the small porcelain fingers to unclench and reveal the metal token. But the doll remains still, its cracked face serene, its hands empty. It's waiting for night. Night falls, heavy and suffocating. You are sitting in the kitchen, a single harsh light on, staring at the doll. You don't try to sleep. You just wait. The metallic smell from the cellar is now in your house. Subtle but unmistakable. It's on your hands, on your clothes, in the air. The doll is bringing its environment with it. At 3033 a.m., the sound comes. Not a quick, not a rustle, but the distinct tink of something very small and very hard dropping onto a wooden surface. You jump up, your chair scraping backward. You rush to the kitchen table. The doll is still sitting there, its head tilted slightly, its eyes wide. And clutched in its right hand, the same hand that held the leaf and the thread, is a tiny silver skeleton key. It's old, tarnished silver, no longer than your thumbnail, with a delicate, antique pattern carved into the head, the anima key. The doll, in its final, terrifying act of obedience to the ritual, has offered you the kill switch. I have a joke for this precise moment of bizarre delivery. Why did the doll hide the key? Or because it was the key to unlocking its trauma. A bit dark, but appropriate for a debt collector. You snatch the key from its rigid grip. The metal is freezing cold, almost burning your skin. You examine the doll's face. The crack is no longer merely dark. It's glowing faintly with a dull inner light. The soul fragment is ready to complete the transference. You realize the implication of the key. It only temporarily suspends the doll's will. You have a window of opportunity to use it, but where? The potter's journal said the key opens the vessel's prison. Your first thought is the cellar. You rush back out to the woods, the tiny key burning a hole in your pocket. You climb down into the terrifying clay lair and try the key in every small lock, every hole, every indentation on the wall. Nothing. The key doesn't fit. The cellar is not the prison. You return home, defeated again, and look at the doll. You realize the obvious yet most horrifying truth. The vessel's prison is not the place it was made. The vessel's prison is the door it can't open, the door that holds the final regret. You rush to your desk and pull out your old records, searching for Marcus. You find an old address from years ago, a dilapidated apartment complex across town. You drive there, running red lights, the key a silver amulet in your palm. The apartment complex is dark, abandoned. You find the door, the final destination of your journey. You try the skeleton key in the lock. It doesn't fit. The lock is modern, sturdy. You were wrong. The key doesn't unlock a physical door. It unlocks a metaphorical door, the door of your life. This is the obscure horror tidbit you find later, a piece of fringe superstition. The locksmith ghost belief suggests that a token key only works on the lock that most defines the victim's emotional entrapment. The key is not for a house, it's for a memory. You drive back home, utterly shattered. You drop onto your couch, the doll still on the table. You look at the crack, the glowing line of white-hot regret, the key in your hand. You realize the ultimate truth. The key is meant to be used on the vessel itself. The doll is its own prison. You hold the tiny silver key up to the crack on the doll's face. You gently push the sharp end of the key into the glowing fracture. It slides in easily, like a knife into butter. A faint, high-pitched whine emanates from the porcelain. The glowing immediately fades. The crack is still bare, but it is now dark, dormant. The doll's eyes, still wide, seem to lose their terrible focus. The will has been suspended. You have one night while the will is suspended. You have to find the true mirror of regret, the thing the doll wants to shatter. And you realize, with a chilling certainty, that you have been looking for it in the wrong house all along. With the anima key lodged in its fracture, the doll is silent, still, and unnervingly cold. It's no longer a terrifying sentinel, it's a mere object. The oppressive tension in your house has dissipated, replaced by a temporary, fragile peace. You know this is your only window. You sit down at the kitchen table, the suspended doll before you. You are tracing the patterns on its faded lace dress when you realize the meaning of one of the embellishments. It's a small, embroidered flower on the left side of the skirt. You've seen it every day, but only now, under the duress of final confrontation, does it register. The embroidery is not a generic floral pattern. It is a tiny, unmistakable representation of a forget-me-not flower. And you know, with a cold certainty, that the pattern is a clue. Not just to a memory, but to an address. The forget-me-not flower was the motif of the home your old friend Marcus grew up in. the one you visited every summer when you were children. His mother was obsessed with the flower and had them embroidered on everything from curtains to hand towels. You pull out the old address book you thought was useless and find the address for Marcus's childhood home, the one you had looked at years ago. It's a quiet suburban street in an older part of town, not far from the woods that hold the potter's shack. You check the time, 4:30 a.m. Still dark. You take the doll with the silver key still plunged into its face and drive toward Marcus's old house. You know the delivery wasn't to your house, it was to the house of the debt holder, and the debt was held by Marcus. Your failure to apologize was the interest. You park your car a block away and approach the house on foot. It's dark, quiet, and old. A single drooping forget-me-not plant is struggling to grow in the overgrown flower bed. You are at the source. The true mirror is here. You approach the front door, the doll heavy in your arms. The porch is clean, empty, but there is a small dark shadow near the door frame. You shine your phone's flashlight on it. It's an old tarnished brass nameplate, half hidden by ivy. It reads simply, Ivy, the last initial of Marcus's family. The house has been waiting. You are about to ring the doorbell when you look back at the doll. You notice the final, tiny, terrifying detail on its face. The crack has the anima key in it, but around the fracture, the porcelain is now stained, a faint, sickly yellow. It's the color of the doll's hair, but also the color of old, dried bile. It's the physical manifestation of the doll's suppressed internal poison. The will is suspended, but the underlying malice is still there, seeping out. This is the ultimate fringe horror tidbit. In some medieval texts describing golem-like constructs, it's noted that when the activation word is removed, the clay or earth of the construct can become weeping, sweating a toxic material that reflects its internal, unexpressed pain. The doll, your porcelain golem, is weeping bile. You try one last joke, your voice a dry whisper in the empty street. Why did the doll go to Marcus's house? To settle the score and collect the debt. You step onto the porch, bringing the doll and its silent rage to its intended destination. And then you see it. Near the door, leaning against the siding, is a large, shattered picture frame. The glass is in tiny, star-shaped pieces. The picture inside is of a young boy, Marcus, smiling brightly on a summer day. The photograph is old, water-stained, and on the surface of the picture, directly over the boy's smiling face, is a deliberate, deep scratch. It's not just a broken frame, it's a shattered mirror. The last perfect piece of the ritual, the physical manifestation of your regret, Marcus's broken heart. You realize the doll wasn't coming for you. It was coming for the house. It was coming to break the mirror, complete the transference, and finally fully possess the soul of your childhood friend. The doll wasn't the anchor. Marcus was the target. You look at the doll in your arms, the key plunged into its face. The glow is gone, but the sickly yellow stain is spreading. The suspension is temporary. The doll's will is fighting to complete its final task. This brings you to a mainstream scary fact. The historical accounts of exorcism often include the step of destroying the vessel or focus of the demonic attachment. A doll, an antique, a piece of art. If the vessel is destroyed, the spirit has no anchor and is forced to disperse. You have the vessel, and you have the key. Historians still argue whether the traditional practice of house clearing or smudging in various cultures is an effective method of psychic sanitation or merely an elaborate performance designed to instill a sense of control over an unknown environment. Your only chance is to perform a kind of doll clearing ritual. You pull the silver key out of the doll's face. The whine returns, higher, louder, and the sickly yellow stain flares to a bright, angry color. The doll's will is unleashed. You hold the key in one hand and the doll in the other, and you realize the final step. The key is for the doll's will, but the doll is for the shattered mirror. You take the doll, with its blazing, angry face, and you gently place it right in the center of the shattered glass, atop Marcus's smiling face. You are completing the ritual. The debt has to be paid in full. The moment the porcelain doll touches the shattered glass of the picture frame, the atmosphere explodes in silence. No light, no noise, no great flash of cinematic power. Just a sudden, profound, sucking silence. The sickly yellow stain on the doll's face instantly dissipates. The crack remains, but the glow is completely gone, leaving it a dark, empty line. The doll becomes stiller than still. It is no longer an object of terror. It is inert, You hold your breath, staring at the sight, the porcelain figure resting on the broken glass, on the image of your childhood friend. The silence is broken only by the sound of your own frantic, shallow breathing. The will has been released, the transference completed, or you hope the cycle finally broken. You don't wait. You turn and run from the porch, sprinting back toward your car. You leave the doll there, on the shattered mirror, at the house of the true debt holder. You don't know what you've done, but you know you can never come back to this place. You drive home in the emerging dawn light. You are empty, exhausted, and running on pure, terrified adrenaline. You pull into your driveway, and before you even get out of the car, you look at your porch. It is empty. The welcome mat is clear. The cycle has stopped. You collapse onto your living room sofa, staring blankly at the wall. The silence of your own house is now a blessed, beautiful thing. This is where your mind, seeking a new anchor, returns to the dark lore you've collected. The obscure horror tidbit about the Mihailov dolls. The belief that the doll is an anchor for a lost soul. You wonder if you've anchored the lost soul to Marcus's final resting place of regret, the one you never saw. You hope you've saved yourself by condemning a memory. A few hours later, after an uneasy half-sleep, you wake up and go back to the internet. You search for one thing, Marcus' death. You have to know. The result is a small, archived obituary. Marcus had passed away suddenly, years ago, not long after your final, angry conversation. A heart condition. He died alone, in the old childhood home, the very place you just left. Your anger, your final sharp word, it was the last thing he heard from you. Your regret was a live wire, and the doll was the conduit. The crack on its face was a physical representation of the crack in your shared history, the one he carried to his lonely death. You realized the doll wasn't the monster. The regret was the monster. The persistent, unaddressed, unacknowledged wound. The doll was just a very efficient, terrifyingly persistent spiritual process server. You have a brief, hysterical laugh. What's the worst thing about finally finding closure after a supernatural haunting, having to write a 5-star review for the possessed delivery service? Dry, utterly drained wit. Your mind focuses on the final destination, the abandoned house in the woods with the forget-me-not flower. You have to go back. You have to see what you left behind. You drive back to Marcus's old neighborhood, this time with a grim, quiet determination. You walk up to the porch. The shattered picture frame is still there, but the doll is gone. Instead, there is a small, unassuming brown paper package sitting right in the center of the broken glass. It's wrapped in twine. It's a clean, new, anonymous delivery. You pick it up. It feels oddly light. You tear the paper. Inside is a brand new, modern, plastic action figure, a superhero. Perfectly articulated, painted in bright primary colors, nothing sinister. And beneath the action figure, a small, square, folded piece of notepaper. You open the note. The handwriting is not spidery or old. It's a clean, modern script. It reads, "Thank you for the delivery. The package is complete. He is at peace. The collection is next." This is the ultimate, terrifying twist. The doll's will was the closure, but the mechanism, the delivery service, the collector is still active. And it's coming for you. You look down the street. It's quiet, normal, but your gaze is drawn to a house down the block, one you didn't notice before. It's a small, quaint bungalow, and in the window, perched on the sill, is a row of objects, not dolls, but identical, pristine action figures, all facing the same direction, toward your house. The sight of the action figures, identical, numerous, and all facing your direction, is the final, sickening turn of the screw. The doll was merely one piece, one iteration of a much larger, ongoing mechanism. You solved the doll's riddle, but you just signed the contract for the next phase. The mechanism isn't about regret anymore. It's about collection. You rush back to your car, the note and the modern action figure a chilling confirmation of your new role as the recipient of the delivery service. The porcelain doll, the anima key, the shattered mirror, that was the payment. The collection is the next and final demand. You drive home and immediately go to your attic, a place that now feels less like a storage space and more like a time capsule of your vulnerability. You search the attic frantically, specifically for any old toys you've forgotten about. You pull out boxes, throw out old clothes, your mind racing, trying to find the first piece of the new collection. And there it is. Tucked into the bottom of a box of old winter hats, you find a small, soft, much-loved rag doll from your childhood. The one in the picture you found at the potter's shack site. Its face is faded, its cotton body limp. It is a completely different kind of doll from the porcelain terror, but you know this is the next piece of the puzzle. The first item in your personal inventory. You sit in the attic, holding the limp rag doll, the note, and the action figure lying beside you. The chill is no longer just fear. It's a profound, crushing understanding. The delivery service wasn't bringing unwanted items. It was returning forgotten items. Items of intense, unacknowledged personal history. The note said, "The collection is next." You think of the mainstream scary fact about the Winchester Mystery House, a physical structure constantly being built and rebuilt to confuse the spirits of those killed by the Winchester rifles. Your mind realizes its own sinister analogy. The doll was constantly moving, changing, and challenging you to find its pattern. The collector is doing the same thing to its victims. It is collecting the items that define their lives to confuse and entrap their souls. Your life is being inventoried. You look at the rag doll, its sweet, soft face, a perfect contrast to the cracked porcelain, and you realize the chilling implication of the Mihailov doll's lore. The doll is an anchor. The mechanism is using the items from your past to create a series of anchors in your present, chaining you to your own history. You recall a final bleak joke. What's the collector's favorite kind of delivery? A soul delivery. It's the last bit of dark humor you can muster. You race downstairs and grab a sheet of paper and a pen. You begin to write a list of all the meaningful, forgotten objects in your life. The high school trophy, the first wristwatch, the dried flower from your first date. Your life neatly reduced to an inventory of objects. And then you look at yourself in the hallway mirror. You are a wreck, pale, unshaven, your clothes torn from the woods. You look completely, utterly drained. This is the moment of your final realization. The note said, "The package is complete. He is at peace. The collection is next." The doll was the package. Marcus was the debt holder. But the collection isn't a list of objects. It's a list of people. You are the next item to be collected. The doll's final change, the one you missed, the one that makes your blood run cold, is the ultimate mirror. The crack on the porcelain doll's face, which began as a small line and ended with a silver key plunged into it. It was a dark, terrible reflection of your own life. You were so busy looking for the broken mirror of Marcus's regret that you failed to see the most obvious truth. The doll was a warning about the ultimate mirror yourself. You run to your bedroom and look in the full-length mirror. Your face is pale, your eyes wide with terror, but there, just beneath your left eye, is a tiny, unmistakable wrinkle. A fine line of stress that wasn't there a week ago. The crack on the doll's face wasn't a representation of Marcus's pain. It was the mechanism's way of marking its target. It was a tiny physical change in your own reflection, manifested first on the doll, then in you. And you realize, with a crushing finality, that the tiny silver anima key was never meant to stop the doll. The key was meant to be used on the crack in your own life, the tiny weakness in your own soul, the crack in you that the collector has been exploiting all along. You used the key on the doll and broke the cycle for Marcus, but you handed the collector a clear physical signature of your own vulnerability. You are the final, most valuable item in the collection. You are the last piece of the terrifying, ongoing collection. You turn away from the mirror and look out the window. The sun is fully up, a bright, beautiful, and utterly indifferent morning. The street is quiet. The collector's house is silent. You are completely alone. And you are waiting. The light of the morning is soft now, spilling across the floorboards. The harsh angles of your fear are fading into the gentle reality of the day. You are sitting on the floor, the memory of the porcelain doll already taking on the quality of a fever dream, a story you told yourself in the long, dark hours. The panic is gone, replaced by an immense, quiet exhaustion. You close your eyes, and the world begins to slow down. The silence in the house is deep, soft, and finally, no longer threatening. It's a gentle, warm absence of sound, wrapping around you like a familiar blanket. The fear has done its work, and now it's letting you rest. You feel the pull of sleep, a soft, irresistible drift toward a peaceful dark. The tension in your shoulders melts away, your breath evening out into a slow, easy rhythm. You are safe now, truly safe. Nothing is moving, nothing is watching. You are just tired, and the day is just beginning, and you can finally let go. Let the light take you. Let the gentle darkness of sleep welcome you home. It's over now. The story is told. The cycle is broken. You are simply drifting, drifting, drifting.